overall trade and investment picture. And obviously that picture is not so rosy at the moment, obviously. So we have an important G20 country, which is currently introducing sweeping tariff increases. We have other G20 nations, G20 and non-G20 nations, which are using unilateral trade measures, in particular in order to promote climate action. And obviously all that impacts African economy. So Rose, I'd like to start with you. How you reflect on these challenges and what kind of response strategies you would see African economies should take, yeah, Rose, maybe you pick up on that, and yeah, you can take.
Oh. Yeah, thanks very much. It's a beautiful morning. And I think we are starting the discussions today from a very high position of thinking about one of the key aspects that actually influences our growth. And we know that for African countries, in as much as a lot has happened in terms of thinking about trade agreements, trade reforms at global and even now at continental level, we still find that Africa is actually not yet gaining that expected momentum as far as its contribution to trade at the global level is concerned. In addition, it looks like when we look at Africa, it's like we go through various, I don't want to call them turbulence, but it looks like we get into situations which are not necessarily either we are ready for or they are sustainable. For example, we know that we started with AGOA. It's coming to an end. It has already given us some impetus in terms of, say, textile industry, but the future for it is not very clear. We have seen recently the offers that China is making, given the tariff increases that US has brought in, but it's not very clear the kind of structure that this would take, and whether actually we would see Africa gaining anything additional marginally from what is happening with the AGOA. In addition to that, I know Africa, has these negotiations with the EU. And recently in 2023, the carbon adjustment element came in, the CBAM, which is trying, of course, to bring in greening the trade, but the focus on some of the commodities, including the iron, the steel, the aluminum, has implications in terms of the competitiveness of trade as far as our region is concerned. When you have the carbon tariff, it means that you are increasing actually the cost for trading, reducing the competitiveness, and this has actually implications as far as the efforts we are trying to make to grow trade for Africa in the global market. That notwithstanding, is a question whether multilateralism is actually working for Africa. Because if you think about CBAM, in as much as the EU argues that it's within the context of WTO, the issues that are required, the factors that are required for you to prepare yourself to do the carbon pricing, the capacity that's required to develop for these countries and to transition in a just manner, I think it requires a lot of effort that our continent may not be very much ready, but of course, it will take time. So I see a situation where our growth, as far as GDP is concerned, can be impacted negatively when we are not actually exporting. And probably is the right time now to think about growing the continental trade and seeing where we can develop these industries internally in Africa, and therefore emphasize on either manufacturing or industrialization, so that aluminium that maybe was going to EU can actually find its space in the Africa, and we start trading within ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rose. Yes, please. Thank you very much, Rose, for highlighting some of the challenges faced by African economies, but also reflecting on some of the response strategies. I think we will cover this as well in our debate and go a little bit deeper. Before we go on with the discussion, I had just been asked to make one announcement. Please try not to move around too much in the room, because it would interrupt the camera, and obviously we have also an audience following our discussion virtually, and so this would make it more easier for them to follow our discussion. So thank you very much. Now, I think let's keep on focusing on the continent, and obviously one of the most exciting initiatives at the moment is the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, or is it area? Agreement, AFCFTA, which is obviously in the implementation phase, but I think negotiations are still ongoing on a couple of additional issues in order to broaden the scope of the AFCFTA. So that's a fascinating initiative, I would say, and I'd like to ask Trudy to reflect a little bit on where we stand in terms of the AFCFTA's implementation, of the role of the continental free trade area as a response strategy also to the current challenging and disruptions we are facing in the trade and investment environment. And perhaps, Rose, Trudy, as a last question, what do you expect from the G20 with regard to the AFCFTA?
Thank you very much, Alex. Axel, sorry. Apologies, not off to a good start. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be with you. The African Continental Free Trade Area is an extremely important development for the continent. This is not to say that multilateralism doesn't matter. Multilateralism matters, colleagues, particularly for the small and vulnerable countries and enterprises. And so supporting multilateralism is actually important across the entire continent. Those members of the African Union that are not yet members of the WTO, many of them are actually acceding. So there's broad-based support for multilateralism. Supplementing and complementing that is Africa's regional integration agenda. Regional integration makes sense for and in Africa. Africa remains a very fragmented continent, and integration through various streams of activities, not only trade and market liberalization, but infrastructure development, cooperation on shared watercourses, on renewables, and a whole range of very important issues is absolutely critical at this time. The AFCFTA takes regional integration to the continental level, building on what we have already at sub-regional levels. And there are many success stories, but there's also a great deal we can improve on. The AFCFTA is a very ambitious project. It focuses not only on trade and market liberalization. There are protocols, for example, on investment, competition policy, intellectual property rights, and very importantly, addressing trade and gender issues, a protocol on women and youth in trade. We don't have an instrument on climate yet, but the agreement provides that we can add additional instruments. Digital trade is one of the protocols that was subsequently added and recently adopted. I think the reality, though, is that Africa's trade is still highly concentrated with global partners. Africa as a continent is a commodity exporter. We are exporting job creation, beneficiation, development opportunities. And this is a reality check on where we stand with the AfCFTA. The importance of developing our supply side capacity to produce tradable goods, services, digital products and services to trade, not only amongst ourselves, but to change the way we trade with the globe, is an extremely important tenet of the bigger AfCFTA project. So the AfCFTA has also been adopted as a framework for Africa's industrialization. Industrialization here is an economy-wide initiative focusing on agriculture, on mining, critical minerals included here, of course, manufacturing, services, and digital. And this is perhaps where a very significant contribution from the AfCFTA can come. How do we achieve that? Through the AfCFTA. The AfCFTA focuses not only on tariff liberalization for trade and goods, but very importantly, focuses on eliminating the non-tariff barriers. There's a comprehensive trade facilitation agenda. And so our colleague who mentioned customs and border management issues is spot on. The delays and the cumbersome processes for clearing goods, the unharmonized transport and other regulations add to the cost of doing business, not only amongst ourselves, but also with the rest of the world. So there's a strong focus in the AfCFTA on regulatory harmonization. Eventually, we're at the cooperation discussion phase at this stage. The aim of the AfCFTA, of course, is to be an instrument for structural transformation, for attracting foreign direct investment, for example, to expand and diversify our productive capacity. And this will come mostly from global sources. And herein lies very important opportunities for our G20 members. If we take a look at where we stand on the AfCFTA implementation, the agreement entered into force more than 5 years ago, but colleagues, we haven't completed the negotiations, and this is absolutely critical. Implementation is just starting, and this is again an opportunity for the G20 to support, but also to collaborate with us to make the AfCFTA work for Africa's transformation and development. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Trudy. Yeah, we would hope that the G20 acknowledges the important role of the AfCFTA as a response strategy and an integration project to really increase intra-African trade. That's key, but also as a tool to build regional and global value chains. So we would hope that G20 really puts an emphasis on that, and that's also definitely something which we will highlight also in our task force statement. So let's move one level up and let's take a look at the WTO, our multilateral trading system, and the WTO is at the core of the system. Obviously, nobody will be surprised when I say the WTO seems to be in a crisis. It seems to be in a crisis for several years already. Our discussion round at the beginning of this morning of our panel already included a couple of questions and comments in that respect. And so, Pradeep, I'd like to hear your perspective on the WTO reform. What needs to happen in Geneva? What kind of commitments do you expect from member states? Because as we often hear, the WTO is a member-driven organization, so it's the members that really have an important voice on the WTO. And perhaps, Pradeep, there was a question on trade and environment. Obviously, we should also broaden our perspectives and also acknowledge that there are some often referred to as 21st century trade topics. How can they be included in the WTO's discussion? Pradeep, over to you.
Of course. Well, thank you very much, Axel. And I think some of the conversations that we had in the beginning, and thanks, Axel, for starting that off, particularly in the context of WTO. But before that, let me endorse what Trudy just spoke about AFCFTA. We are working on AFCFTA as well. And what has been forecasted is that the trade levels in Africa would rise by about 3.6% in the context of full integration of AFCFTA takes place. So that's going to be a huge jump. And I think that figure is important to keep in mind. Now, the problem is the question which is raised by a colleague there is something which we have seen happening even within the sub-regional agreements, like ECOWAS, for example. Trading with Nigeria and Ghana itself is a problematic thing. You have border issues which come up purely because of human behavior rather than text or the agreed. So one has to learn from these experiences at the sub-regional level, which will then have to be taken up to the continental level. Otherwise, we'll continue to talk about ideal situations without knowing what has already happened, what is happening, and what can happen. This goes to the larger question, Axel, that in terms of trade, I think tariffs are not so important. Forget Trump for a change. I mean, whatever Trump is doing, he has not been authorized by the Congress as yet. And tariff issues are by and large to be dealt with by the US Congress. Already courts have set aside some of his things, except there are some emergency powers which he is misusing. But overall, what is going to happen in the area of trade are non-tariff barriers. Like the kind I explained within the continent itself, even intercontinentally, non-tariff barriers are going to be the dominant topic. Now, in that context, what can the WTO do? WTO itself, as we stand, has been weakened by the US in particular. If you analyze the cause, Garth rightly raised the question of the appellate body not functioning, with the result that the dispute settlement system, which is the crown in the jewel of the WTO, is now at a standstill. I mean, even between India and US, for example, we settled 6 disputes out of court, pending issues that looks let's settle it out. So there are efforts being made to do that, but much debate is already happening that can we have, if Trump anyway in his first term had settled to walk out of the WTO, he's now stopped funding WTO Secretariat. So can we have a WTO without the US? What people don't understand and misunderstand is that you can still be trading even if you're not in the WTO. Nobody stops you from trading except that you will not follow the rules. US will come back with its own Super 301 and Special 301 and all kinds of non-tariff barriers which people have to deal with. The US is a big market. You can't, nearly most countries depend upon the US for its exports. But if you look at the system itself, as Anne raised this question about WTO reform, this is something which we've been talking for years and years. And every other time, happened about 20 years ago, I was in what was called the Warwick Commission on the Future of Trade, as well as Lami's panel on the future of trade. So we did discuss the issue as to how, if members are not going to comply with the spirited letter of the WTO, do they have the right to stay there? Now, even if you have a veto power, even Benin has a veto power, in theory, except that it may not exercise it. There has to be a speaking order. There has to be a discussion, a debate before you allow that veto to be accepted. So either when we do these reforms, then we have to do these systemic reforms also in this, as to how these things will operate. We have a lot of learnings now. And how do we use those learnings in order to ensure that in future we are able to deal with it in a more solvable manner rather than to stay stuck? The dispute settlement system has been stuck for many years now. And as a result, there is a general kind of, what should I say, among the lay community that I know, educated community, who are not people like us who are dealing with policy issues, their thinking is that the WTO is dead. I mean, that is the kind of thinking that prevails in the general public, which is a dangerous thing. And very rightly said that we require a rules-based system. So what do we do? How do we take it forward? I mean, that is a question which has been agitating a very large number of us, and there's a very strong level of discussion going on. The issue is implementation, and in that the G20 has a role. This has happened again and again in all G20 meetings. This has been reiterated. G7 meetings, it has been reiterated that the WTO has to be reinforced rather than to be forgotten. It's a very important, probably the only multilateral organization which has teeth. You want me to stop?
Yes, maybe at the moment, Pradeep.
Thank you.
But just in order to save us some time at the end for a discussion, I think it was very important to highlight the issues that we have at the WTO, but also to highlight the important role of the G20. And I think we'll go into
one important issue which was raised about this, I think needs a response. This whole move by the European Union to bring in climate-related trade measures, etc., which we think is a neo-colonial exercise. I mean, they have no bloody business to try and even the European business itself is worried about it. And you can't bring in these kind of things when trade is not happening smoothly. Like you want to solve all the climate problems through CBAM or deforestation measures, etc., etc. There is no, I mean, WTO is the right forum to discuss it and to arrive at any conclusion. But the EU is pushing it unilaterally, which I think is something which has to be taken note of. Because you will only, as somebody rightly said, it's going to reduce the competitiveness of the developing world and make it more difficult for them to trade.
Thank you very much, Pradeep, for also highlighting this. For highlighting this point, I mean, there's an ongoing discussion, obviously, how broad the WTO's agenda should be. There are obviously always at least two sides, right? I mean, in the morning or at the beginning of the panel, we heard that there's a demand to also reflect on the relationships between trade and environment, trade and climate, but obviously it could also be perceived as an increasing trade barrier, right? I mean, you even used the term a neo-colonial measure, right? I think we have that's something perhaps we should pick up in the discussion. Obviously, very controversial point here. But let's bring in Renato into the discussion. Renato, I mean, since years and decades, we hear that global value chain integration or upgrading in global value chain is a very effective and useful strategy for developing countries in order to promote growth, inclusiveness, and move up the ladder in the world economy. But obviously, the current environment, we have a WTO in crisis, we have tariff increases, unilateral trade measures. We have a very difficult global economic environment. Reflecting on that, Renato, what's the role of the G20 in order to support developing countries integrating and upgrading in global value chains?
Let me start by thanking the organizers for inviting me for this conference. Every movement, every moment when you have transition is stressful. And we are living in a transition period. That started well before the increase in tariffs, US tariffs. That started well before the WTO crisis. That has been going on for quite some time now. The value chains, the global value chains have been for quite some time now, several decades now, suggested to developing economies as an important tool to foster growth and development. The negative news is that there's no application form for a country to belong for a global value chain. You cannot, please let me be part of your value chain. That's not the way to do that. You have to do your homework and be seen from potential investors as a natural candidate to be part of a productive process. Now, the point is that the empty side of the glass is that we are now seeing low growth, high protectionism, high cost of capital, as we learned yesterday, and hence this is a very bad international environment for that. The good news is that the experience with the COVID pandemic has led to a redesigning of a number of value chains, all the family of offshoring, nearshoring, friendshoring, powershoring, all of that means that a number of productive structures have been redesigned. One. Two, the sharp increase in US protectionism in the last months has obviously led to an increase in the search for new trade partners from the point of view of several countries. So a number of different agreements, a number of different trade flows are taking place. And that's the full half of the glass. Why so? Because there is a brand new type of competitive advantages in our countries, developing economies, related to the new intense demand for some types of minerals, for instance, which are in the center of the ideological / technological fight among the main economies. There is a new market there, and very dynamic for that matter. Some countries have new competitive advantage in terms of clean energy. That's clearly the case in South America. So there is a changing scenario in very significant ways. Now, where the G20 fits in this scenario? To start with, of course, to try and avoid industrial policies with damaging effects on our economies. The cost of the tariffs imposed in a number of developed economies is quite high for a number of economies. The CBAN that has been mentioned here is a clear example. Why so? Because our economies have, for many decades now, built their competitive advantages on minerals and agribusiness, which are the two most sensitive areas directly affected by initiatives such as CBAN. Also, the tariffs imposed, say, by the US to Chinese products have clear impact on third markets, be it for the electrical vehicles that are invading our markets, you name it. So, of course, one clear message to the G20 and a clear role for the G20 is to start and avoid industrial, so-called industrial policies that is basically protectionism, disguised protectionism. And of course, it goes without saying that the WTO issue is hanging in the air. It's a very, very important, and more than that, I would say almost vital issue for that matter for our economies. I think that we have some issues here for more debates. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Renato. And indeed, there's many issues that we need to discuss, and I'd like to bring the audience also into this discussion. But let me thank you for putting many issues on the table on African economies development, the role of the AFCFTA, the issues that we have at the WTO, very complex issues, a couple of ideas also to resolve them, and highlighting the key role of global value chains and the G20. And this last aspect, I'd like to ask all of us to focus now on, right? I mean, we heard about the challenges, we heard about some of the responses, but obviously the G20 as it self-proclaimed premier forum for international economic policymaking, I think that was the term chosen at the Pittsburgh summit, has a key role to play. So what do we expect from the G20, from our backgrounds, from our research perspectives? And I'd like now to bring in the audience into this discussion with ideas, with questions as well, but not long comments. So let's start here. Okay, we will start with Vera. And then the colleague over there, you were very, you were waiting since a long time. I will bring you into the discussion. Vera.
Well, good morning. My name is Vera Torstensen from Brazil. Yesterday and today we heard the word geopolitics, how to solve it, the role of the 20. But I'm not listening to the other word that is important, that is geoeconomics. What is geoeconomics? It's the use of trade, of investment, of the dollar technology as weapons of destroying the system. And what we are living is exactly that for the last 75 years, now we work and we think under a system, under a logic. And now these things is being destroyed. What I think is important for the G20, the most important task for the G20, is to think about a system of multilateralism without the US. And even perhaps without China, because this is the big scenario, the two, one against the other. The role of the G20 is to think alternative scenarios. What would be the alternative scenario for WTO, for IMF, World Bank? Because what I'm reading in the papers that the United States is evaluating to get out of the system. So the role of the G20 is to think about a new multilateral system without the two big components of the system.
Thank you very much, Vera, for putting that scenario on the table. And I'm very much looking forward to the responses of the panelists. The gentleman over there, have you already got a microphone? It's coming. Perfect. Then Celine? Yeah, next.
Thank you very much. My name is Tafatsu Luke Mopinga Shatu. I'm a postdoctoral fellow with Thabo Mbeki African School. I'm a bit worried that when you talk about investment and trade in Africa without mentioning illicit financial flows, we could be leaving quite something which is more than bigger than an elephant in the room. So I was also expecting to hear an input from the caucus in relation to the mispricing, the deliberate mispricing of exports. Because the concept is we should grow Africa through export, which is export-led growth. But it seems we've been trading for ages as Africa, and that has not been reflective in how the economies are performing. So I'm looking forward to hear the policy stance or the take home from this caucus on illicit financial flows, especially those that have got to do with trade. I had a few questions, but I'll just give one to Trudy. Trudy, do you think the agreement on Africans to trade with each other is going to be very important without a unified currency and without capital or people mobility? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your question. Then let's have Celine. Please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Celine from IDRI. I had a question on these new industrial policies that, ran through the panel as well. It's going to be very difficult, I think, to ask the G20 to abandon the industrial policies because they're very much in a competition mode. But I was wondering if we could go an indirect way, given that the multilateral system, is having a lot of trade system is having a lot of difficulties. Could we try and push collectively for the G20 countries not to embark in bilateral partnerships, like typically around critical minerals? What we see is a lot of bilateral agreements being signed across the countries. Could we push for at least those agreements to become more plurilateral, or to have at least regional cooperation? It's a good risk diversification strategy for both the suppliers and the consumers, and it's a midway between having a big multilateral system and bilateral agreements that usually are non-transparent and not helping.
Thank you very much, Celine. Yeah, the question with regard to more variable geometries is obviously a very important one that is also being discussed in the WTO very much. So let's have one more. The gentleman over there, and then I will bring the panelists back into the discussion, and then hopefully we will have a time for a second round.
Hi, morning. My name is Reg Ngosi from IDEAS. IDEAS is a network of economists globally. Thanks for the good inputs, but I thought what is missing there is the issue of trade and finance. Not trade finance, but trade and finance. It would be very helpful if you can reflect on that, because I see that trade and finance is what is responsible for Germany, your country, from Excel, which is 27 times smaller than China, but whose trade is almost equal to China. It is trade and finance. So I think if you can reflect on that, it may just help us drive trade in Africa or in the global South to be greater than trade in the so-called developed countries. So please, some reflections on that. These are two different concepts that I want us to highlight for the G20 purposes.
Thank you very much. So, colleagues on the panel, let's start with Trudy. Perhaps feel free to pick one of those questions, and really also I'd like all of you to really focus on what do you expect from the G20? What can the G20 realistically achieve this year?
Thank you very much, colleagues. There are so many interesting conversations to be had and very important policy streams to be working on. I just want to underscore the linkages between value chain participation, investment location decisions, and Africa's trade facilitation agenda. Part of our industrialization strategy for the continent is to build continental value chains, and also to change how we integrate into global value chains. We're forward-linked, supplying raw materials, but we don't participate in the higher value-added stages. Investment location decisions are absolutely critical here, and I think what Renato has pointed out, how do we make African investment location decisions more attractive? And there's a direct link to addressing the non-tariff barriers, a very well-integrated trade facilitation agenda, because after all, trade facilitation is not just about trade, it's about supporting cross-border value chain connections. So making inputs arrive on time at the production location. So this is an extremely important agenda for the African continent. It relates also to what is on the plurilateral agenda in the WTO and the investment facilitation for development plurilateral. This is something that we certainly think the G20 could get behind. It has many, many pro-development provisions. And in fact, what is in that agenda is replicated in the investment protocol under the AFCFTA. There's an enormously important opportunity here to leverage what is on the WTO agenda with Africa's regional trade, but also industrialization agenda? Thank you.
Thanks. I just want to say one point, and that is about barriers for African trade, and focusing more on G20 is saying that it's important to look at the special and preferential treatment element, such that as we see this new unilateral, bilateral, whatever the rattles they are, coming for Africa, then we are able to integrate the new developments. CBAM is about climate change issues. So the question is how we actually manage the transition, whereas we may need to think about the special and preferential treatment to African countries so that they manage. It's a good thing, CBAM, if we want to do a sustainable trade. It's a good thing if EU is thinking about those who are running away to come maybe and set up industries in the continent. But it's also important to think about the barrier that this would have for access to market as far as Africa trade is concerned. Thank you.
I'll focus on 2 points. One raised by Vera, the geoeconomics. It's not only the role of the US dollar, it's all the implicit actions by the voting by the representatives of developed economies in a number of multilateral forums. It's that one side of geoeconomics. The other is, of course, the important role of the US dollar that has been around since the 40s, late 40s. Come crisis, you always expect that the gold is going to surpass that, the euro, and so on and so forth. Now, having said that, of course, this is a given. This is what we have. Right now, a number of initiatives among developing economies, for instance, the BRICS, in terms of not only trade facilitation, but clearing mechanisms for bilateral trade, naturally will bring a fall in the demand for US dollars. And we are witnessing that to some extent related, of course, with domestic policies adopted in that country, with the news in terms of what's going on in treasury bonds, US treasury bonds, what's going on in outflows of resources from the US economy, and so on and so forth. Is this a weakening of the dollar? Not yet. But there are some possibilities that we're not in this scenario until very recently. I won't go deep in the details, but there is a potential for changing this overall domination by the dollar, at least reducing that to some extent. The other aspect with relation to my affirmative of expecting the G20 to be more fair in terms of reducing protectionism and hence go for bilateral, plurilateral negotiations. That raised some eyebrows. Why so? Because precisely the need for a WTO, a multilateral system, is to avoid bilateral and plurilateral relationship. Why so? Because this is a relationship of power. If you negotiate with a strong economy, you developing economy, you center at the negotiating table in a weaker position. So the way to avoid that is to have overall rules And then that brings us back to square zero, to WTO conditions. This is a transition, as I started my saying, this is a transition period, and hence we're living with some traumas and unsolved issues. But again, the bilateral and plurilateral solution, to my view, it's not a solution, maybe a headache.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My comments are in two levels. One is Africa, the other is global, WTO related. Let me start with where Renato ended, that regional and bilaterals or non-multilateral trade agreements. I agree with you that they have been considered to be a stumbling block. And in the words of the famous economist Jagdish Bhagwati, that we are having a spaghetti bowl. Now, if you look at the data from 95 to 2005, when the WTO came into being, 200 non-multilateral agreements were signed. So the appetite for non-multilateral agreements by countries. Now, what was agreed by even Jagdish Bhagwati and others who were opposing this kind of spaghetti bowl phenomena is if these are geographically contiguous regions, then you can have a non-multilateral, you can have a regional trade agreement. It has its own benefits. For example, AFCFTA. AFCFTA is a regional multilateral agreement. I'm calling it regional multilateral. So one has to hear my nuance which I was expressing. We work with the AFCFTA Secretariat, Commerce Secretariat, and the ECOWAS and the EAC for the last 20 years, since the time AFCFTA was born. And we were responsible to do a lot of work in developing AFCFTA protocols, particularly on competition and investment. One issue which hasn't come up in the conversation is the kind of anti-competitive practices which exist not only in the continent, but also globally, particularly in cross-border trade. They are debilitating, and they are sort of certainly egregious in many cases. So that is something which AFCFTA has taken note of and has to do. Now, if you look at that particular issue about competition policy that we've seen evolving in Africa, it has evolved one of the best manner possible. You have competition authorities, nearly every country, except a few countries, which for their own political reasons are not moving ahead on that. But I hope the integration and the AFCFTA will force them to adopt competition laws and independent agencies as far as possible. Otherwise, the benefits of trade liberalization will get lost. Usually, I mean, we've seen in many sectors. In Africa, for example, the notorious sectors are cement, brewery, etc., transport, etc., which are highly anti-competitive and they cost a lot. Now, the question which arises from that is, as I mentioned earlier, was that even within the experience of sub-regional agreements that have been very bad, the kind of interstate discussions or something has been very bad. If you travel between Nairobi to Arusha, the kind of barrier that you see at the crossing is phenomenal. Now, unless we address those issues, we find that trade will become very difficult. Trade becomes too costly unnecessarily. Now, let me come to the WTO and reforms. One of the things which Trudy spoke about, the agreement on investment facilitation is extremely a very progressive step. But the larger lesson in that to be learned is that it is a part of the WTO reform agenda without being stated so. If multilateral agenda is not moving forward, let the plurilateral agenda push the WTO forward, so that there is some discussion on trade relations happening between countries in the best manner possible. So you have not only investment, but e-commerce, trade in gender, trade in SMEs, and so on. And all of them are moving at a speed. My own country is an outlier, so I don't wish to talk about that. This is not a platform for me to criticize my own country, which I do publicly as well. Having said that, it is, in my view, an important part of the WTO reform agenda. Look, if the multilateral agenda is not moving forward, let the plurilateral agenda move forward to take countries. Now, again, the important thing is that if we have to restore, as Vera rightly said, we have to get these two big giants out of the picture. I don't know whether it will be smart to keep China out of the picture, especially when it is one country like India supporting multilateralism. If you look at the impact which you have on the climate change discussions, it is China which is holding on, India which is holding on, US has even backed out of that. Now, all these have an important geopolitical or geoeconomic impact that we have to bear in mind. That what we talk about the WTO, we have to be also aware as to what is happening in the other parts of the international. And climate change is very important. At least we can't expect another big emitter to be out of the system. China, for example, US is already out in a sense. And so we have a situation where there is a polycrisis, I would say. In many areas, there are things which are not happening and that have an impact even on WTO. And therefore, whatever can happen, I don't know what your view is, what can happen is that plurilateral should move ahead at the best possible way, to at least keep the conversation alive. And most importantly, as actually we spoke yesterday in that in our working group, is how do we empower the secretariat? Number one. Number two is we should also empower the deliberative functions of the WTO, that disputes could be settled within the committees itself through a procedure to be adopted, which is not legal, but not which is quasi-legal rather than being very legal. We have to find solutions. Otherwise, the WTO will, and that will be bad. I think what many people have said, we require the WTO for small countries, particularly, who otherwise would get, sort of hammered by the big countries if they're in an agreement, except, as I said, where there are reasonably contiguous agreements which are important for various reasons, that you have land border trade rather than sea, etc., etc. I mean, if you look at the transport infrastructure in Africa is wanting. It's cheaper to sell goods from Mombasa to Brussels than Mombasa to Accra. Much cheaper to transport, for example. And so, I mean, there are many examples that I can talk about, what we need to do, that we have to granularly find out as to what has to be done. And in that, G20 has a big role to play. AU becoming a member, the G20 should adopt a resolution for strengthening the AU to deal with not only regional trade, but also external trade. Thank you.
Thank you, Pradeep, and colleagues for very nuanced responses to a number of questions. We have 9 more minutes, and so I'd like to get a couple of more perspectives from the audience, and then a very quick round on the panel with one request, one solution that the G20 should take. One. Okay, let's see. We start over there. I'll just give you my microphone.
Thank you, that's kind. My name's Hannah Ryder, CEO of Development Reimagined. 2 very quick points. First, I wondered what the panel's response is to the recent announcement by a G20 member, China, of recognizing the AFCFTA through duty-free entry for all African countries for all their products. I wonder if this is something that that perhaps other G20 members could be encouraged to take up, given where the state of affairs of schemes like AGOA. So that's one question. The other was, how do we bring down the cost of trade finance? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Anbu from ERIA Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia. I have three just quick observations, and I'm coming from a region that has benefited from the open trade, and it lifted many of the people out of the poverty. So my first proposition is for G20 continue to champion the open trade and the regionalism. And G20 is not the global custodian of economic governance, but still it can champion. My second is there is a convergence and also the divergence between the trade regimes, climate regimes, and the development regimes. It created many frictions, but G20 need to look into it and how to avoid these frictions further upscaling. This reducing the non-tariff barriers and developing these emerging free trade agreements more economically and environmentally integrated. Third one is about this global supply chain. Southeast Asia, basically, it became a part of the global supply chain, but also it created the production networks, which benefited the small and medium-sized enterprises through the FTAs. I think G20 should advocate more the circular supply chains and the production network. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And then one additional question over there, and then.
Thank you very much for this very interesting panel. I'm Bruno De Conti, researcher at Positive Money, which is an NGO in London and Brussels advocating, among other things, for reforms of the monetary system, including the international monetary system. And I'm also a professor at the University of Campinas in Brazil. And I just want to follow up on the question related precisely to the relation between currency, finance, and trade. Because it's interesting to see that after the two world wars, when countries, especially the US, but also Europe, wanted to revamp international trade, what they did was not only things related to trade directly, but what they did was reorganizing the international monetary system right through Bretton Woods. But this solution nowadays seems to me very not politically viable, obviously, to have a Bretton Woods tool. Because what we are seeing is the opposite with the fragmentation, right, of the international monetary system. So we see Europe now is reacting through trying to push the internationalization even more of the euro. Christine Lagarde has been making a speech related to that recently. China is trying to push for the internationalization of the renminbi. BRICS has its own discussions. So my question is the only thing, and I'm finishing, the only good thing maybe is that there are pushes in diverse directions for the usage of the national currencies, the local currencies for international trade in Asian countries, Mercosur, BRICS. So what would be your take on that? Is it viable? Can it be an important tool for revamping trade at the regional scale, the usage of national currencies? Or we are still all in the dollar trap?
Thank you very much for these three fascinating interventions. So let's move back to the panel. 1 minute for each of you. Please feel free to respond to one of those questions and comments. But especially, I won't let you off this panel without one suggestion for the G20. Pradeep, let's start with you. 1 minute.
I'm not going to react to what has been said. I mostly agree with what has been said, and I disagree with what I think is not right. Having said that, one solid recommendation for G20 is to develop a work program with the AU on regional and international trading. Thank you.
Perfect. Renato, maybe take this one.
Going back to history, back in 1958, the very positive step taken was the conversion among currencies, and starting the 60s, the reducing in tariff rates. And that has provided a boost to international trade. I mentioned that because the message to the G20 is to please try and avoid the creation of a world formed by different blocks. That would bring us back to the 30s, and we know the end of that story.
Thank you, Renato. Rose.
My closing remark, I would say that now that African Union is a member of G20, it's my hope that AU takes the lead in promoting multilateralism, a rule-based trading system, which helps the African continent to expand its trade through access to market, and also to call for support in facilitating investments in terms of trade-related infrastructure so that we can enhance trade growth for Africa at the global level.
Thank you, Rose. Trudy.
Thank you very much, Axel. My recommendation for the G20 is to commit to participate in the plurilaterals in the WTO. This doesn't mean necessarily signing on, but participation. I want to mention very quickly, in response to two questions about payments, the international financial system, the Pan-African payment and settlement system on the continent. It's in its early stages of development, but this is a payment and settlement system to transact in national currencies. It requires commitment by all the central banks and, of course, commercial banks. And a number of the lead players, including South Africa and Egypt, are not in yet in terms of having participation of their central banks. So we can certainly encourage that. China's GSP initiative, it comes after the December last year announcement of duty-free, quota-free access for all LDCs, 43 of them that have bilateral diplomatic relationships, obviously, with China. The difference now is that Africa's non-LDCs are included, and this could be important for certain exports. But tariffs are not the only issue. Standards are going to be the deciding factor on whether we can take up what is an offer of market access and translate that into reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Trudy. Colleagues on the panel and in the audience, perfect timing. Sanusha, I hope you are happy with the timing. Thank you very much for this conversation. I learned a lot. I hope also that you take a lot from this discussion. We touched upon a number of issues, finance, environment. I'm sure subsequent panels will continue this discussion on these issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Axel. And I want to basically also provide a small token of our appreciation to you as the chair, as well as to all the panelists. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you to Axel. You kept your time. We are going to start the next panel in the next few seconds. Okay. Before I do that, I just want to mention a few issues. One is, if you want coffee, coffee is on my left, which will be your right. So please feel free to grab a cup of coffee and come in. But while doing that, also try to ensure that you don't disrupt the cameras at the back, because it interrupts the video feed. So that's one. And of course, two, for those of you who are have not visited the bathroom yet, it's on my right, on this end. So please, that's there. Now, can I call the next panel, which is digital transformation, Dr. Alison Gilward, who's going to be the moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, hello. Hello. Can I have your attention, please? We want to start. We don't want to basically prolong and eat into your lunch. So can we start? Dr. Alison Gilward's here. She's going to introduce the panel to her session. We have some people online. If you can just confirm with them. Thanks. No, I'm just wanting to know that the people are online. As soon as we see them there, we can start. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I wonder if Professor Suhono and Teki Akua could come up, and then we have two online panelists as well. Right, we're just waiting for our online panelists. I believe that they are coming online. I'm also not sure whether the best engagement point is because these people seem very far away on the panel here, but I hope around here you'll be able to see them. This thing is attached, is it? Yeah, okay. We're trying to have a conversation, so we're not going to have people coming to stand up here. So as I said, we'll try and engage you around the podium on that side. But there are some spaces at these open tables here. If you'd like to be part of this conversation, please do come up the front here. Okay. I'm going to also be looking for some timekeeping from our person of ceremonies. But I think let's just start off the session. I think it's very clear from the discussions that have already gone on and amongst the discussions that we've been having online with the task force, the very cross-cutting nature of digitalization and the digital transformation panel to many of the other panels. Now we've got our other participants on board. Let me just introduce the panel. So we have our co-chair for the digital transformation track, Stephanie Diepverdien, joining us from London, I think between multiple trips, but I think that's where you are now. And then, of course, we are very delighted to have with us a very strong partner with us in the South Africa's presidency, G20 presidency, Suhila Amazuz from the African Union, who is the representative of the African Union to the Digital Economy Working Group and to the Task Force on AI Data Governance and Innovation for Sustainability, on which she is leading a number of initiatives. So let's just start with a little bit of a background, and then, as I said, we will sit down and try and have a conversation. But I think while some of the other working groups and some of the other task forces here are very well established in the G20 discourse, I think the digital transformation track, which really shadows, supports the Digital Economy Working Group and now, very importantly, this high-level presidential panel on AI, are very much looking to this task force to provide them with guidance in this very dynamic environment that we're in globally, and also, of course, not just geopolitically that we were speaking about, but very importantly, from a global governance point of view, in managing the intensifying global processes of digitalization and datification, both in terms of the harms that we know that are occurring alongside them, but particularly to ensure that they don't amplify the existing inequalities that we currently, that's the evidence that we have, despite the hype of AI and its potential for transformation. In fact, as it stands currently, what we're seeing is this amplification of inequality. So although it does present this unprecedented opportunity, we are concerned, and I think very significantly in terms of global developments, the concerns around amplifying inequalities. So I think lots of this relates to, as I said, this very intense process of digitalization and datification that's been happening, that's resulted in the concentration of these incredible assets amongst just a handful of very powerful actors, a couple of companies based in the US and in China, very little development of these very advanced technologies anywhere else. And so while there are options for leveraging these in these intensifying processes, this concentration of ownership and control is also undermining some of the transformative potential that has been identified for sustainable development. I think importantly, we are very much able to build on the digital transformation agenda, the integrated digital transformation agenda of the last 3 to 4 T20 and G20 emerging economy presidencies. And and in particularly now with South Africa and the first G20 on the African continent, to use this presidency as an opportunity to advance a truly transformative digital agenda that does enhance public and local value creation. I think in this area that we've predominantly had supply side valuation of the potential of this to contribute to economic growth. And I think what we've seen in the work that's been done within the T20, but in the previous T20s as well, is the enormous potential of public value creation, especially post-COVID, where the inability of millions of people in the global south and predominantly most people in Africa who were unable to digitally substitute to mitigate some of those risks associated both with economic lockdowns, but also with public health. And so this has become it was a rallying call behind the UN Secretary General's call for a global digital compact that was signed off by countries last year together with the Pact for the Future. And is now, of course, very much underlying deliberations and very much informed the G20 deliberations last year. And of course, now very much underpinning the discussions on the World Summit on the Information Society plus 20 review. So I think this context has been very important. I think the G20 from India already began to speak about data for development, not just the data in this sort of very significant big tech context, but data for development, and of course under the Indian presidency, very much the rise of the concept of digital public infrastructures, which is very often problematically conflated with digital public goods. And then we've got the Brazilian T20 presidency, which certainly picked up that agenda, emphasizing very much the need for human-centered digital economy grounded in rights and very much around international cooperation, around the discourse of the GDC. And so this task force is really built on that to ask this, what we think is quite critical question in terms of these global discussions of how do we create the digital and data ecosystems needed to transform economies and to redress digital inequality, while building a shared vision of equitable, inclusive, just, and sustainable development as these core thematics of our presidency. But just to say that these core thematics that have now been presented as quite problematic and not kind of fitting into other agendas is actually been the foundational issues of the Global Digital Compact, as I mentioned, and of these other international developments that the G20 Digital Economy Working Group in its deliberations, as it's been working over the two presidencies, but in this presidency as well, has used that as a base from which to move. So there's only one G20 country that didn't sign off on the Global Digital Compact, which was Argentina. And in these discussions, I think the G20 countries have made clear that it has been signed off at the international level. It's not being renegotiated within the G20, and we can use that as a basis, a very powerful basis to move on. So the policy briefs submitted to the task force, along with the work of the digital inclusion components of the Digital Economy Working Group, did reveal that these inequitable digital conditions that we have do require some sort of collective action, and that they extend far beyond the connectivity issues, the infrastructural issues that have been the main focus of a lot of the international work of the multilateral organizations, and of course also of the G20s. So the Indian G20 continue to pick up the ITU issue of meaningful connectivity, affordable and meaningful connectivity. But the Brazilian presidency really tried to measure that. They had a project which introduced the concept as an accepted concept for digital divides around meaningful connectivity. But I think what we've really been able to move forward in under this presidency and with the multilateral organizations is recognizing that although there are still some infrastructural deficits in certain parts of the world, and certainly if you're talking about a digital economy and need for cloud and advanced services, but if you're talking about digital inclusion, our primary constraints now are demand-side constraints relating to affordability, but driven by education and income. This patchy data that we have, this is confirmed both in the work of CETIC and the Brazilian experience and in the work of the African After Access surveys on this content. And that's not only, the importance of that is that it's not only about connectivity in order to effectively participate in the digital economy, but it's being able to, the intensity of the use, your ability to use those. So in the micro enterprise studies that have also been presented and used in the G20 now, we find that although there's a lot of talk about SMMEs and innovation, micro enterprises on the continent are predominantly not connected. And if they do have smart devices, they're only being used for WhatsApp, and that's a very basic communication. So these are really demand side constraints. We have, as it's been mentioned before, we have countries with 95, 99% coverage across the continent, basic, 4G coverage, 4G coverage, and yet they only have 20% internet penetration. So this is not just an infrastructural supply side problem. This is very much a demand side problem. And that's really the introduction of the problem of the cross-cutting issue of digital inequality, which we're trying to extend both in the work of the T20, but I think is recognized now in the G20, that it needs to be extended from an infrastructural connectivity debate to an examination of the issues underlying digital inequality, because that's where we're seeing the amplification. This is the wicked policy problem of the digital equality paradox. It's no longer just the paradox between the connected and the unconnected, but the inequalities between those who are barely connected and those who are transacting, doing stuff online, and of course even producing and stuff online, which of course, as Africa, we want to be. We don't just want to be passive users of these technologies. So this cross-cutting digital inequality really underlies the four main pillars of the Digital Economy Working Group, which are digital inclusion, DPIs, micro-enterprises, or not micro-enterprises, SMEs, and AI. And in our task force, these three issues of digital inclusion and of DPIs, and in the G20 transformative DPIs, and then of course in our group enhanced technologies. So our policy briefs included things from AI to very interesting papers on calling for harmonization of digital currencies, policy and governance of digital currencies for economic stability. Of course, the issues of the Digital Economy Working Group in relation to digitalization are very focused on the economy, but I think the recognition, particularly under current geopolitical circumstances, of the need for political stability, of legitimacy of rule of law, and of these underpinnings of our multilateral global governance systems are very important. So on that note, I'm going to ask our panelists to give us a little bit of a background into what are some of the problems and the issues of these different areas, and then they're going to give us a quick response to that, and then we're going to come back with what we think some of the solutions are. But just to tease out some of the problem in these main pillars, very ably led by our co-chairs from all over the world, but particularly over the Global South, and unfortunately not with us today. I am going to just check at one moment to see how many of them have been able to join us online, but this also comes at a busy time in the sort of digital sector with international governance forum meetings and stuff going on next week. So, Teki, can I ask you to speak to us about digital governance, which emerged so strongly under the G20 presidency, so much so that the T20 and C20 proposed a data initiative that was proposed to the South African government to take forward, and has been very much part of the AI task force. Teki, talk to us a little about the importance of data governance as a cross-cut in the digital transformation area.
Thank you very much, Alison, and thank you to the organizers of this wonderful event. So, data governance is not new to this conversation. However, one of the things that came out very strong in our exercise is how important it is for almost all the issues that we are dealing with, especially when we see technology today as the basis for socioeconomic development, especially in the global majority. Now, key to these issues, and the reason why this is extremely important stems out of a number of things. We're continuing to see a widening digital divide, which you alluded to in your introduction, particularly in the global majority. And when you specifically look at the emerging technologies, whether AI, whether digital currencies, quantum computing, and the like, you see this widening digital divide. And it's even more serious than what we were talking about 2, 3, 4 years ago. And this is of significant concern that I think the G20 needs to take a much closer look at it. Now, what is actually concerning around this, I believe yesterday, in the opening, we brought up the issue, particularly when you talk about Africa, about if you're not at the table, then you're the meal. We are beginning to see much of that, especially with emerging technologies. And what I say is that a lot of the global South participating countries, particularly also African countries, we cannot run away from a number of these emerging technologies, because to take that decision as a country essentially means that you're taking yourself out of the world. Right, so what are we faced with? We are faced with capitalization of investments in these areas concentrated with a few big countries, you know, no names mentioned, but we know them. And with that happening, what indeed is happening is that we are continuing to entrench what sometimes I call as digital colonization when it comes to everything. So we just spoke about trade, right? If the ecosystems that are supposed to facilitate digital trade continues to sit with the big companies, so the more advanced countries, what then can we do with the global South to bring in fair trading opportunities? And so these are some of the things that continue to emerge. And I think that one of the recommendations that we made, which I thought was very significant, is to start looking at data governance in a more holistic and integrated way across, you know, several cross-cutting issues. So we should not isolate data governance just as a digital issue. It needs to be centered in the trade issues. It needs to be central to the climate-related issues. It needs to be central to the sustainability issues. And we need to also make it central when we are looking at the inequalities that needs to be addressed.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Stephanie, I'm hoping that you're still there behind us. Just to say, I didn't think I said it before, maybe I did, but to say again that Teki has been a co-chair of the Digital Task Force, Digital Transformation Task Force, and so has Stephanie Deepverdien. Stephanie, I hope that you can hear us, even though we can't see you. Can you confirm that you can? Can we confirm that our people are online, please? There we are. Thank you. Stephanie, I think you've been quite involved with the development of the digital public infrastructure agenda across the G20. Of course, you know, popularized and really championed by India. Given a very much rights overlay under the G20 presidency, with the support of the very strong support of the T20 there. But I think as we're beginning to see the digital public infrastructures developing, and particularly some of the experiences and some of the enormous challenges in India, there's also been work now in talking about some of the negative spillovers that are also associated with this. So I think we're all very aware of the positive spillovers and the efficiencies and the network effects in the economy, but I think we're now beginning to see potential negative spillovers, and some work's been done on this, and I know you've been tracking some of these developments as well. We had a lot of policy responses to this very big issue of digital public infrastructures. And Stephanie, I wonder if you would just start by giving a little bit of a clarification about what is digital public infrastructure in this context, as opposed to public utilities or digital networks and infrastructure that we've been speaking about historically. Thank you so much. Stephanie, you're back. But we can't hear you. She does seem to be unmuted on her side. Okay, while we wait for Stephanie, I'm going to ask Professor Sohono. You've been very active about the importance of digital and digital transformation as an enabler, and the importance of it as being this cross-cut across these other working groups. I wondered if you could speak about that in the context of your experience on the T20 under Indonesia's presidency, and that you could also speak about some of the legacy projects and some of the benefits of that if we take these up, in the way that the G20
thank you.
get traction on.
Good morning, college, and thank you for inviting me as a former of the T20 on digital transformation co-chair. I would like to emphasizing as a digital transformation as a enabler. Yeah. Technology is a tool, but in information technology is also as enabler or in transformer. And then related with our main challenge in 2020 in Indonesia 2022, the main challenge is COVID. And we try to understand how to solve the main issue in COVID, and also how to improve the G20 member in quality of life. And digital connectivity is one of our main discussion. And there are a lot of recommendation from member from United States and also from the other from Brazil and so on and so on. And of course, there are a lot of issue must be resolved in digital connectivity, because in Indonesia, as also there are multi-resolution with the highest level of the city quality of life and also quality of service and also law in it. And of course, we need meaningful digital connectivity in the first. And of course, we try to understand what is the upper layer in connectivity is in application in smart city, smart village, smart farming, and so on and so on. And also the global collaboration in smart or in digital transformation. We also have a recommendation in international collaboration, and especially to the setup for more implementable our solution with the smarter living lab. And of course, our power is only recommendation, but the challenge, complexity for to implement of our recommendation is our big challenge. How to implement, and of course we need a sponsor, we need an actor, and also we need a sample or role. In our experiences, we set up a smarter world living lab or intelligent living lab, and recently some university in MIT, Sensibility City Lab, has interest to join implementation in the how to improve the quality of life. So we need a partner how to implement our recommendation. In Indonesian presidency, there are a lot of recommendations, more 100 recommendations, and transformation, digital transformation task force, more than 10 recommendations. But when we try to how to implement, this is a very complex and multi-phase challenges. So I think we need more realistic how to get partner, how to get the role of our member and also public participation. So I think we must anticipate for our solution in South Africa is about the solidarity, equitable, and sustainability. I think very interested, and I think yesterday we conference talk about from recommendation to implementation. I think this is one of these issue how to together. And finally, from digital divide, we talk in AI divide. So the bringing from connectivity from the data center is okay, but how to get the data and the differences between the advanced country and also local country and local culture. This is interesting. So data government framework for the future, I think is one of the issue in our recommendation and also our implementation. How more realistic recommendation and make it happen.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sahono. That actually works quite well in terms of. Okay. Yeah, we'll do that. Thanks very much. We seem to have a technical problem. It has to happen on the digital track. It always does. Just to say, it's no reflection of us. I don't know if Teki and Suhila are there. I'm hoping that our AU representative can remain on this because she was squashing us in between things. So please, as soon as we connected, I may have to jump to her. But I was just, this question that you've been raising about, you know, the smart cities and the challenges around setting up these often supplier-driven smart city models. I know you were doing interesting living lab well-being stuff, but a lot of the smart city projects have been supplier-driven models without the governance frameworks to ensure that they've been inclusive and stuff. And I think the digital public infrastructures in some ways in a post-COVID context was precisely to make sure that those massive digital investments were actually serving citizens and, you know, could play a role in public value creation, not just private value creation. But I'm just wondering if while we're waiting for these the technical connection here, if we could just take a set of questions. I think we've already set up some of the challenges that we're facing, but I think what is very interesting in the discussions that we've had so far is the very clear intersections between the digital transformation agenda and the achievement of the objectives of some of the other task forces. And just maybe by way of kicking it off, we've been discussing, and I certainly hope that Suhila will pick this up. But the African Continental Free Trade Area was obviously a critical way that the continent's countries could be mobilized around data governance, and of course now around the continental AI strategy because of the economic imperatives. If they didn't actually, mobilize, galvanize the nation states around this, the African Continental Free Trade Area doesn't work. Without the digital single market, without the digital governance, harmonized governance framework, we don't have a digital single market in terms of the hard and soft digital services. But the other thing is that we only get the kind of economies of scale and scope that you need for a data economy once you've got those kind of a harmonized market of that kind. But that's just one example. I think there's been discussions, there's a lot of research now of how the digital protocols have in many ways undermined because they're a complete replica, cut and paste, literally from the WTO. They've undermined efforts that we're looking at, constructively, preferentially enabling public value creation and local private value creation, leveraging fair competition in local environments, which the trade protocols simply override. So please, let's have a round of discussions, and then we'll hopefully join up with our panelists. So we have 2 questions here, 3. Teki, we're just going to finish up a round of questions and then we'll come back to you.
No. Thank you very much. I have a small input to make. Out of the developments that we see right now, you saw with the war in Ukraine, and you are seeing it now with the war between Iran and Israel. how digital transformation is transforming war, is transforming pain, is deepening the complexity of violence and stuff like that. And that area is developing very, very fast. The AI-controlled drones and stuff like that, the digital conflict, digitalization of conflict. What do we have to say about that? Should there be some form of regulation of this area? Because if it lands into the hands of non-state actors that are involved in fermenting conflict, we are in a serious disaster. It's a serious disaster, and this unintended consequences of robotics and digital transformation. What do we have to say about it? Thank you.
Thank you. And the question here, and I think we'll take one more then.
I'm
Desperately hold on to.
I'm Anto from ERIA, Economic Research Institute. I have just 2 points to make what Sugana said mentioned. The first one is the DPI, Digital Public Infrastructure. That could be a transformative in bringing the service delivery more efficient and inclusivity. But on the other hand, if it was not designed properly, it could further aggravate the inequality within the countries and also among the countries. So what is being discussed with the accountability of this DPI, and whether somebody is talking about it, and who could be this general architecture builder? And second thing is DPI need huge investment. And do we see any correct or optimum public-private model where there is a public goods in nature that could be brought by the DPI? On the other hand, there is a private component, and that includes that data provision and the cross-border data flows, and who will be investing in it? And it is a kind of a new type of a public-private and people partnership model, whether that is exist or not. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're going to take one more question, and then the people who are online are actually well placed, and the people on the panel to answer those. So we'll go back to them and they can answer the questions at the same time.
Thank you, Priyadarshi from RIS New Delhi. I think what you just mentioned, Chair, is that there has been a greater recognition of the contribution of digital infrastructure to connectivity, to payment settlements and other things. So while the systems are getting increasingly interoperable within the country, and if I talk of India, India has signed a couple of bilateral agreements to settle payment through UPI. But my observation is that, for financial technology, what we call in abbreviated from fintech is increasingly being viewed as a platform to access small size loans, which are very often denied by the formal sector banks because of lack of collateral. There are no predictable sources of income by the borrowers. So the borrowers who are neglected is now getting addressed. Their credit needs are getting addressed by these fintech platforms. So this digital infrastructure that is being, which is available as DPI or DPG. Now, how to leverage on those sources? Because there has been enough of evidence that this is promoting financial inclusion, more than that, bringing women to the mainstream economy. So if the panelists have anything to share from their own experiences, that would be useful. Thank you.
Thanks very much. That's a good point to go back to Stephanie. I hope, Stephanie, you're still there.
Yes, I am. And can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. And if the audio people, would you just keep the panelists up, even if they've got very big faces looking down on us, just so we know they're there. Please, Stephanie, go ahead.
Great. Yes, we're both here, so hopefully we can both jump. Thank you very much. And yeah, some of the thoughts I wanted to bring in directly pertain to the question, so that's a really nice segue. I think just thinking to the points made around the questions about digital public infrastructure and the financing and challenges, I think one important aspect of this agenda that's been increasingly come out, and I think we start to see when we look across India and then Brazil's experience, is that while DPI is sort of defined by a broad set of shared principles and case studies, there is actually diversity in how this can be implemented, and there should be diversity in how this has been implemented. But some of that is lost in a very strong directional supply side push. And so I think where I've been thinking with some colleagues in terms of how do we ensure that digital public infrastructure is doing what it is intended to do in terms of building more inclusive, sort of sustainable digital economy globally. I think there's sort of a few issues that I want to draw attention to, and I think they overlap with the questions. I'm not sure how many answers I have, but I do think that the G20 is very well positioned to bring this to the agenda and also to bring a push for greater evidence around these issues. So the first is sort of that point around financing and sustainability. We have seen a few actors very much involved in funding digital public infrastructure. And that raises questions, I think, for countries in terms of how to sustain it, especially when we think about the dependencies for this sort of mid-level of software within sort of the digital stack that also depends on connectivity, underlying inclusion, and the sort of demand and supply side factors that Alison, you brought up at the beginning as well. Digital public infrastructure doesn't work for the person at the last mile if they don't have sustainable mobile internet access or they can't access a phone that enables them to sort of use it effectively. I think alongside that, some of the other sort of questions that I've been thinking about around the financing underlying infrastructure is also thinking about this relationship between the public and private sector, especially when we look across countries. I think the case that makes sense in India will not necessarily look the same in smaller economies and countries with a smaller population. So there's been work that's been looking a bit more in terms of the power dynamics and dependencies, both within DPI, but also below and above with the role of the private sector. How do countries think about sort of commercialization, the monopolization of particular firms, and also what that does to state capacity, especially thinking about its ability to recognize and serve its citizens in the long term. So I guess sort of with that, I mean, where sort of recommendations have come out, I think is quite important, or that sort of we've sort of agreed and sort of builds from both India and Brazil, is increased attention to a sort of whole of society and people first approach to DPI. We need to be thinking about who is DPI serving and how are the sort of institutional arrangements in the present and the longer term fit for purpose from sort of the view of the citizen. And that really ties as well into the agenda around sort of basic statistics, data analysis, and evidence, and having that evidence be tailored to the countries where this is being pushed at, not just sort of the countries that are further along in the development of digital public infrastructure. I think I'll stop with that because I know there's a lot more to talk about and maybe hand over to my other panelists.
Thank you, Stephanie. I think it does address a number of the questions and a lot of points to come back to there. So hopefully we'll have another quick short round after that. But I do want to go to Suhila Amazuz, who's squashed us in a very difficult schedule. So I'm hoping she's going to be able to remain with us just to the end. But Suhila, the issues of regionalism have come up very strongly within the Digital Economy Working Group, the G20 Digital Economy Working Group, and also, of course, very much across the AI task force, where the AU, as the latest and African organizational member of the G20, is leading a number of initiatives for the G20 and particularly the AI task force. Just would speak to us about a little bit about those, about the importance of this regional moment that we might be seeing for a number of reasons.
Thank you, Alison. Do you hear me?
We do, but if you could speak up a little bit, that would be great. Or maybe we can get a little adjustment on the volume.
Is it better now?
It is, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. It is my pleasure to participate in this T20 discussion, which is complementing the ongoing discussion within the Digital Economy Working Group and also the task force that was established this year by South Africa presidency. So I may say, like the priorities that are presented this year by the presidency for discussion, namely the digital inclusion, DPI, and also artificial intelligence, the narrative surrounding artificial intelligence, as well as the digital entrepreneurship, and also how to help these small enterprises to harness the potential of technology. All of them, they are in line with the digital agenda of the continents, as we are in the process of implementing key strategic frameworks that we have adopted in recent years, digital transformation, and also laying the foundation for the development of artificial intelligence. So we believe as a continent, because like we have a continent of 55 countries, and we have like a specific context, like when we say that we have the global principles that lay the foundation for interoperability, and also like regulating the global digital space, and also enabling cooperation. We see now efforts from the United Nations to bring all countries together to facilitate global digital cooperation through the adoption of the Digital Compact last year, which we believe it is a big step, but also at the regional level, also there is a need also like to bring countries together, because like there is difference between regions, and we believe regional bodies like the African Union have a key role to play, because we are closer to the countries, and also we can respond to the specific realities of the countries. As you know, for instance, in Africa, we have challenges of digital connectivity and digital skills. So for us, working on this digital inclusion, it is a top priority. At the same time, also, we have adopted last year a continental strategy on artificial intelligence that aims to put forward an Africa-centric artificial intelligence and inclusive AI that is in position to support the development agenda of the country. So we focus mainly on the socio-economic development. So there is a need to reinforce the role of these regional bodies, but at the same time also to take into account the global context, as we're living in interconnected and interdependent world. So maybe on the DPI aspect, I would say that from our side, we see DPI as kind of game changer for the development and also integration, because it is about integrating digital systems and also creating interoperability, which is needed now that all services, they are delivered through digital platforms. So it is important to have this interoperability within countries, but also between countries, because from our side, our continental approach is through the Agenda 2063 is the development and integration of the continent. So for us, we want to go beyond integration at national level and interoperability at national level, but to extend it to the intra-Africa interoperability to support the intra-Africa digital trade, as you mentioned, the CFTA, and also to build that inclusive digital economy. Maybe for the challenges that we may face in implementing DPI is how to adapt to the reality of each country, because there is already kind of systems that are in place, and also how to come up with an institutional arrangements or governance that may meet the needs and also the realities of each country, knowing that in Africa we have the digital divide, but also we have a digital divide within the continent. As you mentioned, like some countries, they are somehow more advanced than others, and for us as an organization, we need to see how to bring them all together. I stop here, but I am ready to respond to any additional question. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Suhila. I want to come back to our panelists in the room. Teki, I wonder if you'd respond to some of the questions that were raised, but also just maybe to elaborate on some of the other recommendations. Stephanie has mentioned the recommendation on supporting the call within the Global Digital Compact and now within the G20 Digital Economy Working Group with multilateral organizations trying to fund the kinds of digital statistics that we need for proper evidence-based interventions on the continent and across the globe in the light of the patchy evidence we have. So as a T20 group, this seems like a critical aspect of our basic data that we need before we get into other kinds of data. But I wondered if you just speak to some of the questions that were raised, maybe also the cross-cuts across the other task force. And Professor Sohono, if you would after that.
Yeah,
also.
I think the question, there was a question that I was going to comment on about the fact that these digital technologies are not only enabling growth, but it's also widening the gap. And my response to that, and also linked to some of the things we are calling for now, is one of the reasons why we need to approach these issues with a people first. Because without the people first approach to a number of these digital technologies, we are unable to address the significant challenges, particularly with the global south. My organization has done quite a lot of work around how technology is implemented across board, right from the policy level to the lower level where these technologies are affecting day-to-day lives of African citizens. And one of the things we see is that while it may not be the intention, and I think that's why the recommendation we are making on an integrated approach, a people-first approach to data governance is also important, is because most of the policies that we are currently seeing around data governance is not integrated well enough. And so we have these broad policies that speak to all the wonderful things that we want to hear: fairness, just, equity. But when we get down to the issue of implementation, it is not equitable enough. And that is because we're not deliberate. We're not making sure that beyond having the high-level policy framework, we are integrating these, whether it's in line with global norms or standards, whether it's national, whether it's regional, we're not making sure that we are integrating it into the lower end of the chain. And so the recommendations that are coming across are extremely important. The other side of it is also that we haven't in the past really looked at data governance from the cross-cutting urge, right? So we normally maybe focus on just AI, but we're not focusing on the integration of AI with health. We're not focusing on the integration of AI with trade, or even the question around security. And when that then happens, what then happens is that we have policies that are generalistic, but they are not specific to addressing the challenges that each of these various, let me call them sectors for lack of a better word, how each of these sectors is impacted. And so the recommendations that are coming out strongly, especially even when you look at the policy papers that we reviewed and all of that, is that we need to probably take another look again at what we're calling data governance. And we need to be intentional about it. We need to ensure that it is integrated across board. And that's why I think this digital transformation task force is extremely important. And it's also extremely important for us to probably have cross-working relationships with other task forces to ensure that most of these issues are addressed at the very core.
Thanks very much, Teki. Professor Sohono, would you like to answer?
Thank you very much. So when we talk about the equitability, solidarity, and also sustainability, we talk about quality of service, quality of life between advanced country and also developing country. So how to transform from the developed country and also how to bridging the developing country and for developed country. In the transformation, digital transformation is one of the enabler to make breaking more closer and closer. In the digital transformation, we need in the old of transformation, we need technology, people, and also process. The difference between short and also not and not short is technology readiness. Technology in connectivity, 5G, 2G, 3G, and so on and so on. And of course, our challenge is definition of the quality of life in a developed country, and maybe the happiness of the people from Korea and Indonesia is different. We need reality of the definition of the quality of life. And our task in the transformation is how to transform, becoming better and better. And of course, in the second, after technology is people. Digital literacy is one of the components of the digital transformation. And the third is governance. Governance, developed country, outside and not is also maybe different because the behaviors, because of the culture, because of the, and for the new of the transformation, we can add data. And the next is artificial intelligence. How make efficient or how make effectively of our life, AI can assist us. But the problem is data. How to learn about the situation, real situation, and the gap between the developed country and local country, local or developing country is also challenges. Last month, we workshop with the Stanford Institute for AI Human Center. There is a bias and also a gap between the data sourcing between developing country using English, using global English and language, and then comparable with the local language. So how to learn about the data with the different of data. So the data captures, data infrastructure is one of our challenge. So in digital transformation for the data framework of our integration, but we must be careful to define of the integration, because in our new world is only one global culture or manage of our different culture in the world. So I think the homework for the recommendation in data framework. AI is more, yes, I think more easy, comparable how to provide the data. And then data inter-border, inter-city, inter-country, it is also challenges. So our challenge for the future.
Thank you so much, Professor Sohana. That's very much part of the recommendations here, that we're not only talking about the governance of harms that have been the program around the G20 for a long time, very much focusing on quite individualized notions of harm, privacy, but also about the economic regulation that we need in order to redress the current very uneven distribution of opportunities we have. And that requires regulating our, as we've argued in the data policy framework in Africa, and I'll ask Hila to talk about this, about the preferential access by local SMEs, entrepreneurs, researchers, etc. And then, of course, the shared access amongst African researchers, but also accessing, just on an equivalency basis, the big tech data that Northern Europeans, universities already have access to that our universities don't. So there's a big component of that access to regulation, and it's actually a deliverable within the Digital Economy Working Group and aligns very much with some of the recommendations being made here. On which note, I'll just ask Suhila to come in. And Suhila, if you would just speak about that a little bit more, building on some of the linkages that are being made very strongly at the global level between the importance of data governance as a public good, as a global digital public good, that is a critical input into the into AI systems and AI development, and that's really where we address some of the inequities, not only at the user end, at the distribution end, where the majority of Africans are invisible, discriminated against, in these AI systems as they play out with these unrepresentative data sets that exist at the big social networking level. But Sohila, please speak a little bit about the data governance and AI track within the AI task force.
Thank you, Alison. Yes, indeed, there is this outcome, like one of the deliverables of the task force is data governance. It is the intersection between data governance and development of artificial intelligence. And we have said that this year the narrative is really to push for more inclusive and equitable artificial intelligence that can benefit all people and nations across the world. And AI that can address the current gap. So, if we take it from an African perspective, from our side, we started working on data governance since 2022, where we adopted the Continental Data Policy Framework. We identified from the beginning, like the principles of data integrity, transparency, and data justice, as we aim to have equal representation of all people in the digital space, and also to ensure that all any data processing or usage or collection is done within respect of the law and transparent, and also ensure accountability in the use of the data across the continent. We know that there is a gap across the continent as we have to improve our data storage capacities, and also at the same time also are working on building the data governance capabilities of countries. So the link between data governance and AI, as that we know that artificial intelligence is based on the data. It is the quality of data will determine the quality of the AI systems and products. And if we rely exclusively on data that is generated or processed in developing countries or in by specific institutions, we may not have equal representation in the use of AI. So for us, we aim to create this link, and also to ensure that data is made available, like to create value from data, and also to make our data available to be used and reused by the different stakeholders, while at the same time, like putting the necessary safeguards to ensure the protection, and also to ensure that the data is used in line with the existing regulations, both at national level and also regional and global practices. So the discussion is very important, because we know that both the AI governance and data governance landscapes, they are fragmented. There is no yet like a global consensus on how to, especially on the cross-border issues. So but we aim to advance the discussion this year through the task force to create a kind of rapprochement between the different views, and also to see how we can make data governance regimes or data governance frameworks that can work, that can support an AI development, because now the AI is in the process of being like used in each sector, like it is transformative and very disruptive technology, and without like a careful governance of data, we may replicate the existing inequalities and also create maybe additional biases and discrimination if we are not carefully using data. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Sohila. So many things we want to pick up there, and going back to the local large language modeling and these interesting governance mechanisms that are being discussed both within applications of G20 issues in South Africa, but also across the continent. But unfortunately, not time now. I want to quickly ask Stephanie before she leaves us. One of the recommendations really responds to something that perhaps is tacitly within the T20 Digital Economy Working Group, very much at the top of mind for multilateral organizations that have traditionally been quite siloed in the dealing of telecommunications historically, and data economy largely unregulated until relatively recently, and of course now efforts to regulate AI. And just wanted to go to your question that the one thing that we could not get consensus on with the Global Digital Compact was the governing of AI for war. So that as part of this kind of the re-emphasis of sovereignty, that was the one issue that we've not, around armaments, around nuclear and AI, we cannot get countries to agree on that. So Stephanie, I wanted you to speak to us. We've spoken about the enormous challenges around new institutional arrangements that we need in order to effectively govern data in a data economy, whether for DPI, whether for AI, because of the siloed regulatory regimes that we have, and the need for intersectoral regulation between traditional sector regulators, telecoms, now new information regulators, but also the more cross-cutting competition labor regulators. So I think that's an important contribution and would resonate with some of the things that the G20 is grappling with, but hasn't actually formally spoken about.
Yeah, thanks, Alison. Yeah, and I think as you say, it is sort of a really tricky area, because as we see and as was raised in the question as well, when we sort of look at the use of AI in warfare and conflict, you end up with the intersection of sort of geopolitics with the sort of ideally or trying to sort of keep some of the sort of agreements around data sort of as well out of politics, but very much political, very much bound up in geopolitics as well. And I mean, I think where my thinking is going on this, and I know it doesn't really help, but I think if we think about some of the uses of AI in war and some of the sort of more potential harmful uses that we're already seeing unfold in conflict already globally, is that there is space for opportunity in terms of, on one side, we do have existing regulations that talk about just war. Yes, it's not AI specific, but there are broad principles. And if then on the other side, we're able to keep on pushing forward with this greater alignment around a set of principles that govern data governance in a way that is intended to be sort of inclusive, equitable, address histories of injustice, but is intended to at least try to distribute and ensure the realization of value across people and countries. If that is sort of the aim and we can establish some alignment there, and then we do have existing just war agreements and things that do exist, that there is the potential for that to meet in the middle. It's not easy, and I think sort of the current geopolitics will get in the way, but I think there is an opportunity in spaces potentially like the G20 that are sort of collaborative and not necessarily binding to sort of create some of this space for discussion and try to sort of meet and address some of these sort of difficult issues. But sort of thinking again about what do we already have? What do we need from the governance of data globally to sort of address some of the siloed approaches and enable an approach that is a bit more joined up and aligned and recognizes the cross-cutting issues of data and digital technologies. And then from there, move us to then think through some of these trickier issues that we're already seeing unfold in the world. But hopefully that helps a bit. And just to say, I will have to jump off in a couple of minutes. I think we're all jumping off, but thank you for the chance to participate online.
Not at all. Thank you so much, Stephanie, for that. I think we've got a few minutes to take a quick one or two questions from the floor, and then we'll ask our remaining panelists, hopefully Sahila's still online, just to respond to those. But I think what's become very clear, and it also speaks to some of the structural design of the G20, is that historically these issues have been dealt primarily within departments of communication in many of our things. I know some countries don't have that format, but most countries do. And so it's tended to be in one of the sectoral silos and having to kind of reach out to other ones. So I think even within the Digital Economy Working Group itself, there's now language around the need for transversal digital policy that is, really looking at the main reason for, lack of internet connectivity actually being education, human development challenges, not only the supply side sort of infrastructural challenges. So I think that a lot of that has come out in the discussion, and the need for you know, an integrated and intersectional regulation in order to address these really complex issues. And then I think, you know, at the national level, institutions are struggling with. Could we have one or two? We probably can't manage more than that. Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you to the panelists. My name is Rion. I'm from the Y20, so it's great to be here with our neighbor engagement track today. My question links to the fact that the Y20 also has a working group focused on the theme of AI and digital transformation. So I'm quite keen to hear from the panel what their perspectives and their discussions have been around how young people, and what are the entry points for young people to be both catalysts for this transformation that needs to happen, but also to protect them from some of the dangers, because they are one of the groups that are most vulnerable to the disruptions that technology and AI is bringing. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a great question. Can we take one more? Please go ahead. We're hoping that the gender balance on the panel takes care of the room.
Thank you very much. My question is, at what stage are we also going to think of data reparations? Because we continuously have this divide versus dividend when it comes to data. And for most of the time, we are focusing on dividends, but the divide, because technically, the Global South in general and Africa in particular, we don't own the data, but the data is ours. So there is commodification of this data. For example, I have a Facebook wall, but I have to pay to access it. And after I access it, I post my content, which is appropriated, and billionaires are made in the making. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's start with Professor Hon.
Okay, thank you. Data is an asset, data is a capital. So I think very important. So when we make some system of this artificial, we try to make a model with AI as an enabler, AI as a tool. But before the AI as an analytic tool, we need data as a sensor, data sensing, how to capture. And then after that, we give acting in digitalization or digital twin. We have 5 levels. One is data captures, how to get the data, and with the big data, and then how to describe with this data descriptive analytic. After we can describe the analytic, we predictive analytic, and then prescriptive, and then finally it's autonomous, how to make autonomous without people. So the layer of the problem in its south or in north is I think the different challenges. So how to overcome in south and north, and then we can make solidarity on also in equitability. And also with Dr. Anbu, we work for sustainability. Okay. Because data is very digital twin is one of the solution in real time, more near real time solution. We are talk with the area Dr. Anbu. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, the digital twinning and some of the alternatives, we've been asked to propose, you know, alternatives to enable more equitable, inclusive, just. So these more practical, technical examples we need to pursue, you know, with our within the T20 and with our knowledge communities. Absolutely. Teki, can you give us 1 minute, and then I'll get 1 minute from Suhila.
Yes. So one of the solutions that we were advocating for, which I believe also cuts across to the youth, is around solutions that do not just address the harms, but look at the, you know, distribution chains, and then addresses the opportunities that must exist for all these parties. I mean, we did not have the time to, you know, to put it in more detail, but essentially there's a lot of focus on people first. And by people first, there's a huge recognition of the very, let's call it, individualistic nature of communities, of their cultures, and how that can play a significant role in how we develop these data governance frameworks as well. And I think that in a way also goes to address issues around reparations to a large extent, particularly when it comes to AI. We see there's a vast, especially when you're looking at the African continent, where we are heavily consuming and we're not necessarily churning out. There's a bigger call to start looking at better ways of addressing the AI infrastructure and providing a more equitable base for the engagement of the global south, which would then include African countries. But having said that, and knowing that I'm known to stir controversies, right? And knowing that the African Union is here, I also want to say that the African Union has a very good opportunity with most of its policies and its frameworks, including the AFCFTA and the others that we have looked at, to explore better ways of addressing this issue of what I will call indigenous African data. Clearly, AI is not just data. To me, AI is the infrastructure that backs the data. And so if you look at the economics around, that is why most of the global south and the developing economies are not necessarily reaping the benefits of these, reaping significant benefits, economic benefits from the development and use of these technologies. We're already late in the day to some extent, but not too late. And so I think we also need to be more creative and innovative around particularly indigenous global south or African or cultural related data to ensure that we are able to get equitable use, particularly for our innovators in our different ecosystem, but also to make sure that we have a fair playing field when it comes to further development and use within our ecosystem. Yeah.
Thanks so much, Teki. And Suhila, that was a question to you and a challenge, I guess, to the AU. Perhaps you'd like to respond.
Thank you for the questions. From my side, I would say that addressing the digital and AI divides should start by addressing the data debate, because like we know that data is the center of the digital transformation, and all people and nations across the world should have the control over their data, like to have the control to generate value, to be well represented, to be well used, like used in a lawful and also transparent way, for people to be able to be represented with their differences of languages and cultures, and also socio-economic situation. It is important that the digital environment reflects the reality as it is. Like as we see now, like there is kind of dominance from some languages, and also there is kind of inequality in the digital space. But with addressing the data aspect, I think we can bring more representation and more diversity to the digital space. And with this, we'll also enable people to have equal opportunities, because like we see now, data-driven systems like technologies and also the digital economy, like is not opportunities are not equitably distributed. So I think through access and an effective use of data, also we can create equal opportunities. On the youth aspect, I would say that youth is high on the agenda of the African Union. We have a special envoy on youth, and in recent years We have dedicated programs also to raise awareness and also to build capacity of the African youth on the importance of digital and emerging technologies. So for instance, last year, we adopted the continental strategy on artificial intelligence. Immediately after our office on youth, they developed the policy framework for how to promote the AI utilization and also how to identify areas where African youth can invest or also can have the interest. So things are moving very fast, and we know that the future of Africa lays in its youth. And from the technological perspective, we have very motivated and tech-savvy youth. We have more than 60% of African people who are less than 25 years. So we believe that by building their capacity, we will be able to create the digital future that we aim for. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sahila. I think we've run out of time. But I just did want to say that the inclusion of the African Union and its leadership in many parts of the AI task force agenda, and of course within the digital economy working group, and responsible in leading several of these deliverables, including around data governance and some of the AI specific issues that we're looking at, really through the South African presidency's direction on this has really allowed some of these really quite extraordinary 50 very diverse country frameworks that we are trying to pull together to be showcased and to actually stand alongside the usual touchstones in the G20 that are kind of the reference points on data, on various forms of regulation, but data regulation in particular. And I think even if then some of them are, in fact, far more progressive than the global governance status quo where we are, and so they may probably be walked back from. But the fact that they've really compelled G20 countries to engage around these issues of, not necessarily reparations, but around the inequities that we see and the amplification of inequality occurring through this enormous concentration of ownership and of wealth and surplus in the global north. So I think the T20's recommendations very much speak to those, and hopefully we will see some traction. Critical things that have come up within the G20 that have been agreed, if you put them in the context, for example, I know the issue of cross-border data flows has come up very strongly. This has been within the multilateral system been pushed for a long time to try and open up markets and get free flow, including for trade. But if you don't create a fair competitive environment and you demand the free flow and from the G20 free flow of trust, but without ensuring that it is a trusted environment, you will simply perpetuate the current enormous asymmetries we have around data and therefore data value and data power. Currently, we have about 70% of data flowing out of the continent and only 30% in. If we simply say, open up cross-border data flows, firstly, the very big tech companies come in, which they've already done. There are a number of solutions that we've suggested around digitization of databases in order to have our own databases, not needing to require reparations on them. And when we've gone to implement those solutions, we've had Google or AWS or somebody come in with the governments, with these regional bodies, preventing, saying, we'll do this for free and expropriating that data. So I think it's been a really useful location of some of these issues in the very real, highly inequitable environment that we currently face on the continent. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Alison. Thank you to your team and the panel, and it was really informative. Again, we're going to do a photo op. Let me give you some small token of appreciation from the organizers. While that's happening, can I call upon Professor Bradlow to come and start the next session, which is on, sorry, I'm getting a bit confused here. which is on financing for sustainable development. And then you can introduce your.
Okay. Yeah. Even earlier. Okay. Can I invite my co-panelists to come up and join us? Dr. Priyadarshi Dash, Ms. Hannah Ryder, Dr. Garth Lepere, and Mr. Artem Levenkov. What are you going to do? Too short, is that the problem? So good morning, everyone. I'm Danny Bradlow from SIA and the University of Pretoria. Let me begin by introducing the panelists a little bit more formally. I'm not going to give you biographies because time is important, but beginning right at the end is Dr. Garth Lepere, who, despite what the program says, doesn't come from the University of Pretoria, but from the Mapungubwe Institute of Strategic Reflection. Next to him is Hannah Ryder, who is my co-chair of this Sustainable Finance Working Group, and more importantly, the CEO of Development Reimagined. Next to her is Mr. Artem Levenkov, who is from the Eurasian Fund for Stabilization and Development in Russia. And next to him is Dr. Priyadarshi Dash, who's a research and information system from the Research and Information System for Developing Countries in India. I think the financing for sustainable development is a critical working group for the G20 as well as for the T20. And if we're looking for a silver lining in the sad state of the world at the moment, it might be that the possibility for reform of the international financial system looks like it's a realistic possibility at the moment. We'll have to test that in the course of this discussion. But I want to begin by saying that finance has always been critical to the G20. The G20 was formed in the mid-1990s in response to the Asian financial crisis and a recognition from the G7 that they were no longer capable of managing the global financial system and that they needed to bring in other major countries to do that. At that level, at that time, it was just the ministers of finance and central bank governors who were involved. When the global financial crisis hit in 2008, it was upgraded to a summit so that heads of state and heads of government would participate. You would think after all that time that the financial system would have been improved and would be working well today. But I think if there's one thing you could probably get agreement on in the G20 is the statement that the system needs to be reformed. I think the minute you get beyond that and ask people what they mean by reform, there'll be no agreement. But the mere fact that the system is failing and not working is clear to everyone. There's hundreds of trillions of dollars in the global financial system, but it's incapable of delivering enough financing for development in developing countries. It can't deliver sustainable, inclusive, equitable development to people, and it is governed by a system that fails to include all the states in a way that's equitable and inclusive. So at both the level of the state and at the level of communities and individuals, it's failing. What does that mean for us? Well, it means that the second thing, as I said at the beginning, is there's an opportunity for reform. It's not the first time there's been an opportunity for reform. There have been a number of opportunities going back to the new international economic order, even before that probably, but certainly since then there have been calls. And in fact, it's important to remember that the most radical reform of the system was introduced by the United States, by President Nixon in the 1970s, by ending the Bretton Woods system. So the purpose of our panel today is to see how do we capitalize on this moment of potential opportunity. And the question I've asked each of the panelists to begin with an opening statement answering is, what are your 3 top proposals that the G20 should support to promote more affordable and predictable flows of finance to low and middle income countries? And what do you suggest that the G20 and others should do to make your particular proposal workable? I think what we'll do is we'll start on my far left and go down. I've asked each person to spend about 6 to 8 minutes speaking. I'll give you a 1-minute warning if you're going too long, but I want us to be able to have as much of an interactive dialogue as possible. So Garth, over to you. Do you want to come up here? Oh. Yes, because we don't have microphones up here.
Yeah, thank you very much for this opportunity. I want to focus my remarks on the problem of capital adequacy frameworks, because I think this has not enjoyed the kind of prominence that it deserves on the G20 radar since the expert panel released its report in 2022, I think it was, under the Indonesian presidency. Now, there was a very important progress report that was released in October last year that is quite insightful and important. Insightful and important because the report shows that multilateral development banks together have generated 300,000 to 400,000 billion in additional lending capacity, which is quite substantial, over the next 10 years, which should be of direct benefit to low and middle income countries as a direct consequence of these capital adequacy reforms. So maybe, we can debate the politics and the ideology, but the financial model of multilateral banks, it seems to me, appears to be quite solid in meeting the promise of the capital adequacy framework agenda. However, must add this rider very quickly, that the financial policies of multilateral development banks still remains a critical policy and a strategic imperative going forward. The crux of the problem, however, it seems that there is no clear answer to what constitutes adequate capital for an NDB in terms of the lending volumes. Now, a lot of you might be aware that multilateral development banks are not subject to regulatory guidelines and requirements, unlike commercial banks, which have Basel III, which guide them on things like capital adequacy, liquidity standards, risk management, transparency, and so forth, and so on and so forth. MDBs, however, do have 2 unique qualities. Let me mention these very quickly. Their credit risk is very low. Credit risk is very low, since they mainly lend to low and middle income countries, and importantly, they benefit from what is called the preferred creditor status. There's another acronym for you, PCS, which means that borrowers, as a matter of principle, prioritize paying an MDB even if they face financial stress. The other is that multilateral banks, even if they face serious crises, have recourse to callable capital, backed by shareholder guarantees with a nominal value of $1.2 trillion spread over the 11 multilateral banks. So as per the request to discipline us with our 3 proposals, here they are, Professor Bradlow. The first is that the G20 should revisit the CAF panel proposal that multilateral development banks and shareholders set up a working group to agree on standards for preferred creditor status, for callable capital, and other aspects of MDB capital adequacy. This will ensure, I think, that low and middle income countries do not have to experience the onerous burdens of access to capital from multilateral development banks. The second is that the G20 should provide prudential oversight in ensuring that the management and shareholders of multilateral development banks design capital adequacy frameworks that accord with their own understanding of risk and their definition of risk premiums. And as such, they should not be beholden to the arcane and arbitrary methodologies of credit rating agencies. Actually, if you think about it, this was a very important recommendation that arose from the Financial Stability Board in the aftermath of the 2008 global financial crisis, that is after the 2009 G20 Pittsburgh Summit. And then finally, urgent action is required on capital adequacy frameworks by the G20 so as to ensure that the additional gains and the multiplier effects flowing from those in lending capacity beyond the 300 to 400 billion can be achieved for the benefit of low and middle income countries, but more specifically for least developed countries of the African continent. My final word on this one is that there is an additional benefit in the sense that a growing number of private actors who cooperate with multilateral development banks on blended finance initiatives and modalities would have more of an incentive to mobilize increased resources for financing sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you, Garth. Hannah, okay.
We'll keep with the precedent already set. So I'm going to speak from the perspective of, again, sort of very Africa first outcomes. And in particular, also because it's not, I not only have the honor of being the co-chair on this Financing for Development task force, but also being on the G20 Africa Experts panel, where we've been discussing some of these issues as well. So I have three proposals, as you asked, Danny. And the first is that the G20 should commit to increasing the concessionality of the system. Increasing the concessionality of the international financial system can be achieved in a great deal of ways. And it can be achieved by both creditors and also debtors. What we've just had presented to us, for example, is proposals on how capital adequacy can also help with increasing at least the access to concessional finance. But there's also others. So, for example, borrower coordination, whereby borrowers look at what are the best kinds of deals, interest rates, experience that they've had with different creditors and engage with them, can lead to an increase in the concessionality because they're always going to be driving for more concessionality. Creditors can take action to increase their concessionality, things like adapting their attitude to risk. They can also, for example, where the MDBs are concerned, they can also start to think about structuring new models. My firm, for example, has come up with the idea of a borrowers club, which is based on the work and principles of Muhammad Yunus in microfinance, but applying that to the macro level where you would have several countries taking out collective loans. That's something that multilateral development banks can do and ultimately, in a sense, should have been doing for a very long time. So that's the first, G20 to commit to increasing the concessionality of the international financial system, however big or small it is. The second is for the G20 to commit to correcting the market failures in macroeconomic and risk analysis. When we talk about risk analysis, the first operators that come into mind there are credit rating agencies. And we all know there's been a major concern about just how much bias there is with credit rating agencies and the outcomes from the investor perspective.
especially for African countries. So there are actions that the G20 can take, including legislation. They can also take actions to regulate credit rating agencies in order to address that sort of bias. For example, requiring that credit rating agencies only provide ratings of countries in which they have an office and therefore have local information. I mean, it seems so basic, but it just doesn't even exist at the moment, except in the EU, of course. However, there's also other stakeholders that are involved, and even credit rating agencies themselves derive a lot of information, in particular from the debt sustainability assessments by the IMF and World Bank. IMF and World Bank are surveillors of countries, but they surveil countries in different ways. And that in itself creates an economic market failure. When you surveil one country with one methodology and you surveil another country with a different methodology, which is what the debt sustainability framework does, you do something which in economics we call the market for lemons effect. And it means that some countries are seen as second-hand cars, whereas other ones are seen as new cars. And that in itself creates some real problems. So there are changes to be made to the debt sustainability frameworks, making sure that all countries are assessed in the same way. Then on top of that, in terms of their assessment, when countries do take out debt, for example, the assets that they create from the debt should be accounted for, not just the liability of the debt. Because again, you create an implicit automatic expectation of risk there by not taking into account the asset. And just reduce the scope for qualitative information. Whenever there's qualitative information, there is a real opportunity for bias. So we really need to close the scope for that when it comes to IMF and World Bank surveillance, and when it comes to credit rating agency surveillance as well. Last recommendation, as I said, the second one was correcting those market failures. And then the third recommendation is around the G20 committing to IMF quota reform. So this is where things go wrong in the system. Flexibility, making sure that there is flexibility for the countries that need it. Again, my firm, we've worked with a think tank called Asset, I think who are also represented here, on the idea of doubling the shares of African countries in IMF quotas. Right now we have 5%. That's less than a good number of the G20 countries individually. That can be broadly achieved as the existing formula did. The formula wasn't introduced in the first place when IMF quotas were introduced. They were negotiated and then a formula was created and backcast to fit what those quotas are. So we'd basically try to do the same thing. So the G20 agrees to double African shares and then to reflect this in the quota formula. And that can be achieved by backcasting, by replacing the variability variable in the quota formula by the SDR utilization rate. This would help really shift how IMF quotas are available for African countries, in particular, to be able to access flexible financing from the world's lender of last resort. So those are my three proposals, Danny. Not saying that alongside this, of course, we always get this question of, well, is there too much pressure being applied on the international system, and what are African countries doing, and so on. I think we have to take it as a given that while working on things like IMF quota reform, African countries and the AU are still working on an African monetary fund and other types of management of finance. While working on these macro failures, African countries are working on their own credit rating agency. So all of that will continue on as required by African countries. But the question is here for the G20, how can the G20 contribute to reinforcing what African countries and governments are already doing? Thank you.
Thanks, Hannah, and thanks to you and Garth for sticking to time so well as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and on guests, I would like to thank our task force chairs for organizing our work and all of the task members of Task Force 3 for great work. Let me focus in my speech on two important issues. The first one is the need to strengthen the global financial safety net and making it more responsive to the need of low and middle income countries. And the second thing is, the important one is the implementation of the MDB's roadmap, which was prepared during the Brazilian presidency. Let me first speak about the need to strengthen the global financial safety net. Recent global financial turbulence has underscored the critical importance of the robust GFSN, including the roles not only of IMF, which was spoken about, but also the regional line of defense, the regional financing arrangements. In my opinion, there are two challenges for the GFSN right now: the uneven geographical coverage and lack of efficient coordination about the different elements of the GFSN. First of all, we should say that regional financing arrangements do not cover most of Africa, including sub-Saharan Africa, as well as significant parts of the Eurasian region and the Latin America. So while Africa had made strides through regional integration and cooperation, it lacks a dedicated stability mechanism capable of supporting countries in times of crisis, providing them liquidity and complementing existing global arrangements like IMF. In this context, the idea of establishing an African stability mechanism is very important and up to date. The African stabilization mechanism should be well resourced with access to concessional financing to be able to serve all the countries of the African continent. There are different models for resource mobilization for regional financing arrangements. It could be market-based financing, contributions from member states, or central bank financing in the form of swaps. The African stabilization mechanism could consider any of the above-mentioned types of financing, and that will allow the stabilization mechanism to lend to the African countries at concessional and comparable to IDA interest rates. I think it's very important. The proposal for G20 should promote the establishment of African stabilization mechanism as soon as possible. The second thing that I want to mention is the work on MDB's reform. Let me call the International Financial Architecture Working Group to expand the coverage that are involved in this MDB's roadmap, especially for regional and sub-regional ones. Now, smaller MDBs are not involved in the monitoring and reporting process of this MDB's reform. And let me suggest paying more attention to this entire family of MDB's institutions. I assume that regional and sub-regional MDBs should be involved in order to work together to push the frontiers as MDBs as a system. The proposal is that G20 should encourage regional, sub-regional MDBs to embrace a lending capacity expansion strategy consistent with their specific strengths and weaknesses. Available options for capital increase for MDBs are new member states, membership expansion by attracting regional and sub-regional members, like new institutional investors, and other methods like rechanneling of SDRs. And the third proposal for G20, which is closely connected with this MDB roadmap, is to enhance lending in local currencies. As we all know, that developing countries raise the issue of local currency lending is a pressure one. Borrowers receive explicit exchange rate risk due to lending in US dollars, for instance. So that's why it's important to take steps forward to increase this local currency lending. It can be done in different forms and ways. For instance, some MDBs could make special strategies and targets in their strategies, how to increase this local currency lending. We see a good example, for instance, of the new development bank. It has this target in its strategy, the target of the percentage, the share of local currency lending in the portfolio. So it's very important to have this good practice for another MDBs and their strategies. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks very much, Artem. Hiratashi.
Thank you, Danny. Good afternoon, everybody. I think my colleagues have made interesting observations on the task force issues that we have dealt. I think Michael made our job easy yesterday. He highlighted all possible issues that finance track is grappling with and what are the areas they are really find it tough to negotiate. You know, Danny, you mentioned about the reform of the international financial system. If you have seen the declarations of G20 BRICS since beginning of their deliberations, two sentences will definitely be there. A reform of IMF, ensuring a free, fair WTO system is there in all declarations. So what is really bothering is that the pace of reforms within IMF, within the international financial system, has been slow, piecemeal, hence very frustrating for us to visualize whether we are really moving in a direction, and that impatience is felt. Now, what we are talking about over the past 1.5 days is to see that something should happen so that we get recharged. Yes, the multilateral system is delivering. Now, if I begin with what Danny you observed in the beginning, the financial crises have been recurring in 90s in East Asia, the last decade in Latin America, in 2008. Why these things are happening? There are potential inherent deficiencies in the system. The design of the system was created in 1945 after the Second World War. We have never thought of overhauling that system. So what is needed is to look at, examine all possible dimensions of reforms rather than addressing them in a piecemeal fashion, which the overall outcome is frustrating. Let me begin with MDB. Anna, you mentioned about development finance concessionality. Now, there is a report by OECD on multilateral development finance in 2024. What they have found that the concessional finance window is shrinking. And what is happening, their overall leverage has increased. It is because of the non-concessional financing, which they are leveraging on the market instruments. So what is happening? The concessional window is shrinking, the non-concessional financing is increasing, so the overall financing through the leveraging capacity of the MDBs is looking bigger. But that is not addressing the issues of the low and middle income countries because they need finance to support SDG. And if you believe the numbers that are generated by institutions, 4 trillion plus annual financing requirement to meet SDGs. Michael was referring yesterday that we need, UN Secretary General has proposed 500 billion SDG stimulus per year. These numbers doesn't look fancy. These are actual requirements. Even it will multiply as we go on grappling with the geopolitical uncertainty. So what has been the G20 work on MDB reforms since Italy, Indonesia, India, and then Brazil, that they have seen that there is a lot of potential for reforms within the MDB system, and because the 6% decline in the core contributions to the multilateral development finance system is a worrisome trend. So what is needed is a system-wide perspective and to see that additional donor contributions are needed. The first recommendation for you, Danny, as you said that it's like T20 cricket. So he has said that you have to score 50. So the batting strategy is to mention that let me hit a 6 in the beginning if I can. So the first thing would be leveraging on co-financing and blended finance options. The co-financing, because not a single MDB could would like to expose to a particular country, to a particular project 100%, because they have to distribute their scarce resources among all low and middle income countries. So all MDBs could explore the possibility of co-financing, which is increasing in their balance sheet if you see the annual reports. Second, blended finance. We have been talking about mobilizing greater private capital for 4 decades. We are still talking about that. So what is preventing the private sector to forthcome and contribute to the development finance? There are risk perceptions. How to dismantle, demystify the high risk perception they have? So leveraging on the official finance, concessional finance to release more private capital, address their risk concerns through guarantee, through risk mitigation mechanisms, so that could sort of release more capital and perhaps convince them to contribute to the development finance. There are so many issues. There are commitment fees and such as they charge on concessional products. There is some evidence that IMF has reduced the charges and surcharges by 36%. And the good news for Africa is that African Development Bank doesn't charge any commitment fee on the African Development Fund, so which is a good thing. And the India's that report of Larry Summers and N.K. Singh, they said that more callable capital could be leveraged. And there is literature saying that if they are actually successful in doing that, that will multiply the loanable resources of the MDBs by 6 to 8%. But which is a difficult thing. They are saying that they could probably meet 30% of the. I have more points on FDB, but we are running out of time. The second 6 that I want to hit is that we need more players. Credit rating agencies, we need many more, not 5, 6. This is an oligopolistic market globally. There are few suppliers and many buyers, so they dominate the price making. We need more players, private players, official plus BRICS credit rating agency, ASEAN credit rating agency. You can go on saying. What I'm saying is that we need more credit rating agencies, whatever they are, wherever they are, because this industry has been heavily monopolistic in the nature. And they do not disclose what type of methodology they do. I have been employing several interns for 2016 onwards. Tell me, where can we revise the credit rating methodology? No breakthrough so far. What we know is that 4 or 5 criteria are there on which basis they are doing the rating. What is the statistical technique? Are you employing AI in that? From where you got the data? We don't have any clue. Yesterday we were discussing in the task force. The third recommendation, Danny, would be that we need some swapping mechanisms. Like for Indonesia and Brazil, we have contributed 2 policy briefs on debt for nature swap. And that has been scaled off, and people are talking about debt for development. So for example, a country is in high debt. The debt servicing cost, you all know, Michael gave the example yesterday, is very high. Now, if they're unable to pay the debt, how would you incentivize them to not to pay the amount to the creditors, but commit something on the development front, be it the sustainability front, be it the action on environment, that they don't repay, but the amount that they should have repaid, it utilized for some development purposes. So that debt for nature swap, if you scale it off, that becomes debt for development. And I found there is a note by G20 Brazil on debt for development, and the literature by UNCTAD and others. If you see that you make an arrangement, the countries are suffering from debt. They don't have any clue whether they can finance development, they can service the debt. So they are in a logjam. So how do you sort of lift them up from that stalemate and say that, yes, you can finance the development? Do I have time? Or is off? 1 minute. So I think I'll come to the next round. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. I want to thank all the speakers for really being incredibly disciplined and very creative. 2 observations to make, and then I want to open up for discussion. first observation is, so out of 4 people, we got 12 recommendations for the G20. The overlap between them, I think if we try to reduce it, would be that there are probably 9 or 10 different recommendations. And I would say all of them are important. There's not one thing that anyone said that I would say can be dropped from the agenda of the G20. But if we stick to those 9 combined recommendations, we have a good sense of why the G20 is finding it so hard to actually make progress on this issue. The second observation I'd make, and I'm doing this purposely to be provocative, is at the beginning I said, not only is the financial system failing to deliver for states, but it's failing to deliver for communities and individuals. Not one of these recommendations touched on the fact that the financial system is failing to deliver to individuals, it's failing to deliver to the environment. And that might be because we all deal with international relations and think in terms of states. But it's important to recognize the world's changed and communities and individuals have an important role to play, and we haven't talked about them at all. When I think of accountability and reform of the IFIs, the first thing I think about, and in the interest of true disclosure, I should say, most of my career has been spent working on this, is how do you make these institutions accountable to the people that they claim are the beneficiaries of their work, which are the communities and individuals who supposedly benefit from their project. That wasn't brought up. And just to add one last thing, the only international financial institution, major financial institution, not the only one, but the major multilateral financial institution that has no mechanism of accountability to non-state actors is the IMF. With that, hopefully I've stimulated lots of discussion. So let's take some rounds of questions and then we'll come back for answers. I know we're standing between everyone and lunch, so I'm keeping a good watch on time. Sipamandla, I can see you, and then I can see someone at the back. I want to just make sure we get some gender balance as well. So Sipamandla.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Sipamandla. Just want to ask all the panelists for perhaps an attempt at a practical solution to 3 related challenges. The first challenge relates to the almost collapse of the dispute resolving mechanisms at the WTO. How do you think that's the first one? The second challenge is now the new regulatory burden that come with the need to decarbonize, that now are adding new burdens for countries at borders. The third challenge is relating to a shift to bilateral trade. It almost undermines completely the multilateral trade system. What do you think we could do practically to solve those problems? Thanks.
Thanks. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. My name is Igor Makarov. I'm from High School of Economics in Moscow, Russia. Thanks a lot, esteemed speakers, for the insightful presentations. But my question would be about the last presentation. So it was mentioned that the discussion about the reforms of multilateral financial institutions, it is already held for years and even for decades probably, but the results, the success is still very limited. So I would ask the esteemed delegates to reflect not about what should be the reforms, but about how to implement them. So what are the obstacles which explain why the reforms were so limited so far, and how to overcome these obstacles? Thank you.
Celine. And then we'll come.
Thank you very much to the panel. Super interesting discussion. In July, there will be the Finance for Development conference. And I was wondering if you expect any delivery on finance for development coming out of that big UN forum? We heard yesterday Josefinda, the chair of the Development Working Group, was quite happy with the bar graph on illicit flows. And I was wondering if you've seen any other areas where you see some advances and where maybe the G20 could be called upon to actually put some pressure points or to foster some progress.
Thanks. Erin McCandless from University of Johannesburg. Just wondering if the group discussed any aspects of financing for peace and addressing conflict and crisis, which are obviously major impediments to development, and what kind of synergistic mechanisms you see available. Thanks.
But I think that raises a lot of issues. So let's take a round of responses and then we'll come back for another round of questions. We'll go down the other way this time. Okay.
So I think I'll begin with the question from Igor regarding the how to overcome those. I think this is a very tough question to deal with, but certainly we should not give hope, because at least G20 platform has sort of deepened the work on MDBs, because a lot of sensitization has happened in different G20 countries that perhaps the expectations from MDBs has increased multiple times. It's not like that the MDBs are not doing their job. But what has happened, because besides the traditional portfolio of financing urban utilities, road transport and others, the new challenges of digital sustainable infrastructure, environment compatible projects. So the financing window needs to be broadened. So they're struggling what to do with that. So I think the MDB reform, if we take it as a major step towards hinting at or signaling that yes, the international community is serious about international reforming the international financial architecture, we should seriously think about the last document by Brazil presidency about the roadmap, building on the 3 presidencies of Italy, India, and Indonesia. That where lies the callable capital? You know, the callable capital is that something has been committed but not yet realized. How do you sort of bring them on board that yes, we need capital? And how do you capitalize on the blended finance options? Private capital is not coming. Institutional investors are sitting with 100 trillions of resources, but they're not investing. So what is bothering? How to bring them? So we keep on discussing at the level, and the MDBs should meet. There are joint reports, there are joint publications by MDBs. So a lot of sensitization has happened. What is needed is that we also play the role of academics to sensitize our future scholars and others that the incremental step is needed. I think I leave other questions to colleagues.
Thank you very much. Regarding the question of obstacles for reforms, you know, in my opinion, there is an absence of political will to do these reforms, because all of these Bretton Woods institutions, they are under control of the so-called global north. So that's why it's very difficult to have a consensus on reforming these institutions, because they cannot avoid the thing that there was a global shift of economic power which is going on to the global south. So these emerging economies represent now the biggest share of GDP, population, etc., in terms in comparison with the global north countries. So that's the only thing that stops these reforms. But I think that it's not the case that we shouldn't try. Like, so that's the thing. Thank you.
Yeah, let me also pick up on reforms and then the FFD question. So in terms of, I think there's the obstacles, I think, are inertia, a lack of imagination. We sit in this system and kind of can't imagine what might be different. I think there's also entrenched interests. I think there was reference, for example, to the monopolies or oligopolistic, should we call it, of the credit rating agencies. But there are oligopolies also in terms of the financial advisors that support countries, for example, going through debt. There are also oligopolies when it comes to bond markets. They're not really diversified. There's a very strong emphasis on Eurobonds, but there's also so many other types of bonds. But the market isn't big enough for those and not necessarily promoted enough. So there's also entrenched interests. And then the last obstacle, I think, is in terms of conflict of interest. Having a creditor that is also a surveiller is a conflict of interest. And so I think these are some of the things that we have to unpack, and these are the things that are obstacles to reform. In terms of FFD, I think there's some really positive outcomes already in terms of the outcome document. There's a push for reallocation of SDRs to the African Development Bank. There's some suggestions around reforms to the common framework, reform to the debt sustainability assessment, reforms to credit rating agencies' methodologies. Also, again, a call for IMF quota reform, although with not much detail, and in most of these areas, there's not that much of a detail. And there's also support for the African Financial Stability Mechanism. I think the G20 can reinforce all of those, reinforce commitment to all of those, and implementation of them. And what we have in our task force recommendations, for example, if we're talking about the common framework, which again, none of us mentioned in terms of the common framework for debt, what we're suggesting is a feasibility study, an independent feasibility study of a rehaul and kind of reshaping of the common framework. Because even though when the G20 itself marks its own homework and says that the common framework is good, I think others who are actually outside of the common framework or applying to the common framework don't have the same kind of view, unsurprisingly. So yeah, so that's one of the things that the G20 could do to take forward the outcomes from FFD.
Yeah, thank you very much. If you recall, Professor Bradlaugh, your marching orders to us was how does the G20 behave in a systemically beneficial way, right? But your point is very well taken. I just want to underscore again what I said, the importance of capital adequacy frameworks, right? The additional release of the 300 to 400 billion in additional lending will come to naught like the best laid plans of mice and men, I think, unless you address the elephant in the room, which is the problem of debt in the context of the African continent. I think it's very important for us to recall the magnitude of the debt burden. It exceeds $1 trillion. The debt service costs are in the region of $165 billion per annum. The collective debt to GDP ratios for the continent have increased from about 30% around 2010 to about 67% currently. In addition, there must be something like 20 countries of the 35 LDCs that experience serious problems of debt distress. So it seems to me that, unless there is a concerted compact, an effort to develop a concerted compact between the African Union as the 21st member and the G20 that sees some kind of policy and normative integration between the problems of debt, financing, and sustainable development, then I think we will be talking at cross purposes. So I think it's very important that all these issues sort of come together in some kind of integrated ecosystem. By the way, Professor Zondi, sitting across you is the walking encyclopedia that will answer your questions on the WTO, Professor Mehta. Right there. The microphone for a second, if possible, Chair.
Sure, let Priyadarshi go first, and then we'll give you the mic.
Yeah, I just want to supplement my first intervention. Just to give that what MDBs have done in response to the announcement made by G20. So I got a list of measures taken by World Bank in response to what they call reforms and innovative financial instruments by the World Bank in response to G20 expert group on capital adequacy framework. So the first thing they did, adjusting the loan to equity ratio to secure 40 billion over 10 years from the IBRD balance sheets. Next one, increasing the bilateral guarantee mechanism by 10 billion in addition to whatever existing capacity they have. Third one is working to maximize callable capital by publishing a detailed report for rating agencies to better access its potential value and banks' financial capacity. Third, introducing hybrid capital. Fourth, developing portfolio guarantee platform and portfolio guarantee platform. 11 countries have joined and to the tune of 11 billion. And those countries are like Belgium, France, Japan, US, and others. Then there was one more announcement of a launch of Livable Planet Fund. And Livable Planet Fund, the first contribution was by Japan. So like this, they have done. So the whole question is that can we build on that and each MDB synergize their efforts so that we see implementation happening. Rest of the things, currency, reserve issues, exchange rate issues for the as part of the IFA reform could be discussed at length on some other occasion.
So 1 minute on trade.
Well, I'm not going to speak on trade. He said enough. Yeah, right. No, I'm going to respond to that. I'm going to touch on a larger issue which we tend to ignore or we tend to sort of not understand or comprehend properly is the definition of sustainability. We got carried away by the Western norm of sustainability as if it deals only with the environment. It doesn't. It has three pillars: environment, ecology, and economy. And I would like to repeat this for the benefit of all the youngsters in this audience particularly. So they get carried away, brainwashed by this particular description. So when we talk about sustainable trade, we're looking at trade with outcomes which are sustainable and not trade which is sustainable. And if you understand the semantics, you can have sustainable trade in narcotics. I mean, in theory, you can have something which is sustaining for a long time and sustaining wealth. But that is not the definition that we are looking at. What we are looking at is when you look at MDBs or any of the financing instruments or institutions, their role, which they often forget, they get lost in numbers. And we've seen even the discourse which is happening now. We get so trapped in numbers without understanding as to what the ultimate goal is. The ultimate goal is emancipation of the human being. I mean, besides the poverty, for example. Global South still suffers a lot from poverty and other associated ills. And unless we are able to drum that message across by the G20, it may sound idealistic, but then I think if we don't practice this idealism, I don't know how we're going to get ahead on the agenda of sustainable development, which we launched in June 1992 at the Rio de Janeiro. Thank you.
Thank you. There's one, two. This is the final round of questions. So, other hands? Three.
Thanks, Chair. My name is Ray Ngosi again from IDEAS. You summarized quite correctly, Chair, that there are 12 proposals here in regard to how to reform this financial architecture. You also mentioned yet another issue, which I'll come to. You said they don't address the issue pertaining to the common man. Okay. We have 71 proposals so far globally of how to reform the financial architecture that defines our life on the continent here. The 12 proposals here actually are part of the 71. these proposals or these recommendations actually do not reform the global financial architecture, but they enhance it. In other words, you're enhancing the crashing of the developing world even more. And that, I think, is a problem. Remember, the global financial architecture is built on a particular economic framework, a dysfunctional economic framework. I think you may have heard the Secretary General of the UN, Guterres, saying the financial architecture is dysfunctional. We cannot continue to enhance it. We have to reform it. Now, how do we reform it is the question. How do we make recommendations to do that? But before I get to that, to your actual summary, let me also reflect on Artem's statement. He says, enhancing the local currency systems, which is fine. There's also a mention of the domestic resource mobilization, a concept that came into the Monterrey consensus in Mexico.
I want to make sure others get a chance as well.
It's important that we have these so that we submit our recommendations that are proper and assist the continent. But frankly, GRM, domestic resource mobilization, is also built from a framework that crashes the developing world by re-engineering the financial systems in Africa and the developing world to those of the US, thus messing us up. Now, how do we go forward? For me, the only way in which we can begin to undermine this dysfunctional financial system is to ensure that finance is primarily national. That's not necessarily the same thing as Artem is mentioning of local currency bond markets. That's local currency. It's not exactly that. We have to, if we have to elaborate this, it's very possible, but we have to ensure that finance is primarily national. But that has nothing to do with the domestic resource mobilization as a concept, which is itself flawed.
Thank you. Let's pass on to the next person.
I think this reform of the MDBs has been repeatedly coming up to the last 3 presidencies, and Indonesia, India, and Brazil. And but if you look into this, these reforms are painful, and it may not happen. And they have some inherent challenges. And I want to be a little bit provocative. And one thing is, this MDBs depends upon the shareholder capital, and there is no fiscal space for it to increase further. And who has the money is not allowed to invest on it. And then they started their own multilateral banks. The second thing is they believe in mobilizing the private capital, and some it works and some it didn't. And because nobody wants to lose money, the private capital doesn't want to. Some of the sectors like education and the healthcare, and they are not ready to invest it. But the leverage ratio is very small. Third one is the bureaucracy. And if you get an educational project, it takes nearly 2 to 3 years, and whether it's a World Bank or ADB. And given the circumstances, and I'm wondering what type of a hope that is you have to reform, and this institution will become effective. And World Bank is in the business for 70 years, and Regional Development Bank for 50+ years. So why can we think about something and put a kind of a new target and the performance indicators? If they don't, then abolish it and find a new institutions. Whether that can be a proposal for these multilateral banks. Thank you.
Thank you. And then.
Okay, so Bruno De Conte, Positive Money, University of Campinas. And even if I am in the same task force, there is one topic we didn't discuss in our task force, and I think it's important, which is the potential instability which may come from the cyber assets and the private cyber currencies. Especially when we see that the Trump administration made a really clear choice in moving ahead in the digitalization of currency through the private currencies. instead of developing a digital dollar. So, well, the stable coins, Bitcoin being now in the reserves of the US, this may provoke a lot of instability. And then nationally, many countries in the world are trying to keep sovereignty through their own central bank digital currencies. But then my question is, if you think that the G20 should together care about this process and act together.
Thanks. There's a last question here, and then we'll take a round of final comments and close.
Good morning. My name is Muzin Jovo. I'm from Saya. I'm trying to find out how we balance the institutional issues within African countries and the credit rating biases, something that Hannah had mentioned, insofar as thinking of sometime earlier this month, there's a bit of uproar when it came to Afrimix, Fitch downgrading Afrimix because of non-performing loans. And then a week later, the same people who had been downgraded said that those loans were to priority. And it seems to me that while Fitch has some issues in terms of how they prioritize these issues, the risk defaulting was rightfully justified a week later when the same country said, well, the loans that we currently have aren't necessarily a priority. And it seems you then have a need to balance the institutional issues within these countries, but also the fact that there are biases, and I want to find out how exactly you go about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Should we start, Garth? Let's start at that end this time.
Do I have like 10 minutes? It's a lot that... Let me just take a minute to say this. And that is that the G20 is not a panacea for every problem that afflicts the global commons. Whether, 70 or more than 100 recommendations, flow from this forum is neither here nor there. I think what is important is to understand the anatomy of the G20. It is an informal club of 20 countries. And the important thing, I think, is to understand that normative ambition within the G20 is possible if the steps are incremental and invite a consensus among the countries. And I think this is where South Africa has this unique opportunity, inheriting, based on the lineages of the three previous presidencies, right? But particularly those of India and Brazil, to embed within the South African presidency the normative ambition that really takes seriously the African dimension of the G20's work, and particularly the importance of the strategic role that the African Union can play as the 21st member within the G20.
Thank you. Yes, I also feel like I want 10 minutes as well, but I'm going to try and keep it short. So I think the first, in fact, several of the questions relate to a general sort of, I think there's a question about enhancing the system and bringing in new things which basically complicate perhaps or reinforce the system as it is. And I think, for example, cyber currency, I wouldn't say necessarily will address any of the kind of gaps that we're talking about here. But on the other hand, they can enhance the dysfunctionality of what we have. So even if we have new innovations, we still have to be very careful that that's not what they're going to do and entrench the system further, because as we've discussed, it is very hard and we're having a hard time to actually make reforms go forward. And as you said, it requires consensus, and that's very, very difficult to achieve. But I think one way of addressing that, and it's why I tried to frame the recommendations that I had in terms of a result, as opposed to a specific outcome or output, because if we can get consensus on what we're really trying to get the international financial system to achieve, without sort of saying let's throw it out the window, then maybe that it's possible that we can kind of benchmark what we're doing and what we're agreeing, even with the new instruments. And I think, for example, if we're talking about MDBs and reform, we've had, we've had new institutions. We've got AIB, we've got NDB. They are doing some new innovative things, but they're also doing some very typical things too. So again, they're not a complete rethink of the system of what MDBs do. So again, we need to think that through. I want to just pick on this last point on Afreximbank and Fitch. So we had a downgrade of Afreximbank by Fitch, that same rating agency, a week or so later, then upgraded Ghana, and the apparent downgrading of Afreximbank was because of debt that Ghana was apparently not going to be repaying to Afreximbank. So you can see the circularity just in that example of what is so challenging about credit ratings. Afreximbank holds the money. It was created by African member states and is a source of capital from African member states to other African countries. It is like a borrower's club in a sense. But here is a member state saying, we're not sure if we can repay it. We'd rather you don't push us to repay it, please. And our economy is doing really well, by the way. So this is why we do need a lot of reform of the credit rating agencies. We also do need to think about some of these fundamental, what are seen as fundamental aspects of the international financial architecture, like preferential creditor status. It is a really odd concept. I know it's seen as fundamental to managing risk, but when it comes to sort of who should be protected in the international financial system, one would think that it is those with the least capital, and certainly the organizations that have lower income and middle income countries' capital as the majority of their capital, that should be protected. But that is not automatically the case and not necessarily the view of the credit rating agencies who apparently don't have a view. Sonia, let me just leave it there and just say that, again, those sorts of issues open up a lot of questions about the international financial architecture.
Thank you very much for your questions. I really like the statement that it's a question of enhancing, not reforming the international financial architecture. It's very clear. What should I say? That these new digital currencies and could really improve the international financial system because it can make it less monopolistic. Yes, because if the central banks have clear connections with each other in these central bank digital currencies, and as far as I know, there are some good BRICS initiatives, especially in the settlements, payment systems, and if this initiative will be done, it will help to make this financial system less monopolized. And also, I think that we should think about the international reserves. Some countries, they have excessive international reserves, especially in US dollars. So that's the money that could go for development. So the thing is, we should think about it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'll take the question up by Dr. Ambu and the gentleman there and here also. See, I think I'll give one example. In 1997, when East Asia financial crisis happened, so they were having high short-term debt to ratio, so they had to immediately pay back within a year. Exchange rate crashed all over in Thailand, Indonesia, all East Asian countries. Then the East Asian countries themselves started brainstorming that what are the safety nets that we can build for ourselves. So they come up with Chiang Mai initiative of holding reserves. They believed that the precautionary holding of international reserves will help them. They kept on holding reserves. After a point, everybody started saying, oh, you have a lot of reserves. This is waste. So why don't you invest in infrastructure? And another literature came that if you invest in infrastructure, it will lead to inflationary tendency that may not be need for investing in infrastructure. So where to go? So the same question I'm answering to Dr. Ambu, that the question that you are asking, the answer lies there. Do you have any other option except approaching MDBs in times of crisis? Unfortunately, no. It is only MDBs who can bail out the countries, whatever conditions they put. Now, the only hope is that how do you make those conditions rational? Not a standard textbook prescription that is applicable to United States, that is applicable to Ghana, that is applicable to Pakistan. Whoever asks for bailout package, the same set of prescriptions will be there. No, you need to revise that the conditions are customized based on the initial conditions in those countries, so that the crisis financing doesn't become a burden. It becomes, lift them out of that crisis and help them stand again to contribute to development. So the frustration lies in the system itself, that we have been, the same thing you can talk about the quota reforms. The methodology of quota reform is not settled. A lot of academic literature has been created, so where to go? So we are in a state of flux, that you don't have any other option. You know that if you go to IMF, you will land in standby facility or some other facility. They have created a lot of instruments, rapid action, rapid financing mechanism and others, to help countries, to help themselves to optimize their resources, but not making any tangible difference in their that you would be happy that yes, something has happened. Second question is in response to Bruno. Bruno, you raised a very pertinent question of the new generation assets that we are having, the stable coins, the CBDC and others. So to my understanding, the G20 buys some time, because if I read the India's declaration, New Delhi declaration, they said that we'll be assessing all possible regulatory and compliance related challenges associated with central bank digital currency, and they are going in a pilot phase. If you see the Reserve Bank of India, they have launched the digital rupee in a pilot stage. So, and there is an IMF document, is a very long document. They have tried to sort of prepare a handbook that what are the conditions, regulatory parameters which could define the country's transition from a paper currency to digital currency, and whether digital currency is going to replace the fiat currency, which is not the case. So there are more regulatory concerns than believing that digital currency is the future in the finance. The last response is
we're running out of time.
Yes, that just bringing the Hannah's point. No, NDBs and AIB, which we have been calling it as a new generation development bank, unfortunately, they have not done anything radical. They're just following the same model. What they have done, their loan portfolios are focused on sustainable development, renewable energy and others, where World Bank, ADB and all also follow funding roads, pipelines and others. So that is the only difference. But operationally, they have not done anything, because I have been hunting for literature on these two banks. What great have they done, which they have not done so far? Thank you.
Thank you, Garth. I think we're out of time.
Just a quick follow to what Hannah was saying.
Okay.
About credit rating. Yeah, just very quickly. You know, the imperative for MDBs to have top bond ratings means that de facto, you know, they are regulated by credit ratings agencies. And it seems to me that within the G20, there is the potential, and I don't want to suggest the 71st recommendation, but there is a potential to change this political economy.
Yeah. No, thank you. I want to thank all the panelists. I'm definitely not going to attempt a summary of this discussion. That would be a fool's errand, I think. And I know we're about to go for lunch, so I think we've raised some of the issues, but I want to point out two things that we haven't raised, which I want to suggest to the T20 that should focus on next year, which is the fact that the finance track is the finance ministers and central bank governors track, and we haven't talked anything about central banks and the work that they do, and suggest to the T20 that next year there's more of a focus on central banks, because central banks, and as Bruno's question suggested, there's the cryptocurrency issue, the issue they're dealing with climate, with inequality, So there's a whole range of issues which we really should be talking about, which we haven't talked about. And final thing, just as a closer, is to remind us all, the G20 really is a process rather than an event. South Africa's presidency will end at the end of November, but issues that can be initiated now that can continue either in the G20 or in other places next year. And many of the suggestions that came up today would be good candidates for that process. So once again, thank you to the panel for a great discussion, and thank you all of you for your great questions.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are now going to break for lunch, but before we do, I have an announcement to make to say that there are 4 food stations downstairs on the first floor where we had lunch yesterday. So that will maybe ease the line. But more importantly, the 4th food station, and this is very important, it's halal and vegetarian. So please note the 4th food station downstairs is halal and vegetarian. We'll come back up and we'll reconvene here. Thank you.
Something that you're saying that going for lunch downstairs. So you heard yesterday that there was no lunch, right? I've sent it to you. I've sent you an email telling you that you should tell me, but I'm not telling you.
I thought I'll give them what the recommendations we don't have to
That's what I mean. Well,
currency, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Can I ask that we settle down now because it is that difficult session after lunch. Thank you very much. We also don't want to keep you any longer after the closure of this program. So if we can get started, that will be great. Can I ask the moderator for this session on solidarity for the achievement of the SDGs, Ms. Zamiat Abu Baker, if she's here, to come up on the podium so that, there she here, so that she can then proceed to call in her panel. But before I do that, I also want to make a very short announcement. There was not a request, but something that was said that you could go on an excursion later to see the city last night. So in an hour, we'll give you information about that on the logistics, the transport, and of course, where to meet. So those of you who want to go on this little excursion to the fort to see the city and get a view of the Union buildings, which is, I'm told, right nice, then please, you will be directed to who to go to and the transport and the logistics. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I don't think I need the platform, but I'll stand on it anyway. Yeah, I prefer this. Hi, everyone. Welcome back from lunch. I hope we can keep your focus after all the food downstairs. I'm just going to quickly call on all the panelists now to come up to the stage, starting with Dr. Hesfina Rukato, please, from Crisis Action South Africa. She's one of the members of this task force, and she's been focusing on the reducing inequalities track. Next, Mr. Daryl Swanepoel from Inclusive Society Institute, South Africa. Yes. He has been focusing on the SDG enablers and reducing negative spillovers track in the task force. Next, I'm inviting one of the other task force co-chairs, Dr. Fabio Vera Suarez. That's Fabio? Okay. Yes, Fabio is one of the other co-chairs. I'm another one of the co-chairs on the task force. He comes from the Institute for Applied Economic Research in Brazil. And finally, from the Business 20 engagement group, the deputy chair of the Sustainable Food Systems and Agriculture Task Force, Ms. Mildred Nada Peter, yes, who's the head of public affairs and sustainability at Bayer. Thank you all. Just a quick introduction. My name is Zamiat Abubakar. I am one of the co-chairs of this task force on solidarity for the achievement of the SDGs. I work within the Secretariat of Southern Voice, which is a network of 71 think tanks from 35 countries across Africa, Asia, and Latin America and the Caribbean. We work on influencing global debates on various aspects of the Sustainable Development Agenda. It's critical for us. Our work focuses on putting the Global South at the forefront of these issues. So it's critical for us that Global South countries don't only contribute, but shape these agendas. So the past few G20s and this one as well, this final Southern one especially, have been very, very important opportunities for impact. So solidarity is more important than ever in the context that we find ourselves globally now. So we're very happy to co-tenet of the South Africa's G20. The SDGs we know have faced a lot of setbacks. They have kind of mostly never been on track anyway, but they have faced substantial setbacks with the pandemic, with conflicts, climate change. So we know that we need actionable and very specific issues to focus on to get us to the best place possible at 2030. And to this end, within this task force, we have worked across 3 sub-themes. We as I mentioned before, I think the SDG enablers and reducing the negative spillovers, the reducing inequalities, and also food security through sustainable food systems. Our recommendations from the task force members, many of whom are not here today, but have been working actively behind the scenes all through this period. So our recommendations from them, as well as the policy briefs, have kind of been narrowed down to 3 final topics of social protection, of SDG financing, and of operationalizing the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. So for this session, we will have 2 rounds of contributions from the panelists. They may choose to give that from their chairs or come up to the podium, whichever one anybody wants. And then after that, we will open to the floor for questions for about 15, 20 minutes. So to start, a panel will guide us in understanding the critical role of the 3 action areas we've identified in accelerating the achievement of the SDGs. So I will start with Fabio, who has been leading the work on the food track. Fabio, how do strong, sustainable, and inclusive food systems support accelerated progress towards the SDGs more broadly? And what are some of the priorities today to achieve successful food systems transformation? Thank you.
So thank you, Zamiat. Good afternoon. I hope I keep you awake after the delicious lunch that has been provided to ensure our food security and happiness and nutrition. So yeah, the transformation of food systems has been one of the issues that have been emphasized by most of the abstracts we have received as task force, and also by the ones that we have approved and that have been fully developed into policy briefs. So not only from the contributions of the policy briefs, but also with the discussions with our colleagues, with our co-chairs as well. And also yesterday, it was quite instrumental for us to go through the exercise that Kiki allowed us to go through. So I'm going to highlight 5 points that came out from most of these discussions. It doesn't mean they are specific areas, they also intersect, but they give us a good idea of the recommendations that are coming out of the discussions of our colleagues in the T20 and of the broader community of think tanks and researchers that are part, they engage with our process. I should also say that many of these enablers that have been identified, they also dialogue and they also respond to some of the questions, or try to respond to some of the questions that were raised yesterday by the representative of the task force on food security. So the first aspect that has been emphasized by some of the policy briefs is that the need to address the threefold monotony of the food systems and its hidden costs. And here basically is to emphasize the over-reliance that we have in terms of production and also consumption on few crops. So basically there are 6 crops in the world that represented 75% of the global caloric intake. Related to that, there is also a concern about the high concentration of the production of grains to feed food stocks and animal stocks, and how these animal stocks are maintained, including the issue of genetic monotony and also the widespread use of antibiotics. And finally, of course, in the consumption, there is the monotony in terms of the diets, the overconsumption of ultra-processed foods, and the health implications that these have, and the costs that we do not take into account when we look at the agriculture and the whole food system as it is today. So basically, there is a call to change that, and to change that, we need to have a broader food system governance that doesn't look only to agriculture, or only to the value chain, or only to the food industry, or only to the commercialization. So there is this call also that came quite strong in order to incentivize a reform governance of urban agriculture, to best build this linkage between the rural and the urban areas, and also to highlight the food insecurity people are also and are mostly residing in cities. And for that, there is a huge call on the regulation of food companies. And that's also for the production, but also in terms of what can be done to orient the consumption of the ultra processed foods. In terms of other aspects related to smallholder farmers, there is a call also for the support that's provided to them to be more market-oriented. So to go beyond the subsistence idea and also to engage them in value chain productions in a more sustainable way. And finally, something that's quite related to what has been discussed yesterday is the whole issue of addressing market concentration and promoting fair competition in order to address price volatility. So these are basically the key enablers that have been recommended in the discussion that we had in the task force. How the G20 can address this for the G20 countries and beyond, that's going to be the second question. Thank you.
Okay, so since we don't have that much time because of the lunch overlap, I'll just go right to Hesfina to talk about what a comprehensive restructuring of social protection systems entails and how the G20 can best support those efforts at this time.
Thank you very much. I will not speak directly to any particular recommendation given so far. But overall, I think that the best way for the G20 to support the comprehensive restructuring of social systems would be, I don't like the word reform because I believe that you can't reform what you did not form. So I would say is to dismantle institutions, behaviors, and systems that currently entrench poverty and adopt more empowerment policies and programs. And I think as an incentive, it could be that investors do not invest in countries that don't have comprehensive social policy programs or social policy programs, and that those that have them, they have to demonstrate implementation of those programs or policies. I think in 2025, it is possible to disincentivize those countries that do not have social protection measures by saying certain investments may not go into countries that don't demonstrate a strong implementation of social protection measures. I think that the issue of hunger, I think it's a cross-cutting issue. No one should be going hungry in 2025. So how can the G20 emphasize that point or adopt policies that would ensure that every country has food security or every country is food secure? Another cross-cutting issue would be anti-corruption measures, because I think we all know that corruption impacts the poor the most. It's not the rich that get affected. So again, I think building on other summits that have been held before, it's an area that runs across all the Africa, the global South. Anti-corruption is something that is shared across the G20 countries themselves and the rest of the world. It will be beneficial then to say, how does the G20 enforce issues of anti-corruption? Another cross-cutting issue, I think, is along the empowerment branch is opening access for business opportunities, especially for young people. and women. I think within some of the policy briefs, that's something that came out very strongly, especially also access to technology and access to markets, so that people don't necessarily rely on handouts. They are empowered to be able to own their own destiny and participate in the economy. So I would say for now, those are the highlights of what I would like to recommend, Chair. Thank you.
My mic still doesn't work, so I have to keep coming here. Okay, next, Daryl, please. Thank you, Espina, for that contribution. Daryl, what are some of the financing reforms that are most needed at this time to support accelerated progress towards the SDGs? And what can be expected of this year's G20 on these issues?
I'm going to be a giant today. Right. Well, good afternoon, everybody. When we talk, actually, move this thing. There we are. That's better. Okay. When we talk about how to unlock the Sustainable Development Goals, there's, of course, no shortage of ideas. For example, with regards to the digital innovation, clean energy, better governance, and so on. And all of those are, of course, vital. But if we're honest, there is one enabler that cuts across all of them, and that's finance. Without the right kind of finance, the rest is just talk. Nowhere is this more obvious than with climate change, or climate action, rather. The countries that did the least to cause the climate crisis are now facing the worst impacts, and instead of being supported, they are being offered loans, often in foreign currencies. To put it bluntly, this is not enabling, it's entrapping. A hypothetical exercise that the Inclusive Society Institute did in preparations for FFD4, using South Africa's currency exchange rate to the euro, found that a concessional climate loan taken out in 2025 over a 10-year period would end up costing 38% more had it been issued in local currency. Why? Because of exchange rate volatility. That's not a small rounding error. That's not theoretical. It's mathematical, and it's unjust. So what do? First, we need far more climate finance to come in the form of grants, especially for adaptation. These countries didn't cause the crisis. Why should they have to take on debt to deal with it? Second, and this is crucial, we must denominate concessional loans in local currencies. There's been, and it was mentioned on the finance panel just now as well, there's been plenty of talk about sharing currency risk, but let's be clear, currency risk is the cost of justice. The global north must carry it, not the global south. Developing countries must not be penalized for global market fluctuations and for climate damage they did not cause. These shocks are beyond their control. If we believe in the principle of polluter pays, this is exactly where it must apply. And this is also about basic financial planning. When loans are issued in local currency, finance ministers know exactly what their repayment obligations are, and they can plan in the longer term. And they can manage their budgets. They're no longer at the mercy of exchange rate swings that they cannot influence. That's not just good economics, it's fiscal sanity. Third, let's talk about conditionalities. Too often, finance comes with strings attached, such as you have to use our technology and our consultants. Maybe another country's technology is just as good, but cheaper. So that inflates cost sidelines local firms, and keeps countries dependent. That's not partnership, that's control. None of this is radical. These are practical, doable reforms, but they need political will and global fairness. There's a lot been said lately and also at this conference about debt forgiveness. And yes, in today's global financial climate, blanket debt forgiveness may be complex and not achievable. But that's exactly why taking on the currency risk instead is a smarter, more sustainable alternative. And frankly, it's the least the developed world can do and offer after decades of extracting economic value and driving ambitions that fueled their own growth at the expense of the global south. In this light, local currency lending isn't charity, it's a form of overdue developmental accountability, I would say. So in effect, what we are proposing is a blended model of normal loans, normal concessional loans, with some developmental aid attached to it. And the G20 is in a unique position to act. It has the voice, it has the tools, and the influence to fix the system and turn finance into real enabler of SDG progress. Because it isn't about generosity, it's about responsibility. To put it simply, finance must stop being a barrier and start being a bridge. Let's fix the structure, let's restore the trust, and let's build a system that's grounded not just in numbers, but in fairness and justice. That's all we're asking for. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Darryl, for that very important contribution. Next, I'll go to Mildred. Mildred, yes, Mildred works within the Business 20 engagement group. Mildred, how can the business community better support the development of sustainable, inclusive food systems across the global south?
Yes. Thank you, Zamiat, and good afternoon to all. I want to sincerely thank the organizers and the Secretariat of the T20 for ensuring that the Business 20, at least from the task force where we are engaged, which is the Sustainable Food Systems and Agriculture Task Force, to be part of this conversation. It has been a lot of learnings just listening to you since yesterday. So thank you for that. I think most importantly, what we are all aligned on in the room is the fact that we are way behind on our targets when it comes to the SDG goals. Whether it's looking at how we alleviate poverty, ensuring that hunger also ceases to be, we are really behind where we should be, and we shouldn't be, especially for us on the continent where we hold more than 60% of arable land, meaning we have a continent that has the capacity to feed the world, and yet we are food insecure. Yet we have families who go to bed without food, day in, day out. So the thinking in how these gaps can be closed, for sure, was part of our ideation in the Business 20 conversations we've had with various partners across the globe. Countries that have been active or are still active within the G20 conversations. So conversations we've started from India to Brazil, and kind of South Africa's opportunity that we build on these and ensure that we're bringing tangible, actionable conversations to the table with the various stakeholders, but most importantly, in how we go to the G20. Now, in our thinking, kind of lump sum, if I would put it, is we're thinking of how agriculture can be an instrument for growth. More than 50% of low middle income countries' populations are in one way or the other employed in agriculture. Meaning we have an opportunity where if we can do something good, that we can bring impact at scale. And the business community's ideation, like I said, is looking at how agriculture can be a key driver in increasing food security through trade, accelerating resilience in our food supply chains, and promoting climate sensitive or climate smart agricultural practices. We're looking at four major pillars in a way. How do we ensure and enhance labor and capital productivity? Agriculture has evolved, meaning the technology and all that we need to upskill our people to go from, basic agricultural practices to more precision agriculture is definitely needed. How do we ensure that while doing that, we are cognizant of the planet and ensuring some resilience and how we build improved livelihoods? We want trade to accelerate, and we want low middle income countries to be part of these opportunities. We know that most of our food in low middle income countries, there are countries where even 80% of our food is produced primarily by smallholder farmers. How do we ensure that these farmers are given the right capacity, not only in terms of the technologies we put in their hands, but that we create the right framework, the policies, the regulations that would allow them to be able to thrive? So a couple of thinking in what we believe should be the priority for the G20 countries in ensuring that we close the gap when it comes to our SDG goals. We must acknowledge that smallholder farmers are central to global food security. I think in Brazil, that came through very clearly in the ministerial meeting, the agriculture ministerial meeting last year in September, that smallholder farmers must be integral to the solutions that we see in how we solve for food security. With a growing population, access to nutritious and affordable food will only be possible if we continue to increase productivity, we increase the resilience and the inclusion of these farmers, whether it's inclusion from a financial perspective, whether it's inclusion from digital platforms, inclusion from knowledge capacity and how they're able to access modern day farming inputs around the globe. The other, of course, is that we do that in a responsible way, being cognizant of the planet in which we live, that we want accessible, nutritious food, I mentioned. We produce more, but in a sustainable and in an ethical way. Here, maybe I'll give a bit of thoughts about what we do as a company, Bayer, that we strongly believe that in how we solve for the challenges that smallholder farmers face, you can't do it in a way alone. We made an ambitious target, kind of anchoring on the SDG goals 2030, that we will reach 100 million smallholder farmers in low and middle income countries. And reaching them, what does that mean? You want to make sure that these farmers, like I said, are accessing the right tools, the right knowledge, the right capabilities, even much more accessing the right markets. But in doing that, we have to ensure that standards are also being made. If we're going to upskill farmers to access global markets, are they producing the right things at the right time, at the right quality, at the right quantity, consistently? Is something that is going to be key. And in doing that, we must see that climate resilience or climate adaptation must be part of how we look at agricultural systems. So we recently opened a state-of-the-art hybrid seed production site in Zambia. This site is going to reach about 10 million smallholder farmers, producing an average of about 70,000 metric tons of corn seeds in not only for Zambia, but for a lot of countries across sub-Saharan Africa. Now, why do I mention this? I mention this because this for me is a clear example of how the private sector can step in its responsibility in supporting in the Sustainable Development Goals, in how we close the gap, whether it's improving the lives and livelihoods of farmers in rural communities, whether it's ensuring that these farmers produce enough, not only on a subsistent level, but also being able to get some value out of the work that they do in the farm. So in this case, addressing also the issues of poverty, but even much more just improving the well-being of communities in general. The other, I had alluded to is how do we build public-private investment or partnership that can allow the private sector to also play its role in supporting governments in addressing or closing the gap when it comes to SDG goals. So there are a couple of thoughts that we have, Zamiat, on what we believe that the G20 countries are able to catalyze in this case. One is promoting integrated multi-stakeholder platforms that align finance, technology, and policy reform with, of course, country-specific needs, and that these platforms can help then accelerate the adoption of these innovations and strengthen the inclusion of smallholder growers in these global value chains, as an example. But I think we'll have a chance to get into a couple of things. But let me close in saying this, that equity must be at the heart of agricultural transformations. Without inclusive policies, sustainable food systems will continue to remain out of reach for many, many, many more people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mildred. I will go right into the next round so that we can have some time for questions at the end. So after we've heard all that about the core issues, we'll take a look in a little more detail at the specific actions that the G20 countries and others can take towards each of these directions that we're focusing on. So I will start again with Fabio for this second round. Please, everybody, let's try to keep it to about 5 minutes each. So Fabio, in the context of increased fragmentation, how can the G20 best support a coordinated approach to food systems transformation across various levels of governance?
Hello? Yeah. I mean, for equity, I do. Yes, we can work out too. That's what equity means. So that we can speak all at the same level. So I am the first answer saying that we would be discussing in the second question how the G20 could address the enablers that we listed in the task force. And one of the challenges that we have in the T20, and that's something that we have been discussing for a while now, is actually how our recommendations can be relevant, how the T20 could also work as a sort of monitoring platform for the pledges of the G20. And what I tried to do in an exercise between yesterday and today was actually to look at what is already operating that was enabled by the G20 to address some of the issues that we are discussing in the task force, and also the task force for food security is discussing. So in the food security area, and also in the support for smallholder farmers, one of the biggest two initiatives of the G20 actually date from the beginning of the new era of the G20. So yesterday we're remembering that the G20 was elevated to the leaders level and not to the Minister of Finance and heads of governors of the central bank in 2008 to 2009. Why did that happen? Because we had a big crisis, the so-called triple crisis, or triple F. And the triple F was the financial crisis, the fuel price crisis, and the food price crisis. So here we are again discussing what? Food price volatility and the food price crisis that we are sort of seeing the horizon. So what the G20 did? The G20 tasked international organizations to create two things. To create the agricultural market information system, that AMIS, that's hosted in FAO, that's actually right in the background paper for the task force on food security, one of the background papers. But it's an interagency sort of project that monitor how the production of 4 biggest crops out of the 6 that I mentioned in the enablers are progressing. So basically it tries to anticipate, to be an early warning system so that the countries can react and to avoid panic in the market. So one of the things that we could do is to see whether AMIS is working as it should be working, why AMIS is not responding to other dimensions of the transformation of the food systems, and whether it could be tasked to do so, or we need to do new things. Why? Because when AMIS was established by the G20, we didn't have the climate discussion as we have now. We didn't have the food system transformation discussion as we have it now. So we need to look back at its mandate and to see if some of the regulatory reforms that we're proposing can be actually implemented by AMIS or something, or a modified AMIS or something similar to it. The other institutional initiative that was created was in 2011. The GAFSP, the Global Agricultural Food Security Program, was even before. And basically, that's a multilateral financing mechanism that was launched in 2010 to respond to the global food price crisis of 2008 and 2007, 2008. And here, the primary goal is to increase the availability of financial resources to low-income countries to support resilient and inclusive agricultural food systems. And here we have another problem, that how much of the climate funding goes into smallholder farmers to support them to adapt? It's only 2%. That's the IFAD report, and everybody knows about it. What's one of the major criticisms related to the performance of GAFSP? They committed back in 2010, and now the replenishment is not reaching the targets. So we have a big issue of the donors that have asked for the GAFSP to be established, not contributing to it. And we are asking for more. So one of the replies, one of the mechanisms that can be helped to implement it, and of course I would talk about it, is the Global Alliance Against Hunger and Poverty. So it's a potential mechanism that actually operates in similar principles that GAFSP operates, but it's broader because it doesn't look only at agriculture, food security, and nutrition, but also looks at other dimensions such as social protection. So basically, I think that's the things that we need to do until the summit when we think about the implementation, not only about the feasibility, but the implementation of the reforms that we are proposing as T20, is to look at what is there and what's the problem that we have, what are the inefficiencies, and whether we need something new, and to force the G20 to raise to the occasion. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Fabi. Moving to Hesfina once again. Tell us, please, about the economic or social policy shifts that are essential for G20 countries to genuinely address the structural inequality, both within and between countries.
Thank you so much. I think structural inequality is quite deep. So I think it's financial, it's economic, as well as institutional. And one of the things that I think is critical is a look at investments and what I would call, someone calls it economic democracy, because I think the system just looks at the political democracy. And the growth of local private sector, I think, is quite key. And that would reduce inequality in the sense that in as much as we count GDP, most of the investment is currently foreign, and mostly that money goes out when the additions are done. So in order for some of the money that is accounted into the GDP to remain internal, we need a partnership, I think, between foreign investors and domestic investors, and that's how we grow local private sector. Institutionally, I think I mentioned earlier the reform of the multilateral institutions and how it has, or lack of it, has deepened the inequality between the developed countries and developing countries. I think it's already acknowledged is something that needs to happen. The manner in which it happens, that's where I think between now and the summit, some of the work and negotiations that need to be done so that the developing countries can actually benefit from that reform of multilateral institutions as well as financial institutions, and don't perpetuate the current situation. I also would like to add the issue of health, and I think it's one of the recommendations that came from one of the policy briefs that there's need to promote the production of pharmaceuticals locally, especially learning from the experience of the COVID pandemic, where everybody was scrambling to go either to America or to China to get the vaccines that were required for, especially for the developed countries. And I think within the G20 already is something that they have highlighted, that they supported needy countries then, but we can't continue to have needy countries. We need to empower countries to be able to also produce locally. Another issue that I think is important for structural reform would be the value addition of resources at source. I think, especially within the African continent, it's something that is taking root. It's happening not in an organized way, but I think with proper approach, that can also be addressed for a win-win situation between developed countries and the G20 themselves. The issue of access to technology, I think it has been highlighted earlier, and I think it's quite critical, especially in the area of agriculture and also with particular benefit to women and the youth.
Thank you very much, Hasina. Thank you. Coming back to Daryl, there is currently, and there has been for a long time, a large divide relating to some key reforms of the global financial system. What are some of the strategies that can support progress given this context?
Strong one. Thank you very much. Well, Zamiyat, that's actually a very important question that you've posed there, because there's no denying that we're seeing a major divide, sometimes even a paralysis around reforming the global financial system, for example. And it's coming at the worst possible time. We're 5 years out from the SDG deadline, and the numbers are quite sobering. It's already been said that we've only 17% targets are on track, and over a third are stagnating or even going into reverse. And what's clear is that this isn't just about technical capacity or ambition. It's about who gets access to the affordable finance and who doesn't. Right now, the way the global financial system is structured makes it harder for countries that need the most help to actually invest in development. Many are paying 6 to 10 times more to borrow money than the wealthy countries. Michael Sachs told us about that yesterday. And that's the real divide. And unless we deal with that, we can't unlock the scale of investment that the SDGs require. So what can we do realistically to make progress, even when global consensus is hard to reach? Let me offer 4 practical strategies that I think can help bridge the divide to support real change. First, let's support country-led integrated investment frameworks. If we can't fix the entire financial architecture overnight, we can at least make smarter use of what we already have. Countries should be supported to build national SDG investment compacts, joined-up strategies that align budgets, financing, and delivery around high-impact, cross-cutting areas like education, energy access, and climate resilience. The G20 and multilateral banks can help by aligning their funding around these frameworks, not in silos, but in a coordinated multi-sector ways. These integrated financing frameworks are already endorsed by the G20 in principle. The key now is actually to scale and fund them. Second, let's push for more concessional and local currency finance. Yes, global financial reform is hard, but there's room for immediate targeted action. The G20 could agree right now to expand concessional financing windows for SDG enabling investments. Developing banks could take more currency risk instead of passing it on to the poor countries. And we could start building a pipeline of investable projects priced in local currencies, which would reduce debt risk dramatically. These aren't abstract reforms. They are doable shifts that would make borrowing fairer and smarter. Third, it was mentioned earlier, focus on participation and legitimacy. Part of the reason global financial reform is stuck is because many feel excluded from the process. The way decisions are made about debt, ratings, lending, terms is still dominated by a handful of institutions and voices, and that erodes legitimacy. So let's bring in broader representation, not just as the IMF and World Bank board levels, but in how SDG financing strategies are actually designed. Involve local communities, civil society, and the people who are actually affected by these financial flows. We often say, leave no one behind. Well, that should apply to decision-making as well. It is, after all, them and their heirs that are going to have to pay these debts, so public debts must be public. Fourth, improved shared data systems to build trust and accountability. When data is fragmented or delayed, trust breaks down among governments, among investors, and among citizens. We need real-time disaggregated data systems that show where money is going, what it is achieving, and where the gaps are. The G20 should lead in supporting digital public infrastructure for this. Data isn't just a technical issue, it's a transparency issue. And transparency is what builds the political capital needed to move reforms forward. To wrap up, the divide in the global financial system is real, and yes, it is political. But that doesn't mean we are powerless. We can make progress through smarter coordination, more inclusion processes, better use of existing tools, and strategic pressure for the reforms that matter most. Because without a just and accessible financial system, we're not just stalling the SDGs, we're undermining the very principle of global solidarity that they are built on. Thank you.
Thank you, Darryl. Okay, back to Mildred to close this round. What innovations, either business or policy driven, are you seeing for the development of strong sustainable food systems that the G20 could help scale or replicate across countries?
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple of notes, and I know we're crunched for time. I think for me, we must unlock the opportunities that sit with smallholder farmers across low middle income countries, especially here on the continent. How do we ensure that we're boosting intra-African trade that we believe can unlock about $180 billion in exports and create jobs, 10 million jobs? Smallholder farmers can stand to gain significantly from improved markets and regional value chains. That is one area that we see. Second, that we must build climate resilience, and this shouldn't be negotiable. We must promote climate smart practices and scale innovative tools like blended finance in climate insurance, for example, to support farmers. The financial innovation is also very critical. I think Darryl just made mention of that in how we gender responsive finance models and blended mechanisms, I think can help unlock the capital that is needed for farmers across regions. And then, of course, building innovation hubs that would then help co-create these scalable climate smart solutions that are both rooted in scientific but also indigenous knowledge. It's important that when we look at cropping systems, food systems, we're not talking about just the global 5 crops, but that we also we're taking into cognizance what is locally available and how we can help farmers grow more. training and technical support is going to be very fundamental in how we equip farmers with the skills that they need to adopt some of these sustainable practices, but also incentivize those who are actually making that shift. At the end, I think for us, what will be critical maybe to highlight to the G20 will be how can we increase private investment in agriculture in our regions? How do we align those agricultural policies with climate and equity goals? I think it's also very critical to highlight that and how we foster, public-private partnerships that support agricultural productivity. Why the focus? Of course, I come from the food systems and agriculture task force, but that we know that agriculture really is a hanging fruit, and the right investment in that space can unlock so much opportunities. I'll close perhaps with just this statement in saying Africa's agricultural future will depend on how we are able to bring capacity to smallholder growers. Commercial growers, big growers, yes, but also small growers must be included in our conversation. And these unified efforts across businesses, government, civil society is going to be essential in how we build resilient, inclusive, and sustainable food systems. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary, for that science, very, very important contribution. So we'll now open the floor up to questions. We do not have a lot of time for questions, so we will only take about, well, I don't see many hands up yet, but first, okay, good, better. We can take about 4 questions in the first round. I will go by the first people I saw. And yes, from this table.
Just one correction, Dr. Rucato. I think you made a mistake by saying that the vaccine was supplied by US and China, because India will supply the vaccines throughout the developing world. But no, I take serious note of it. And US sat on the vaccine stores that they had. A lot of the vaccines were wasted. Reportedly, I mean, this is a well-known fact that India supplied vaccines to the whole global south, about nearly 75 countries, and free of cost as donations. Chinese vaccine failed. US sat on the vaccine stock that they had and did not supply it anywhere at all. Thank you.
Okay, we'll just finish and then we come back to the panel. Next, I will take one from this side before I go back to that side of the room. Yes, please. You want to have mine? Okay.
Thanks very much. I'm very pleased to hear a lot of the messaging here today resonating with what's been coming out of an African civil society group that I've been working with over the past few months around climate, energy, and sustainable finance issues. So there was mention of the need to include small-scale farmers in decision-making and in the funding, and I think that's very much a messaging that's coming out of there. Noting that only 2% of funding is going here, we're calling for 10% of climate and food security finance under the G20 to go to small-scale farmers. And again, the type of funding is really important. So this funding does need to be direct access and accessible by those at the local level. Broadly on budgeting, there's a need for gender responsive budgeting that also looks at investing in not just food security, but the food, water, and health nexus. And then another important aspect for us, which I didn't hear mentioned as much, was a focus on some of the solutions that work for small-scale farmers, like agroecology and other kinds of climate resilient approaches. So not just new seed types, but some of the other farming mechanisms that people are already using, and making sure that the finance is available to support this kind of solution. And my last point is just noting that some of these solutions don't just have adaptation benefits, but also mitigation ones. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution and question. Her next, please.
Thank you, Erin McCandless from University of Johannesburg. Stimulating conversation, and I know we all have our areas of interest, but I've felt that conflict and fragility, issues of conflict and fragility are repeatedly overlooked. And I'm just curious about why Goal 16 would not be considered when it's actually considered an enabler of all other goals by the SDG Summit. And at the same time, we're seeing rising conflict, rising fragility. It's obviously at the center of polycrisis. Yeah, I think as well, it's being discussed at the G20. So normally, the think tanks and civil society should be ahead on particular conversations, and it would be good if we can be thinking about it and including it, particularly when we're talking about polycrisis and thinking about how, I think it was one of the speakers, Hasfina, spoke about synergizing financing and so forth. This could also, be reflected in thinking about conflict countries, particularly how do we deal with achieving SDGs in countries affected by conflict and fragility, and synergizing different strategies and financing options. Thank you.
Thank you. Luciana next, and then that table finally, and we come back to the panel.
Thank you for the amazing discussion about this task force. I'm Luciana Servo. I'm from IPEA, Brazil. Two things. One is that when I discuss this question of food security, in the alliance, there are some basket of experience that are quite interesting. I will do the same, do a propaganda from Brazil, Embrapa. The Brazilian have developed a lot of biological inputs for small farmers, agricultures in Brazil, and has also put these together of school food and school nutrition so that it can be sustainable and get scaling up during the process in Brazil. And they are quite sustainable and also to work with the traditional populations in the areas of the Amazon region, for example. And I signed that also about other thing that I saw the group talking on, the task force talk yesterday is the social security floors. I want to listen a little bit more about it.
Thank you. Final question, please. There.
Thank you. Good day. I'm Kopani Charles from Youth Network Engage Scholarship here at UNISA. My question is very short. I just want to find out how does G20 address the impact of drug and substance abuse in African and South African community, since some of SDGs address the issue of hunger, equal education, and I note that one of the panelists say no one can go hungry in 2025. So we want to know if we have a issue of anti-corruption in African using drugs that cause that kind of crime. So can we at least get, or how does G20 address the impact of drug and substance abuse in African country? If is any fund or funding to assist participant or patient that are drug addicted, then we will appreciate that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that question and for all the questions. I think maybe we start with the answers for the food-related questions, as we had quite a few of those. Are there any in particular that you'd feel more comfortable? Would you like to start with the smallholder?
Yeah, I think the second respondent, I think, she made a valid point in how we address the needs of smallholder farmers. Whether I mentioned, a specific financing, blended financing, gender responsive financing, how we look at insurance also, the conversations around adaptation, but also for sure, mitigation when it comes to how we manage smallholder farmers. What we have come to articulate as the B20, and this is even the business community, is that we will not solve for food security, nutrition access without addressing the critical needs that smallholder farmers face. Their pain points are evident. It's access to inputs, access to finance, access to markets, the infrastructural foundations that are even needed to be able to help them to thrive. And that's why my call out at the end is that this cannot be done by one sector. We don't expect government to solve it all, but that it has to be multifaceted. The problem is multi-plural, and every single one of us must put our efforts together in solving for these issues with smallholder farmers.
Thank you. Fabio, do you have any points to add to that?
So just to clarify that most of the list that you have provided your question, they are actually covered. If not in the recommendations, they are covered by the policy briefs. That in synthesize, we need to come out with the biggest message. And actually, I chose the monotony aspect of the food system because it goes from the production to the consumption. So I could use as an umbrella to factor in the other aspects. But of course, the whole issue of bioeconomy, of agroecology, all these issues are placed there. And here a little bit of a provocation, because when we say the right crop, the right foods, the right consumer, the right types of things, that may vary a lot about the context. Who are the stakeholders that operate in the system? What's the type of market that are actually sending the signals? Because someone is making this choice. Is it informed by science? Science is actually linked to the traditional knowledge. It responds not only to climate, but also to environment, also to health, and to all the hidden costs that I also spoke about when I mentioned the monotony of diets. So these are interlinked issues, and that's why I think that the mechanisms that the G20 has created when the Sherpa track started and the whole discussions in the developing working group, in the agriculture working group, perhaps they are not fit for the new purpose that we have, the new commitments that we have developed for the past 15 years. And it's high time, I think, for this mandate to change.
Yeah, I just want to say on SDG 16 that the task force was seized with that, and we actually did include it in the resolutions that or the policy briefs that we're putting forward. For example, one thing we said was that social protection must especially support populations exposed to environmental risk and armed conflicts aligning with the transitional goals. So the issue of conflict, SDG 16, was certainly top of our mind, and it was included in the briefs that we all forward.
That's one point on the social protection side that we end up not mentioning. So linking to food security, I mean, food protection is very important for food security because it guarantees access to food. So, but then we need to also guarantee that we don't have food price inflation going on, but otherwise we need to have mechanisms to adjust the transfers that are made to family. The other thing that social protection can also address other risks, and there's a whole discussion also on how the climate funds can address some of the new risks that people, families, and communities are facing. So the new thinking and a new source of funding also for social protection, and not only to smallholder farmers. The big challenge here is actually to facilitate access to these funds because they are quite bureaucratical. I mean, it's very lengthy, particularly for low-income and low-middle-income countries to have access to it. That's another thing that in the finance track, the sustainable finance track in particular, the G20 has been working on, and the T20 and civil society need to be attentive to this.
Thank you. I believe most of the questions have been addressed. To the question about drug and substance abuse, I believe that relates quite directly to health, and that is covered within the recommendations about social protection from this task force, and then the issue of corruption as well, because the financing is one of the absolute core issues that we put forward for the SDGs, and that is covered, I think, within at least one policy brief, the issue of illicit financial flows, and also by the finance task force. But thank you all for that round of questions. We don't have very much time, as she's nodding at me. I will, however, give everybody on the panel 1 minute each to give any final wrap-up comments and contributions that they have for the discussion.
I think for me is, again, to thank the organizers for the opportunity to kind of ideate together around issues that we want to collectively solve for. The issues that we are facing, especially in regards to the SDG goals, will not be limited only to one solution. It has to cut across. So our invitation, especially from the B20, is that please do engage with us. Let's exchange ideas. Let's see how we solve for some of these critical issues together. The private sector is committed. We don't see the SDG goals as a side talk. A lot of companies like ours are doubling down our efforts in ensuring that while we talk about, business growth, that we also consider people and planet, and how we see sustainability as more profitable than just doing business that is not sustainable over time, because maybe the practices are not ethical, we're not working within a compliant framework. But we do see these goals as critical for all of us. So let's continue to engage. Thank you.
I think that the discussion, we have a question over there? No, okay. Sorry. So I'll wave back. So I think that the discussion that we had in the task force was basically thinking about the SDGs that will enable the achievement of others. And as we have focused mostly on food systems, on food security, that's mostly related to SDG 2, but not only, and also social protection, that's mostly related to SDG 1, but not only. They also talk about other aspects, including the environmental, climatic aspects that we have discussed, and SDG 16 for sure is one of it. Social protection contributes a lot to social cohesion. Social cohesion is something that prevents conflict. So that's a very important dimension that we cannot lose sight. So talking about the Global Alliance, so one of the things that the Global Alliance wants to do is to bring together the two communities, the community that works with SDG 1 with the community that works with SDG 2, to have a dialogue on how to create synergies that can actually allow us to accelerate progress towards both SDGs, and in doing so also enable the other SDGs that they speak to.
My comment is not a technical comment. I remember when you asked us the question, we said, how can the G20 help at this time? And I think for me, at this time is a very anxious time. And I'm hoping, it's really just to express my hope that the Iran Israeli situation doesn't impact on our progress in the context of this discussion. Thank you.
The only thing I'd like to add is two things. First thing is, what I worry about is the ability of international community to actually carry out the SDG objectives. And I say so against the background of the withdrawal of finances by United Nations, for example, is about a 20% impact on the United Nations operational fund, is the withdrawal of financing by the country that everybody has mentioned over the last 2 days, but never mentioned it by name. Everybody knows who we're talking about. But also, it's not just the United States that is withdrawing its money. And they've withdrawn it from developmental aid as well. And we've seen the dramatic impact that is going to have on the rollout of the antivirals for HIV/AIDS. But it's not just the United States. Europe is also cutting its developmental aid, its donations that it makes to the United States, because they are diverting it to own internal problems and also the Ukraine-Russia war. So I worry about a lack of developmental aid. I think there is, and it came out of the Finance Committee yesterday, I think there's enough loan money, loan funding is plenty, but the poorest of the poor countries cannot afford to take out further loans. They're dependent on the aid, and that's really a cause of concern. So that's the first thing. The second thing is just to say thank you very much, Zamina, for the way you've managed the staff teams up until now. You're quite a slave driver, but yeah, I've enjoyed working with you so far.
Thank you, Daryl, for all your contributions so far. Thank you to the wonderful audience. Thank you for your questions. Thank you to everyone on the panel. I know how hectic it's been and the little prep time that you had. Thank you very much for your contributions. And now I believe we're right on time.
Absolutely. You're a slave driver. Thank you very much. You handled that session really well after lunch. Can you get a bit closer so you don't look a bit, yeah, perfect. While they're doing their photo op, can I ask the next panel to get ready? It's Dr. Celine Kaufman, I think, who's moderating this session. And you are the last session for today before we do the communique handover. There will be an announcement made just before we close regarding the visit, which was announced yesterday at dinner for those who want to go and do the walkabout. I think it's Mr. David Maniele is here. He will make the announcement on where to meet and the logistics around that visit to looking at the city from a high vantage point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to stay here. I don't need a podium. So you're right. We are the last task force discussion of the day. And I hope you still have a bit of stamina for that discussion because we're talking about climate and energy transition. First, let me use this opportunity to actually thank the organizers, the three think tanks that are, behind that T20 midterms that I have to say I've enjoyed tremendously. So thank you very much, the three of you, for such a very nice midterms. And then I'll use the opportunity as well to actually thank my co-chairs in Task Force 5, so Gaylor Montbasson, who is there from Southern Transitions, but also Plataforma SIPO, Mayara Foley, who couldn't travel, but Vittoria actually traveled and is here as well. And I do want to thank all of the Task Force 5 members that are in the room, there's a couple of you, but also online, because it's been a pleasure to work with you. And we benefited from a lot of very bright brains for that discussion that is not an easy discussion. So let me first maybe call the panelists before I do a very generic introduction and we go directly to them. For that, I need my notes. So let me call those very great panelists that we have this afternoon to discuss climate action and just energy transition. And I will start with Stuart Mangold, who is actually the Chief Policy Advisor on International Governance and Resource Mobilization at the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment in South Africa, and is also sitting on the Environment and Sustainability Climate Working Group of the G20. Welcome. And then the three other panelists that I'm going to call on are actually part of the task force, and I've been, focusing on different subtopics of the task force, but really advancing the thinking on that. So let me first call Gaylor Montbasson-Claire, very French accent, the director and co-founder of Southern Transitions in South Africa. Let me then call Ambu Venkatala-Kalam, Economic Research Institute for ASEAN area, Indonesia. And let me call Dr. David Obura, who is the chair of the Intergovernmental Platform on Biodiversity and Economic System Services in Kenya. Welcome to the panel, an honor to have you all here. So let me just say a few words of introduction before we dive into the different topics that the task force has actually addressed through the 6 months that we spent together. First, obviously, you've all seen that it's not very easy to discuss climate in this current geopolitics. And it's not only because of, the US position on climate and the difficulty to just say the word climate under this context, but it's also because of the pushback that we've seen in many countries on this very topic. And the rise of other priorities for those countries that is making the discussion on climate very difficult. And to be honest, the pushback as well in the populations, because the just transition aspect of the climate agenda has not been up to the task so far. But in a way, and this is what we really felt in that task force, is you don't have to say climate every sentence to advance a climate agenda. And actually, climate is a big puzzle where different pieces are in the hands of communities, policy communities that are not the climate folks, but that are outside of the climate communities, and that need actually to advance and progress on their area of action to have, a positive impact on the climate discussion and climate agenda. And so we could find in the G20 agenda a number of priorities that are actually very important to move forward the climate agenda. And this, you'll see that, have to do with critical minerals discussion. The critical minerals are, of course, very important for the digital, but also for the green transition. There's a priority put by South Africa on disaster risk reduction and bringing to the table the insurance sector that we found was very helpful to discuss some of this, finance aspect around climate. But this is, of course, the case as well of the MDB reforms that we've been hearing about by different groups, and that is also a condition for moving some of the finance piece forward. So as part of the task force, we developed 4 recommendations that are covering these different elements. And I'm going to go super quickly over so that you get a sense of what the panel is going to discuss. But our panelists are going to go deeper into each of those recommendations so that you get a better understanding. And then I hope we can go back to you and you can push us to be maybe a bit more ambitious or to give us, policy pathways, political pathways where you think we could advance the climate agenda in a difficult context for that topic. So the first recommendation is about the G20 critical mineral governance framework that is currently under development and has been put forward by South Africa as a key deliverable of Task Force 1 in the G20 architecture, which is an ad hoc task force that has been established and is producing a deliverable on that. And our recommendation is really to push for fair benefit sharing in the critical mineral value chains, to push for more transparency and to make those partnerships agreements systematically publicly available, to push for more social and environmental impact assessments, in these activities, and also to capacitate the producer countries for actually fighting for their share of the value in the value chain and for implementation and monitoring. The second recommendation is about championing comprehensive just transition approaches and taxonomies that are, not narrow vision of the just transitions, but broad visions that include the social, the economic, and the environmental aspects. And to provide also leadership in the discussion that are happening under the UNFCCC and that are really blocked. The recommendation 3 is about increasing and accelerating climate adaptation and just transition finance. And this is where we want to leverage the interest of the G20 for a discussion with the insurance sector to ensure that indeed the insurance, can be broadened where there are gaps, and to ensure as well that there is a discussion of what's going to happen when the climate impacts are making insurances leave some of the areas and the sectors. And then the final recommendation is about integrating climate and biodiversity nexus solution with bioeconomy principles that have been developed under Brazil within the G20 agenda on several dimensions, sustainable finance, food system, energy transition. There is a need to consider more the nexus with biodiversity, the limits of nature in the solutions that the G20 is thinking about. So for that, let me now hand out the floor to our distinguished panelists. I don't know if you want to go up the podium or if you want the mic, but I want to start with Gaylor Montbasson-Claire to tell us a bit more about this critical mineral framework under development and the recommendations that the task force is having for that. And just to say that we will have our South African representative at the end so that he can also answer some of our recommendations.
Great, yeah, thanks so much. Keep that. Great, okay. Great, yeah, thanks so much, Celine. It's really a pleasure to be part of this panel, and it's been really a privilege to work with you and the fellow members as part of this task force. As indicated, one of our key areas of work in the task force has been on critical minerals. It's no surprise that effectively the issue of critical minerals has been identified by the South African presidency as one of the 4 key priorities of this year's G20. This has really been a South African and an African G20 process, and of course, critical minerals are really a key element that African countries are looking to spur the development going forward. So we did spend a great deal of time really thinking and engaging on what should be our contribution towards that very topic. And this really catalyzed a lot of thinking around one of the key proposals of the South African presidency within the existing Task Force 1 of the G20, which is around the development of a critical minerals framework under the G20. For full disclosure, I'm part of one of the knowledge partners who's supporting that development within the G20. But of course, I think as the G20, we have a responsibility to make sure that we push the boundaries of whatever can be achieved within the G20 itself. The first thing that I want to kind of say is, as a G20, we need to really push for the opportunity of that topic to not be a one-off discussion. It is effectively the first time that critical minerals are meaningfully developed and engaged in the G20. That is really to the credit, I think, of the South African presidency to have put that topic on the agenda within the Task Force 1. But as we all know, task forces within the G20 process are temporary. They come and go at the desire of presidencies. And there's a big risk that, of course, that is really the beginning and the end of the discussion. So I think we need to really push for that topic to be embedded. There are plans for the topic to continue, probably under one of the working groups. But it's really important that the opportunity to do so is not lost. You know, if you look at critical minerals, G20 countries, the 19 actual members, and of course the 2 unions. But if you look at the 19 countries, they account for over 80% of the consumption of critical minerals and over 80% of the supply of critical minerals. So, you know, there couldn't be a better forum to really try to address some of the key issues around critical minerals. And I think one of our key recommendations in the task force is to really put a lot of emphasis on the rebalancing of relations between producer and consuming countries. I think the interests of consuming countries are pretty clear. You know, and they've even made that even clearer a few days ago in a G7 action plan on critical minerals, where they've really very plainly, their interest, you know, around security of supply, around, you know, price stability, and really ensuring that they have the minerals. And frankly, that statement, if you're working on this, you must read it. You know, it's as diplomatic as they could put it, but it's really plain. And so I think the G20 is really here to say, well, how do we merge the interest of producing and of consuming countries together? And that's really, for us, really important to do that. You know, that means we need shared rules and standards that are agreed upon by all. You know, that it's not just producing countries that decide the rules of the game, but actually, you know, that everyone, you know, both producing and consuming countries have a say. You know, we need strong commitments when it comes to funding, technology transfer, and skills. And here we know that, you know, from the case of consuming countries, there's a lot of reluctance to commit to any of this support. But of course, certainly from an African perspective, there's a great deal of support that's required to make sure that effectively, you know, the benefits coming out of critical minerals can be reaped. Importantly, though, it also has to be embedded in a broader strategy. And we need to localize critical minerals within a much broader framework of inclusive development at a country, but also at a global level. And that speaks to the area of just transition, of course, where we're thinking about a whole of economy, a whole of society transition that includes fair access to opportunities. And so how do we locate, you know, developments and discussions on critical minerals within a much bigger discussion about what we want to achieve in terms of sustainable and inclusive development? That means that, of course, we need to also look at increasing transparency, particularly around the partnerships. You can't ignore all the bilateral partnerships, the state-to-state, the state-to-company partnerships and deals and MOUs that are happening at the moment on critical minerals. But these are really shared in secrecy more often than not. And that not even including the company-to-company agreements that, of course, are completely secret. You know. So how do we increase transparency that we actually can have increased accountability? Well, again, here, the G20 can set up minimum rules and shared rules of agreements to say, well, this is how we're going to deal with those issues. And we think that it's even more important that we do that at a regional level to, of course, potentially minimize some of the risks, but also increase the opportunities and the accountability going forward. Lastly, because I know I'm running out of time, I think what we need to encourage as much as possible is high ambition. You know, high ambition within the agreements. You know, there is no point for countries to come together and have a tick box agreement at the end of the day that's going to say a lot of nice things, which we could all read and say, well, this is all well and good, and there's nothing I would disagree with, if there aren't commitments and it's not backed by action at the end of the day. And I think that is what we need to push for. You know, I take one of the comments from one of the previous panels that said the G20 is not an event, it's a process. And so critical minerals is really at the beginning of this process in the G20, but we need to keep the pressure on so that effectively we push for ambition and that we have those shared values, those shared rules, we have those commitments on funding, on skills, on technology, and on broader economic strategies, really to bridge the interest of all countries and that we can achieve sustainable development together. So I think I'll leave it at this. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much, Gaylor. We really get the sense of urgency between, this development of bilateral agreements and the need to act collectively to address some of these issues, but also the the difficulty behind developing a collective approach to that. We can really feel that geopolitics is not working in that direction. Yeah, let's turn now to Ambu. Maybe so that you can help us navigate these, recommendations that we have on climate finance, not an easy topic, and not a new one.
Thank you, Selene. And I'll begin talking about what we did, and it is more focusing on how to finance the climate actions. Thanks for Professor Jandy and Elizabeth and Philae for bringing us at the middle of this G20 cycle, and we are moving towards it. And our task force is mandated and to provide concrete recommendations, not to enhance the not the discussions, but ask this G20 to make a decisive and well-financed the climate actions. So why? And we received about 14 policy briefs from the different parts of the world, young and experienced scientists and then the researchers. And what most of the messages that is behind all this policy brief is this climate crisis is escalating and escalating in the sense of economic values. And second thing is also the persistent inequalities. And if no action is taken, and it will further deteriorate all the developmental gains. That is what all the 17 proposals that is coming in underlining. Then we make 3 recommendations, and they're very concrete and very pragmatic, and to have some kind of an impact at the end of this G20 South Africa presidency. One is about the adaptation finance. The message here is speed up and scale up adaptation finance. Second thing is about this transition finance. And particularly for the Global South, transition is not a cakeway pathway. It is a bumpy road. How we can make it the transition inclusive? What should be done? That is our second recommendation. Third one is about the capacity building, and we urge the G20 economies to put further finance on the capacity building, developing the early warning systems, and enhancing capacity and capability of the commercial banks to expand their windows of the finance to the people, to the vulnerable communities. Let me explain briefly what these 3 things are, how G20 can move forward. First one about the adaptation finance. We know that is the Global South. We have been discussing it from the morning. The Global South is the most vulnerable to the climate risk. But if you look into the stock and flow of the cash flows that is happening, the adaptation finance is very, very minor when compared to this mitigation finance. Why? Adaptation finance is mostly coming from the public funds. There is a tax money that is you are paid. You paid to the governments. On the other hand, the mitigation, the climate change mitigation, it is mostly that investment is coming from the private sector. So here we need to correct that imbalances that exist in the global financial architecture. So if you look into that financial flow and especially what is needed is about 102 to 431 billion. What is flowing in is about 34 billion. It is very, very major, and it is not flowing in. And for example, today morning, and we have been discussing about the MDBs, and for example, ADB is putting about 9.7 million the last 3 years. It can be leveraged, but it is not enough. That's why what we are recommending is look into be more innovative. For example, all the communities and the small businesses are affected by the climate risk as well as the disaster. So we advise them to have a disaster finance, the disaster risk into your climate finance window, and then climate risk into the disaster risk finance. Then what will be innovative? That is, we get almost all this kind of 100% insurance for these climate risk stakeholders, the affected communities. That is our first proposition. So we urge the disaster risk management working group and the finance working group and the private sector, that's a B20, to come together, have a dialogue on how we can enhance these insurance markets and also reinsurance for all the affected and the most vulnerable communities in the Asia, Africa, and the Latin America. Our second recommendation is more about digging into the transition finance. How we can make this transition, energy transition, to be just, inclusive, and affordable. That is not simply guaranteed. In 2022, and G20 came up, they developed a new funding mechanisms for Indonesia, JETP. It is a crowdfunding mechanism where multilateral banks, private sector finance, and as well as the community supported finance are coming together to find the new alternatives. So the JETP is one innovative instrument. We don't find it further it is upscaled, or it has been expanded to the other continents. So we need it more. When we're thinking about the just transition, it's not transition simply from the fossil fuels to the renewable energies. But we also improve the capacity and capability of the local communities and improve this, developing their entrepreneurial capacity, direct investment on the renewable energy projects, and then technology transfer, and the local manufacturing capacity of these industries, the green industries, that need a completely different set of the financial instruments, that need the taxonomies. So there is this green bonds and then renewable energy bonds and the blue bonds, everything could be materialized. We need a taxonomies. That is our second recommendations. Here where there is the finance ministry and then environmental ministry and the energy working group need to work together to make these recommendations implementable. Third recommendation is the scientific capacity building. More resources for the scientific community. We urge them, so take into consideration the T20, give us more money so that we can do the concrete works. That includes developing these early warning systems for the disaster risk reduction. Most of the scales, that is the models that we are available is at the global level. We don't have the models that can be downscaled to this local level, district level, at the community level, that need more research. Second thing is, if you look into this mitigation finance, I think no local bank have the kind of a capacity, human capacity, and due diligence capacity to provide these risk-free loans. So we urge to look into this banking sector, the local banking sector, improve the capacity and capability. So these are our three recommendations, and we don't know that is how this 2026 will be. What will be the new narratives will be coming in. But this South Asian presidency comes at the end of this four Global South presidency. Here we urge you to show the solidarity, to consolidate what's happening in the last four presidency and show to the rest of the world that is we can make a resilient communities, we can make the energy transition just, and also we can protect the lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Thank you. Many things that the G20 can do and should continue pushing. Let me turn now to you, David. We're very lucky to have you as the chair of the IPES. Really happy to have you. And we would like, to have a bit your perspective on how can we attract the attention and make more systematic the consideration of nature in the discussion and solutions that the G20 is putting forward on climate, but also more generally for development purposes.
Okay, thank you very much, Celine, and it's great to be here. Thanks to the organizers, as has been reiterated many times. This is a fantastic showing of minds here, and it's great to see how full the room is still for the last session, showing the commitment of everybody to this process. So I'm the chair of the Intergovernmental Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. So what that means is that, and my background is in coral reef science, climate change impacts, but also small-scale fishers, food producers, just as we've been talking about small-scale farmers. And this really has helped me understand or look at these dynamics from local to global levels across different income strata in global society, try and understand how do we balance what we have on the planet. This sub-theme in our task force, the fourth of them on the biodiversity climate development nexus, in a way feels almost like a bit of a Trojan horse in bringing this broad topic in through the climate and just energy transition task force. And of course, what we have tried to do is to show the relevance for the G20. And of course, it is relevant. It's relevant to every single person on the planet, every country at every income level, because we do need to understand at planetary limits, there's a lot of science on Earth system and planetary boundaries, how nature is really the foundation of our economies and our societies as well. The bioeconomy concepts, the high-level principles that Brazil brought in last year and that South Africa has taken forward this year, essentially are almost statements of this idea around nature, economy, and society, sustainable development principles. We use blue economy in the ocean sphere very strongly. These are paraphrases of the same concept that we really need our economic systems to be fully consistent with nature, but then also with social justice and equalities and inclusion and so on. So what we've done in our recommendation is to try and emphasize the relevance for the G20. We have words in there on sustainable finance, food systems, and energy transitions to sort of anchor these concepts of biodiversity, climate, development nexus. We talk about implementation pathways, financing, multilateral commitments, monitoring, and reporting. We selected 5 policy briefs that cover a breadth of topics under this. So one specifically on the biodiversity climate development nexus from the author's perspective, not necessarily as broadly as the task force will have come to after considering all the issues that we're looking at. We had one on agriculture and crop diversification, one on urban nature-based solutions, on natural capital, and then inclusion and participation. And that's been a big topic we've heard from other task forces this afternoon and this morning as well. But what are we dealing with? And here I'd like to sort of pull back into the framings that we use in IPBES as well, because what I have found as a scientist working in Africa, working on a system that supports many people, is highly vulnerable to climate, is that part of the challenge that we have in understanding these complex systems is that while we have framings of sustainable development, that paradigm has come through very strongly, nature, economy, and society, the SDGs were negotiated and agreed in 2015. When I look at the science behind that, you see that the literature says is that we don't really have a systems model of sustainable development. We have different actors or different sciences have come to the sustainable development principles from different perspectives, but we haven't had so much of an integration. And as I've been going through the last 10 years, I've seen that the scientific framework that IPBES has, we have a conceptual model which was developed in 2015. It was a 2-year process. It was very inclusive. It was published at the same time as the Sustainable Development Goals were agreed. Essentially, these are 2 alternative views on the same thing. We try to integrate not just scientific knowledge, but indigenous and local knowledges as well, to understand how nature provides contributions to people to support a good quality of life. And then all of the values and behaviors, the indirect drivers from those and the direct drivers that impact on nature in how we use it and how we interact with it. And in coming through to chairing the platform now as an African scientist dealing with the pressures that we all face now on our continent, it's very similar in other continents and ocean basins as well, is that I think that this framework provides that sort of systems framing for sustainable development, for linking nature, economy, and society in a way that we can use to align action across very different sectors, very different countries, very different actor groups, businesses, because we're dealing with the same systems model working within it. Now, this is that nature provides resources or ecosystem services that go into economic actors. Economic actors use these, extract these, and have impacts on nature as well. And then benefits from our economic activities, of course, go to actors in society, to households, to families, to individuals, to countries. And different societies have different value systems in how they share those benefits, how they run their economies, and so on. And it's very important to look at the direct interaction from nature to economy to society, and then back through those, because it's not a philosophy about whether we feel we're part of nature or not. Different cultures are very different in that context. And it's very difficult if we try and present, philosophical framings of sustainable development. Is it strong sustainability or weak sustainability? But if we look at the physical interactions, it's possible. And then it becomes all about economy, because it's our economic activities that are essentially over-extracting from nature, which we understand now, and driving declines, the direct pressures, climate change, over-exploitation, land or sea use change. And the important thing here for the G20, of course, is that the G20 accounts for 80% of the global economy. So 80% of the impacts on nature happen from within the G20 countries. And so the G20 countries have all of the power to reduce that impact, which other countries don't have, of course, and they must be front and center in one, not only being able to identify and finance and bring in how to change this, but also to do it themselves. Because if we continue to undermine nature, if we continue to push climate change, that undermines nature's ability to provide us with food, to provide us with water and shelter and so on. And then related to that is finance. And we've talked a lot about finance as well. Finance from the system model, if you understand it this way, it's not a creation of wealth. We've talked about the creation of wealth from various activities around the world. It's basically a transfer of value, a transfer of wealth from nature into economic sectors, into finance that is then owned or shared or traded by people in different parts of society. So it's all about bringing finance back into nature in that respect. Now, nature and economy are very broad. In our Nexus assessment in IPBES, we talk about, we produce this, we do assessment reports just like the IPCC. Nexus assessment looked at interlinkages between nature, economy, and society, but picking 5 key areas: biodiversity, climate change, and then food, water, and health systems. And so these are 3 major sectors. And we looked at these interlinkages. And there's a lot of importance of these findings we find, not just to understanding the state of nature and biodiversity, which is how we have traditionally been looked at as a platform, but also to understanding trade, to understanding economics. So all the discussions we've had about the WTO, the things that are traded, that are negotiated within the WTO don't come from nowhere. Most of them come from nature, and we need to understand the relationships of the sustainability of how we use those and how we impact on nature. So I'm very keen to bring the findings from IPBES into this space, as I'm trying to do in other spaces as well, as one of the responsibilities that I have as a chair. So in that sense, in this nexus of biodiversity and climate, these are not things we can just deal with later, and developing countries or low-income countries should not be thinking that we can deal with these problems later on after we've developed. We have to deal with them now, because how we build our economies will determine the sustainability of those economic practices in the future. And we have the least to lose to transform now. We have the most to gain. And we don't have the same assets that might be stranded as developed economies may have. And so I think it's really important to be thinking about those. So there are opportunities in transformation that are very important for us to think about. Now, in our discussions yesterday about the pathways forward, we talked about 3 main areas of solutions. I can go into those, Celine, now, if you want me to hold those till. Okay. So the first one was essentially to bring into G20 processes like other entities. Of course, the G20 has arisen from many years back where we had siloed approaches to many of these challenges. So let's look at the interlinkages amongst the various G20 processes that are needed to really address climate change, biodiversity loss, and development challenges together. And for these, I think, so we've produced the Nexus assessment report. We have one on transformative change as well, produced in December. We have a business and biodiversity assessment coming out in in February next year. And we really hope that these could be useful in the context of these discussions with potential solutions. One of the key approaches is to review and map G20 structures. These are formal structures such as the working groups. How might they interlink to deal with these challenges? The engagement structures. So T20, the business, urban, women, youth, and ocean. How do we really bring these engagement structures together to work out how to address these interlinkages that are needed? We also mentioned the importance of subnational actors in government. So cities, particularly, are very important in this space. In biodiversity and climate, cities have come forward as very important actors, and of course, businesses are. And then the critical role of champion countries as well. So within the G20, the role, of course, of the last 4 presidencies are critical in bringing in new perspectives into the thinking, perhaps. And perhaps the BRICS plus, what other countries sort of adjacent are really important in doing this. And of course, the current disruption that we're facing is a disruption that's very uncomfortable. It's threatening a lot. It's causing a lot of havoc now, but it's also an opportunity for new voices to come in. And then the last thing I'll mention is making the case, building the narrative for integration across G20 frameworks, how to do that. I've found that some of the discussions have been very focused on trade and about the sort of the specificities of the WTO, for example. But I would like to see in that that there is a lot of findings from other sectors, our assessments and the approaches that we have that can help sort of identify what could or should be done in trying to address some of these difficult challenges and moving forward. I think I'll finish with that.
Well, thank you very much, David. We really thought in the task force that it was important to have that message high and clear in the current geopolitics, and given the priorities of countries, nature risks to be forgotten again. So now I'm turning to you, Stuart, having heard, the wide range of recommendations that the task force covered and the level of details as well. And it's really precious to have you here today to react to that, but also to tell us a bit more about the progress that you've seen, under the current presidency, South Africa presidency, on, some of these issues and what you expect as deliverables. What would you prefer to go up there? That I give you the mic, please. Yeah. Perfect.
Thank you very much, Celine, and good afternoon, everyone. Dumelang, sanibonani. It's good to see so many people here on a Friday afternoon. That does show a passion and commitment. I will just touch briefly on the overall themes that I think have been emerging from the previous panelists, but also within the G20 specifically, focusing on the environment and climate sustainability working group. This working group, in the issue note you will see that was published, is about the framing of this process. And this concept of interlinkages was in the back of our mind when we started the process, when we first developed our concept note about what we wanted to do under South Africa's presidency. One of the other key issues, of course, was the continuity from the previous presidencies, particularly Brazil, India, and Indonesia before us, and how do we take forward the good work that's been done in terms of their priorities, and continue some of the legacy projects that have already been established, and some of the processes that have also been agreed to under the G20. So that helped us a lot, one could say, just in the overall framing. And then we said, okay, well, what else do we need to think about? And what came to mind was the issue of the environmental dimension specifically of the Sustainable Development Goals. And where are we more generally with the Sustainable Development Goals? I mean, we've seen reports about the progress that's been made according to meeting the targets and all of those things. But you will find that most of the environment related sustainable development goals are lagging far behind. And that for us as South Africa, as a developing country, an African country, what is concerning, bearing in mind that in fact that we are less than 5 years away from the 2030 goalpost that we set ourselves. So we said, okay, let's look at that, and let's see what we can do to continue this process, and see how we can advance those, but from a South African, an African, and developing country perspective. So that led us to how do we formulate the process and our program. And we then looked at the priorities that we could advance, bearing in mind the ones that have come before us. And we came up with 5 priorities, but we now have 6, following the recommendations from our first working group meeting. So we've got biodiversity and conservation, we've got land degradation, desertification, and drought, including water sustainability. We've got chemicals and waste management. There, of course, we talk about circular economy, and extended producer responsibility, and such issues, as well as the sustainable chemicals management. And then we also have climate change, which is now a standalone priority, a very important one, as the previous speakers have mentioned. And we have air quality. And surprisingly, there was quite a lot of consensus amongst the G20 members around the issue of air quality and the appreciation of South Africa bringing this issue of air quality and air pollution policy issues and addressing this across the G20. And then we have the oceans and coasts issues. Now, these priorities are very much interlinked, and we've looked at some of the interlinkages, and again, also, how do these priorities interlink and synergize with other working groups' priorities? Now, that was quite a complex exercise, required a lot of analysis. We're still ongoing in that analysis, like the Energy Transitions Working Group particularly, and again, what's happening under the Sustainable Finance Working Group, what's happening in the Agriculture, Disaster Risk Reduction Working Groups, even the Culture Working Group has an issue around climate change. And so that was really an interesting process. It's still ongoing, and we don't want to lose sight of it as we keep driving our own issues within the Environment, Climate Sustainability Working Group. But then coming to the climate change issues, I wanted to focus on the matter of the just transition. Now, in our original issue note, we thought we would couple this with climate finance, but we've decided that we also want to avoid this perception that's out there that perhaps there's duplication. Why is the Environment and Climate Sustainability Working Group talking about just transition, but the Energy Transitions Working Group's talking about that, and some other working groups are talking about some other issues that are related to that? And so we thought, let's focus it on something that would add value. And in that regard, we recrafted that sub-priority to read, realizing sustainable, inclusive, and just transitions, but expanding the scope beyond energy transitions, intentionally so. So there again, you're going to have to start off with understanding, well, what's the Energy Transitions Working Group doing? And how does this synergize and how does this complement this piece of work under the overall priorities of the Environment, Climate Sustainability Working Group add value? And one of the previous speakers mentioned the issue of a whole of economy and a whole of society approach. And that's the approach we're going to take. And when we talk about just transitions, we're going to underline the word just. in the transitions. Very important that we don't lose that, particularly in the South African context. We understand that the transition without the just part and the inclusive part is going to be problematic for a developing country such as ours. So that's an important message. And the call for fair access to transition opportunities, fair decarbonization, including the support to enable viable economic diversification and other measures to support affected workers and communities in the fair transition process while promoting adaptation and resilience. It's easier said than done, but we thought, well, let's really delve into this. We've got case studies in South Africa of the Just Transition Program that is underway in Mpumalanga, mostly focused on energy, but let's also look at other issues related to that. There's interlinkages, of course, into the global processes, such as the UNFCCC processes, particularly the UAE Just Transition Work Program, which also calls for that kind of approach of a whole of society, whole of economy approach to just transitions. So it's exciting, panelists, chairperson, and colleagues. I don't want to talk too much because this is quite an issue that really deserves some more in-depth discussions. But let me conclude by saying that we need to focus on identifying the linkages within and outside the G20, supporting greater alignment of policies and initiatives related to sustainable, inclusive, just transitions. We need a shared understanding of this, including as well as beyond the energy sector. What do we mean by a whole of economy and a whole of society approach to this? And then also to look at how does this process contribute to the balance of economic growth, social equity, and environmental sustainability. Of course, there's going to be shared practices and best and experiences that we want to document within the G20 countries and share as knowledge products, and as well as compiling case studies. So we have some recommendations as well about the mechanisms to align and amplify these efforts towards sustainable, inclusive, just transitions. And those are also going to be part of the technical work of this Environment, Climate, Sustainability Working Group. I think maybe I should stop there in the interest of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stuart, for clarifying the directions and the priorities of South Africa. Very interested in your mention of the linkages we want to do inside and outside of the G20, including maybe a question on how do you plan to link up with the upcoming COP30, but we can come back to that. I really want to open now the floor for questions because it's late in the day as well, and I want you to engage into that discussion. Can I have a show of hands of the questions? So I see one there, I see Igor, and I see the gentleman there. I suggest we do the three on that side, and then I expect the same level on that side, so I'll come back to you. Do you have a mic?
Hi, Adrian Joseph, SIA. My question is on critical minerals. Given that South Africa has developed its national strategy and is the president of the G20, and given that it's the first time that the AU is involved and it's recently developed its continental strategy, my question for Gaylor, I think, is do you think that the development of these strategies at the time when critical minerals is coming more prominently onto the G20 agenda, is that helping at all to drive momentum behind things like the framework? I would be interested to hear. Thank you.
Not an easy question, right? The second one was, please.
Thank you so much. Name is Lwazi Somya from the Southern African Liaison Office. Also on critical minerals, which is a very important and hotbed topic currently. We currently see a situation where critical minerals becomes a source of conflict, especially on the African continent. And we also see it emerging in peace and security arrangements, including in mediation processes where critical minerals becomes part of an deal for peace. Did the task force consider how we can now start the process of creation, a Kimberley-like process. So similar to the Kimberley process with diamonds and conflict diamonds, how can we now facilitate a process in where we're protectionists of the people, especially when we realize that these transitional minerals can become the source of blood green transitions in the coming future. So has the task force deliberated on that and whether or not we can create a Kimberley process that's linked to critical minerals?
Thank you very much. Second question for you, Gaylor. The third one, Igor, please.
Yeah, thank you. Igor Makarov, High School of Economics in Moscow. My question concerns not critical minerals, but the other aspect which was not covered in our recommendations, but still I think it is critically important. It is the aspect of sustainable consumption. So in coming decades, billions of population in the global south primarily will pass from poverty to global middle class and to consumption society. And one of the critical questions is what would be the consumption patterns that they will use. So if they use the consumption patterns that the countries of the global north used in the past, then we will cross planetary borders very quickly. At the same time, if these consumption patterns are closed for these countries, it would be hardly just transition. All right, so the development of some new consumption patterns which would be considered as just is absolutely critical. And my question is whether do you see the potential contribution of G20 on addressing this issue and probably on conceptualizing sustainable consumption and propose some solutions, at least very high level solutions on this question. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Igor. Let me go back to Gaylor on the critical minerals question, and then to any one of you to answer the sustainable consumption patterns.
Yeah, thanks a lot for these questions. Yeah, I think, look, obviously from to Adrian, I think there's trying to find diplomatic ways to say that, but a lot of interest, obviously, from all countries to engage on critical minerals, but I think there are surprisingly little impetus to find agreement at the same time, you know, and I think we are in a situation where I think everybody's kind of trying to crystallize their own positions, and of course, as I mentioned, the G7 has done that. The AU has done that through the Green Mineral Strategy, and others are busy kind of putting forward their positions, sometimes at country level. But it is not clear at this point how this all ties in, and that is quite clear. And that is one of the objectives of the G20 critical minerals framework, is to try and find a path forward that really bridges the interest of producing and consuming countries. Right? Now we are in a system that is overwhelmingly controlled and determined by consuming economies. Okay, but we also have to be realistic that, you know, flipping 100% or 180 degree the picture would also not particularly be very sustainable. You know, so how do we find that path that sort of tries to merge the interest of both? Is what we're trying to do through the framework, but and it's incredibly difficult task to do. I think to answer more directly your question, the fact that there are more and more strategies out there is helping, because A, it's increasing interest, and B, I think it's making the positions of everyone a lot clearer. And so at least we can know where we're starting from and where we need to go. So, you know, that's we have a better idea of the challenge, put it that way. But I think we need to work on the momentum. Secondly, on I think the issue of peace and security, and I think human rights. We did actually have some submissions and some discussion around that. And I think where we were engaging, I think it was twofold. The first one is the ability of the G20 to first put forward minimum standards, and agree on shared standards that could be implemented across the board. I think at the moment it's a set of different requirements and standards from country to country, which makes it really hard to actually get a good sense of what's going on. And then the second aspect is the lack of support and capacitation, particularly in producing countries, to actually implement those standards and monitor their implementation. If we don't grasp with the fact that effectively countries in Africa and the global south don't actually have the capacity to implement any of these standards, we can develop them, but we're not going to implement them. So it is about agreeing on the minimum set of standards, but it's also about saying, okay, hand in hand, let's put together the steps that we need to capacitate in terms of skills, in terms of funding, in terms of technology, to actually implement and monitor the standards going forward.
Okay, thank you. And I'll try and address the consumption question fairly quickly. One of the main questions is, so what is just or what is fair in that respect? I'll speak now from a group called the Earth Commission that I'm on, in which we look at Earth system boundaries, what is safe and just Earth system boundaries into the future. And one of the framings for that we're looking at now is what is an acceptable level of inequality. We know we need to bring up many people who live below minimum sort of dignified standards of living. But there are people above levels that the footprints are so high that that is a footprint that is damaging the planet in terms of biodiversity and climate change. And so is that a desirable level of consumption for the rest of the world to aspire to? And I think we should say, looking forward and from many different cultural systems, that no, that's probably not what we should be aspiring to. It's not just for everybody to be able to get to that. What we need to do is to identify future sustainable consumption styles that are very desirable, give a very high quality of life, higher than now, but without the same footprint on the planet. And we need that also by looking at the other aspect of the inequalities, not just the bottom level, but the top level. What are the top levels of consumption and footprint that are not consistent with a sustainable planet, that need to be transformed to come within planetary boundaries as well? And that's, of course, where the top income earners all around the world are, whether they're in high-income countries or low-income countries as well. Of course, the G20 sits squarely in that top income bracket by definition. So that's an internal discussion and questioning about how do we transition economies to those that are sustainable and just for everybody around the planet. And we need to address this question. It's uncomfortable, but here we are, we have to address it.
I think this is sustainable consumption and production, and it has been reflected in the SDG 12, and if I remember correct, and we do receive the 2 policy briefs, and the task force received dealing with the SDG 12 and the SDG 2 and other things. And this is sustainable production and consumption, and is embedded in the SDGs. That is also dealt by the our task force and as well as the G20 working group. And if I remember correct, and in 2023, and India, under the environmental working group, they created a subgroup on the circular economy. And I think that what it proposes is how to attain the resource efficiency. And it is more about the kind of a regenerative economy that is inclusive of emerging economies, and as well as the consumers. Most of them are in the advanced economies. I think it looked at that group looked into both the supply side and also the demand side. And if I remember correct, and I need to go and check the fact, and they developed a framework and that focus on 3 areas. And one thing is how to make this responsible consumption possible, and that includes the instituting the eco-labeling programs to differentiate the products that is more resource efficient from the normally available. And second thing is developing some kind of incentives for promoting the circular products. That is also, I think, reflected in the Brazil's last working group and then the ministerial statement. And under the Biofuel Alliance, they looked into that biofuel value chain and how that circularity could be brought in. And third, and if I remember correct, and the trade and investment group and current, I think there is some discussion is going on. I am aware of it and not part of it. How there is a trade and investment working group and is looking into this developing the circular value chain, bending this linear value chain into circularity, so that is the no waste is going into the system. That is related to your planetary boundaries, and that is what we know. I think is substantially addressed at the discussion level, and I don't know how it is moving into the decision making level. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ambu. And I think the result of that work that you mentioned under the presidency of India was the high-level principles on lifestyles for sustainable development, were they? Which is, important to consider how to continue also the deliverables of the previous year, so that we continue, pushing in that direction. I really want to go to that second round of questions, and there was first the lady here, gentleman, and the lady. The mic is coming.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to comment on the presentation from our Department of Environment and so on. Yeah, and really congratulate them on how they've classified and identified the issues. I know a lot of good comes from that department. But my recommendation is the whole thing of, as developing countries, designing systems that are monitoring what is happening on the ground. I'm referring to this, for example, when I look at this, climate change has to do with disaster management and so on. And last week we lost a lot of people in the Eastern Cape on the whole system. And my contention is that we need a lot of people-centered communication and monitoring and activism on the ground. Because at the policy level, especially the department I'm referring to, you can't fault them. They are perfect. They are my neighbors. I know their quality of work. But we need to go deeper. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The second question, please go ahead.
Thank you so much. So just following on from the point I made earlier around the work that we've been doing with this group of African civil society organizations, I see a lot of echoes, and I'm not going to repeat it all, but in a lot of what you're looking at as the T20. I want to just express appreciation for the integration of climate change across so many of the working groups. It really is required, although noting that the air quality issue really needed a reflection in the health working group as well. It is that could be included there under some of the non-communicable diseases, but that's just another linkage that we'd love to see emphasized. Reflecting on some of what the T20 has said, I recognize the need to make progress on certain issues that will progress the climate agenda when the word climate change is almost like a swear word. But at the same time, I want to emphasize that we mustn't lose the push on climate change. So yes, it may be difficult to reach a consensus communique, but I really appreciate that the department is continuing with that focus on climate change, and we need to see that in the text throughout. And I just urge the T20 to keep that as well. So yes, we want some wins, but we don't want to land up like the G7 where they essentially cut out all reference. And I think that was really unhelpful. And then it hasn't specifically been mentioned in this group, but some of the reflection on the past commitments, which the South African presidency has said that they will be doing this year, I'd love to know more about. There are some issues like the relatively weak wording we had on the phase out of fossil fuel subsidies. That is important, that I'd love to see in a 20-year review, even if this will be very difficult to progress. And just again, noting the importance of the tie-ins to other processes and commitments that have been made there, like the UNFCCC. I did see that reflected. And then lastly, I'm very interested in this framing around just transitions, and seeing it not only as an energy issue. I think this gives an opportunity to highlight adaptation issues, which are important for the African continent, which I really think should be fairly central. And I've also seen this reflected on in the civil society sector as a topic of just transitions in the food systems, and note that it's a very helpful framing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the last question, sir, please.
Thank you. I took it last because it's not a question, but more an input and a contribution. My name is Kugan Pillay. I'm a governance and human rights advocate, but I also lead a work stream within the V20, the Values 20 focus group. And many of you might know that the V20 group was established 5 years ago by the Saudi Arabian presidency. And in the interim, we've had the Indonesian, the Brazilian, and the Indian governments adding to it. So my passion is governance and human rights. And clearly, as we gather here today, and when we wake up every morning to the screens and you see the killing in the wars around the world, children, women that are being affected, and when you hear about the SDGs are basically 17% on track, we must question where the failure is. Many of you might know Navi Pillay, and she's not related to me, but the former UN High Commissioner some 12 years ago spoke about corruption directly impacting human rights. And I think during the discussion the last couple of days, the last 2 days, these aspects came up. So within the values group, I'm leading a stream on countering corruption and building an inclusive economy, focusing specifically on values of transparency, integrity, and accountability. And that was covered. But overall, the values group looks at Ubuntu, a concept of Ubuntu that was established during the Mandela era of our first democratic president. And when we talk about the leadership of the current day, which is failing us, it's a vast difference from leaders like we had in Mandela and many others who were selfless and who were there for the people. So for those of you who know, who are fans of Tom Cruise, Mission Impossible, his last film was shot in South Africa. And the one thing he took from South Africa, and he created a little video on it, was the concept of Ubuntu. So my input and contribution will come in coming days to this conference on how we can use values to work towards implementing all these outcomes, because after 25 years, it's time for action, it's time for results, and people on the ground are screaming for real basic human rights, food, justice, and all of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input. I hope it's not a mission impossible, actually. And let me turn back to our panelists and asking them at the same time that you answer, some of the questions, your last thought about what you think, the G20 can achieve this year, given the uncertainty or the certainty for next year that climate won't be on the agenda. And I want to maybe start with you, Stuart, because you were the last to speak. I didn't give you the opportunity to respond to the last, round of questions, to address, some of the questions or provide your feedback on some of the considerations that you heard. And I think you have the mic in front of you, please.
Great, thank you very much, and thank you to all those who've raised questions, comments, inputs. I think this is all valuable. I like the last one about the values in Ubuntu. That is deeply embedded in our South African DNA, and it comes through as well in our processes in driving the G20. In fact, it's reflected in the theme for South Africa's G20 of solidarity, equality, and sustainability. It's very much a values-based theme. So thank you for that input. And also thank you to the other person who was talking from that side about the good work that DFFE is doing. We try. Of course, we have our own constraints, as many government departments do. And yes, we would like to see more on-the-ground action. We've tried to develop a whole lot of programs around that, like our environmental programs, giving job opportunities in such programs like Working for Water, Working on Fire. The team's just gone to Canada, you might have seen in the news. So that's that kind of program. And hopefully those job opportunities will lead to jobs and will lead to greater employment and reduce some of the triple challenges that we're facing. The equality and health linkages, absolutely. There is that linkage indeed. And we're looking at both the pollution in urban areas as well as rural areas, indoor and outdoor pollution. And we're doing a technical paper specifically on that. And there will definitely be health interlinkages there. But thank you for reaffirming that. The climate change issues, no, we're not going to give up. We are not, we're going to continue. We are still very much a member and supporter of the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement. We continue to do what we're supposed to do in terms of developing nationally determined contributions and various reports and so on. And that work is continuing. And right now, all the climate experts that we really have in the international space are sitting in Bonn for the subsidiary body meetings. So that's why I'm here, not them. I'm more on the international issues. But indeed, we are going to continue championing that on all spheres: adaptation, resilience, mitigation, just transition, as well as the climate resilience and loss and damage, particularly loss and damage as well as a new focus. So that's a big centerpiece of our presidency of the Environment, Climate Sustainability Working Group. Just transitions and the food systems, I think that's part of the whole of society, whole of economy approach. We are looking forward to the technical paper on that. Thank you very much. That's going to be a great piece of work. And we're going to do our best to have a lot of knowledge products. We want a content-rich presidency, not to get too stuck in negotiating texts and things like that. It's the knowledge products that we can produce as South Africa, as Africans and the Global South, that we want to showcase under our presidency. I hope I've covered everything. On the sustainable consumption and production, it's a very important point. And yes, indeed, SDG 12 is a good framing. But under the G20, we have the resource efficiency dialogue. Now, we already hosted one of those in the form of a seminar, but it will continue in its framing under particularly the circular economy relationship and the extended producer responsibility. So that's one of the things that we are continuing that started in previous G20 presidency. Let me stop there. Thank you.
Many thanks, Stuart. Let me now turn to David, and can I ask you to actually try and answer in 1 to 2 minutes?
Yes, thank you. So I'll be brief in responding. Well, first to the values and the just transitions question. So one of the things that IPAS has done in terms of the assessments we've produced in 2022 was the values assessment. And I think as an ecologist, I found it very difficult to understand how we would do these global assessments on values, and the one we just did on transformative change as well. But they're incredibly rich assessments, and they really reinforce the need to address the foundational values that we have, and especially about plurality. Most of the decisions, the big decisions around the world have been made for one value system. The need to consider plural value systems in considering decisions in the future, and moving away from just instrumental values towards relational values between people and nature also. In terms of just quick things, the things that haven't been mentioned yet that I hope in this, could be addressed in this presidency. One is to go beyond the focus around the WTO and the multilateral development banks. That's very important, but reaching out to nature and society instruments or institutions that arrange around the SDGs as well. So WTO is trade, I put that in SDG 8. So what are the other institutions around the other SDGs that need to be part and parcel of the discussions in integrating across these issues. And then, of course, the role of Africa and the AU in the G20. I was very excited and very proud to see the AU join when South Africa took up the presidency. I think that's a really important development. The EU has a very strong voice in many multilateral processes with the EU country members, and I think the AU, can really play that role in multiple spaces, building on the space that has been developing here in the G20. Thanks.
Thank you. I think it's interesting interventions and the dialogues. First thing, we need to acknowledge the strength and weakness of G20 as a forum. It was established in 2008 for the macroeconomic policy coordination to respond to the financial crisis. Then it has been expanded to these different sectors and Sherpa tracks and the ministerial tracks. It's still growing. The strength is it become a global forum that take into consideration the aspirations and the wishes of these emerging economies. I think that is where there is the beauty of and the strength of G20 comes in. The weakness, I think it is also as pointed out of our colleague, and it is not a final destiny. It is not a silver bullet and for all the global problem solving. That it is not a custodian of the global governance system. So there is a different architecture that exists, and it will be working with them, and it will be feeding into them. So we need to think that is the interconnectivity within the G20 framework and also this other framework. In this regard, I think all these three interventions are very interesting and they make the relevance. One is that is the if you look into the past 4 presidencies that is coming from the global south, Indonesia, India and Brazil, and now the South Africa. The attitude has been changed. And it is no more a kind of elite process, and it has been different consultative process, and now from the policy level, and it is also moving toward the people-centric, and where this is engagement, this T20 engagement group, and last year G20 social that is done, and these are reflective. That is we are getting into it, but G20 also need to think about this MRV system, that is a monitoring, reporting, and verification of their pledges. And second thing is about the co-benefit, and I think you mentioned about the climate change mitigation, the air quality, and there's a co-benefit exists with all this transition. I think that is what this working group is trying to bring out and generalizing the transition. But if you look into the transition process and to be successful, it needs 3 things. One is that is technology, and the second thing is the finance, third is the policy ecosystem. And unfortunately, on all the transition that is happening in the emerging economies, these windows are not opening simultaneously. And so that is the one of the where there is the G20 can make a difference, is make sure this is all the working groups come together and make these 3 windows open simultaneously, so that the benefit is going to these communities. And third one is that is about this governance, and there is also several engagement groups that is also feeding into it. And I think this I strongly believe, and I sense that is the being at the end of Global South presidency. I have a high hope for the G20 South Africa to bring the solidarity and continuity and the sustainability to that global architecture. Thank you.
Okay, 1 minute. 2 things I want to say, so it will be 30 seconds each. G20 can do knowledge sharing, it can do technical work, and it can do political work. And for me, there's 2 things I'd like to see in the work that I do politically. One, if we can embed an acknowledgement that there is a need for global just transition, and that actually achieving just transitions in the global south is conditional in many ways on a global just transition and a clear change of shift of systems at a global level, that would be important political win. That's something that for me, I would like to see. And then secondly, on critical minerals, if we can embed the fact that actually a shared approach is the only way forward between global North and global South countries, and that actually unilateral approaches, whether they are from the global South or the global North, only lead us backwards, then it's also another big political win that we know that we have to go at it together.
Thank you very much. And with that, I would like to have a big round of applause and to reassure you that we won't give up on climate on this 10 years anniversary of the Paris Agreement. And then I think we have probably a picture. Is that right? And for that, I would really love to call on Alex, Jordan, and Victoria to actually join. And maybe Igor as well, who's part of the task force. And I don't know if we have others, but it would be very nice to have you on the picture, guys. Is there anyone I from the task force that I'm forgetting? Yes, Raed. Yes, come.
Group work. That's group work. You're in the center. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you to the last panel. I think they did really well considering where they were on the program and of course, where we are right now. Before I call upon the three institutional heads to come up and do the presentation around the communique, I'm just going to ask David from the VC's office to come and make the small announcement regarding the walkabout that's being organized for later today. David?
Thank you, Sanusha, and Dumelang in South Africa, in my language, one of the languages in the country. When you say Dumelang, it means good afternoon or good morning. Mamurabela, can you please be visible, because I'm going to mention your name as we do this pilgrimage. And I think Kenny must be closer as well. I don't see where Kenny is. So I have got good and bad news, because I know that you love happy endings. I'm going to start with the bad news. The bad news is that the original idea of going to Fort Klopperkop, which is just 5 minutes away from here, so that our international guests in particular can have the opportunity to see at least about 70% of the entire city, is no longer possible because the entry gate that goes to the fort is closing at 5 p.m. and the entire place closes at 6 p.m. So it creates a problem. So from a time and logistics perspective, it's not going to work. So the other saying in South Africa, I think Mr. Swanepoel is here, he can correct me if I'm wrong. The other saying in South Africa says, Mar abur makaplan. Abur makaplan means that we have to find a way of getting it done no matter what. So that's what it means in Afrikaans. And those who speak a bit of Dutch, maybe they identify with this way. So the good news, which is the bit of a happy ending, is that we are going to use a particular elevated space here in the campus, meaning that when you move from here, you're going to go to a building that we call the Winnie Madikizela Mandela building. And in that building, there's an open space next to the restaurant there. You'll be able to see most of the iconic sites in the city, like the South African Reserve Bank, the Union Buildings. The Union Buildings is the official seat of government, is the official office of the president and the deputy president of the country. And it was built just around 1910. So it's one of the most, in fact, it's the most iconic building in the city, built around 1910. So it's an old building. These are most of the buildings here at UNISA, like the ones that you see that outside from the architecture, when you see them, they're slightly old. They were built around 1975 and so on. But after you are done with that elevated place to see some of, this almost half the city, we also are offering that you can get to see the Great Hall of the university, which is named after Z.K. Matthews, one of the outstanding South Africans in the country. That's where we host our graduations. You can be able to see it. It's also quite an important site in the campus. So Mamurabella, raise your hand. Where are you? Mamurabella is here. He's going to lead us to this site when we go there. Level 2, you press level 2. When you get out, then they're going to take you through to the thing. I was also told that I must indicate that there's the tea and coffee is available also on the other side, as you know. I think that covers everything. We just did not want you to leave South Africa with the impression that we're such a boring bunch of people. We can't show you fun places or nice places. We want you to come back because really this is important for our international guests, especially those that are coming to South Africa for the first time. We want you to come back again and again and again. You need to ask those who came for the World Cup in 2010. They can't stop coming back. Thanks.
Thank you very much, David. And I'm sure there will be many people that will be interested in that visit and look at the city. Let me call on the 3 institutional heads. You have the task of the communique, and I think we've been waiting for that for the last 2 days. So let me call you onto the podium, and you will then guide me in terms of how this is going to proceed.
Yes, thank you. Can you give the program director a big round of applause? I've seen her give speakers some things, some bribe has been happening. I hope I'll get a bribe as well for greeting you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And we can give the last panel a big round of applause. There's so much energy there. I'm not sure if it's got to do with energy transitions or something, but it was really great. Wow, we've got to this point, and it's been a wonderful, wonderful 2 days, and today had lots of highlights as well. Now we've come to that point where we need to present the communique out of the T20 midterm conference as a tradition. It happens every time around this time. We're supposed to hand it over to the Sherpa and or their representative, but they're not here now. They're not going to be able to make the time to be here. So we propose that we will arrange to hand it over to them at a Sherpa's meeting next week, because we're going to be seeing them at a Sherpa's meeting next week. But I just need to say that we're not going to do the public handover right now, but we'll hand over next week. but I need to show that it exists. It exists, it looks like this. It's in my hand. It got all your ideas there, all contained and compressed for easy digestion. This is an immaculate piece of work, a lot of ideas that are there. We just really hope that this will help bring about progress, especially for those who are left behind, the bottom billion, the excluded, those in the margins, and those that are facing difficulties of various form because of the nature of the world system that we operate under. So that is what I would like to indicate. This will be definitely properly handed over to the Sherpa. Just for those who are doubting Thomas's, we will make sure that a picture is taken there. It won't be an AI-generated picture. It will be a real picture of us handing over that. At this point, I would like to invite my colleague, Dr. Pilani Mthembu, to offer his closing remarks so that we are done. Thank you so much.
Colleagues, oops, there we go. No, colleagues, thank you very much. I mean, we've really come to an end of what has been quite an intense but very productive, I felt, engagements, with all of you. And, in that process, I think there's a few, what I won't do is in this closing, is I won't go and say, we said this, we did this, we said, because I think all the panels were so clear, so concise, gave all their recommendations, what the gaps are, and so forth. So what I want to do is just give a few acknowledgements and just to touch base and sort of sketch where we are going, from here. The first one is just to acknowledge the central role of the content team and the operations team of the T20 Secretariat. That's really the engine room that really brings these type of events together. So when we started, I think all the three institutions, what we did is we basically seconded people into these teams, to take care of the content and also to take care of the operations. And I think they've really done a fantastic job at bringing us to where we are currently. The second is just to acknowledge the role of the volunteers. You would have seen a lot of young, students running around trying to, usher people around, helping at the registration, making sure that there is somebody, if there was any question marks. So I think I really would like to also just give them a round of applause. And then I would want to acknowledge also the role of the Advisory Council, who have really played a pivotal role as our sounding board, giving critical feedback throughout this process. And of course, holding targeted also engagements from time to time, whether it's on trade, but also on other areas, So I think also to the Advisory Council, I wish to really thank you for the role that you have played in terms of the T20 South Africa. Another stakeholder I would like to sort of acknowledge is a very critical stakeholder in this process that has really brought us here, is really the role of the task force co-chairs and also the subject leads, who have really put a lot of time. I mean, these are people who are busy. They do have day jobs. They are not employed by the T20. They take their precious time out of their days to help us in terms of getting this policy work done. And so, to the content team and operations team, the volunteers, the advisory council members, and then of course the task force co-chairs and the subject leads. Can we just give them a round of applause? And then colleagues, I mean, there's also others who are online. You know, please note that the recording of this midterm conference will be available. It will be available on the T20 website, but also on the YouTube channel. So you can also always revisit, you know, these conversations. And of course, there are other smaller research, but also audio and visual documentation that will come out of this. Another thing I would like to urge, I think, you know, the people who are here, but also who are online, to do is to join on the T20 South Africa website. You can go there and, you know, join the newsletter, the sort of list. One thing we cannot do is just add you because of the POPI Act. So you have to consent to be part of the mailing list, and that will allow you, you know, to get regular updates of reports, but also of forthcoming events that are planned. But don't just stop at the T20 South Africa website. Also go to the websites of the three institutions, the South African Institute of International Affairs, the Institute for Pan-African Thought and Conversation, and the Institute for Global Dialogue. And also there, you know, put yourself down in terms of the institutional newsletters, mailing lists, and of course, that will also help you to keep up with everything that's taking place throughout the year. Colleagues, the T20 conveners will be taking these high-level recommendations to the third G20 Sherpa meeting next week. And of course, that will allow us to further engage with the Sherpas. And I think having this meeting over these last 2 days was quite strategic because it allows us, you know, to make that, to have an entry point into the formal deliberations. The T20 South Africa colleagues will also continue to convene regular engagements with, of course, the official engagement groups, with the working groups, and also with established task forces. I think one of the key aims that we set out to do in the beginning is to ensure that we do create platforms and spaces for discussion not only amongst think tanks and research institutions, but amongst the various engagement groups and also the working groups. So this is something that will certainly continue going forward. So continue, I think, to, you know, to engage with this particular engagement group. I'm very pleased that we had, you know, people from different engagement groups throughout the last 2 days. Colleague just mentioned the Y20, you know, so we had the Business 20 also here. But there are other engagement groups that were with us. You know, the mayor mentioned the Urban 20, for instance, yesterday. So, colleagues, I think this is going to be quite important as we continue to move forward towards November. But also, I think going from here, what's going to also be important is that the T20 South Africa and the other engagement group will also form part of the G20 Social Summit. And the Social Summit will also take place in November, I think about a week before the summit. That is, of course, coming from also what happened last year in Brazil, and this is something that will also continue this year. Of course, the Secretariat and the conveners and their teams will continue from here to plan towards the T20 summit in November, but also soon also publishing of the policy briefs that have been done, since the beginning of the year. So these will also become available on the website and be disseminated through different platforms. However, the focus will also not just be on the policy briefs themselves. We will also be sort of publishing policy notes to elevate, certain elements that are extracted from some of the policy briefs, but also some of the submissions that did not necessarily make it into policy briefs because we're relatively strict. I think we limited it to about 100 policy briefs to be published, but the policy notes will continue to be published and disseminated throughout the year. I have two more things to say. The first one is really just to acknowledge, I think, the teamwork amongst the conveners and their respective teams. I think this has definitely been quite important in terms of bringing us to where we are. And on a personal note, I mean, I'm relatively privileged to be standing next to two former directors of IGD. One over there, Dr. Garth Lepierre, one over here, Prof. Siphamandla Zondi, and of course Elizabeth, who has been at, SIA, and SIA, of course, was a place where, for me as a student, where I would go and study, prepare for my assignments. So, working within this environment and within this team, I think has been quite a privilege, and it will certainly continue. The last point, colleagues, that I will make is to say, last but not least, a special thank you to our hosts. Our hosts being the University of South Africa, who have really, I can see the team, they're still here, they've been with us since the beginning, and really, support right from the top through all structures, within the university, putting their best foot forward, making sure, that this event succeeds. And I think this really does not go unnoticed, colleagues. Your contribution ensures that fora like this, do succeed, and that we are able to showcase, I think, the best, that South Africa has to offer. So with that, colleagues, I just wish to say, the final one is to just say the people also who have been attending, this T20 midterm summit, yesterday, but also today, very robust engagements. People showed a serious, interest in being with us, throughout this time, contributing to the discussions, and even, finding ourselves on a Friday afternoon after 5 o'clock, and this building remains, packed and full. And I'm sure even online, it's a similar picture. So colleagues, with that, I think, give yourselves also a round of applause. Thank you very much. And then just to say a final word, let me ask the other one of the three musketeers, Elizabeth, please.
I was hoping to get away with that. No, just to say from my side,
Elizabeth.
yes. Well, we end the day where we began yesterday afternoon. It's really great to be looking at people like this. It's not often that I get that. Just to say again, just a very big thank you, and to reiterate, firstly, all the points that both Siphamandla and Pilani have made. I think it's been a great team effort, and also to recognize UNISA. Even though I am a committed Vitsi, I have to give it to you. So, but just to make a couple of points, obviously my co-conveners have already emphasized and reiterated the fact that the job doesn't finish here. This document, that document is the high level recommendations. I know that many of the task forces have also made additional recommendations. Those are all going to be published together with the policy briefings over the course of the next few weeks and months, so look out for those. But really, to reiterate the point that Pilani made, please do register on the T20 website to get the newsletter, to get notifications, because if we register you, it will go into your spam folder, apparently. So please do that, because then you'll be informed of things that as they are published and so on. The side events will continue. Obviously, please submit your make your submissions to hold T20 side events, and also just a call out for blogs. We've already started publishing the blogs. We have a few more that we're going through that have already been submitted. But by all means, certainly submit more. We are going to also, and it's really important to emphasize, there were some really amazing inputs made today as well. Now, they can't all go into this. We were in fact told by Durko that they have to be 2 pages. Well, as good think tankers, they're getting 6. But there are some really great, very concrete ideas that I think the various working groups would benefit from receiving. And so we've already reached out to a couple, and we'll be reaching out to more, to maybe just write up very, very brief notes, just very specific, that we can submit to the relevant working groups. But I think I'm going to stop there. Is there anything else I've forgotten? There's a there's a picture, but this is it from me. Big thank you to everybody. I hope you found it really stimulating and exciting, and that you're gearing up for the next 5 months. It's going to be stimulating. It's not going to be boring. So looking forward to seeing you all over the course of the next few months, and certainly with the at the T20 summit and of course the G20 social that Pilani also referred to. Thank you all very much. Have a good weekend. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My duties as program director ends, but I have 2 announcements to make. Could the secretariat stay back? We want to do a picture, as well as members of the task force groups as a joint. Okay. Please enjoy. There's the tour with David. So if you're going on it, he's there.